Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Izuku inherited all of Toji Fushiguro's godlike assassin powers and skills? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Izuku Midoriya sat alone in his small bedroom, staring at the All Might poster on his wall with tear-filled eyes. The doctor's words from earlier that day echoed endlessly in his mind, each repetition cutting deeper than the last. I'm sorry, young man, but you simply don't have a quirk. You're part of the 20%. Quote, the fourth generation scan had confirmed what the previous 3 tests had shown. No quirk factor, no special ability, no hope of becoming a hero. His mother Inko had cried more than he did, her anguished sobs filling their apartment as she apologized over and over. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry, as if his quirkless status was somehow her fault. Izuku wiped his eyes and stood up, walking to his mirror. The reflection that stared back showed a small, fragile-looking boy with unruly green hair and wide emerald eyes. He looked ordinary, powerless, weak. Maybe Kacchan was right, Izuku whispered to his reflection. Maybe I should just give up on being a hero. Quote, but even as the words left his mouth, something inside him rebelled against them. His hands clenched into fists. No, he wouldn't give up, he couldn't. Being a hero wasn't just a dream, it was who he was. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling as moonlight filtered through his window. Questions swirled through his mind. How could someone without a quirk possibly become a hero? What would All Might say? Would Kacchan's bullying get even worse now? As exhaustion finally began to claim him around 3 in the morning, something strange happened. A sharp pain suddenly erupted in Izuku's chest, causing him to sit bolt upright in bed with a gasp. It felt like something was breaking apart inside him, and then reforming. His entire body began to burn with an intensity that made him want to scream, but no sound came out. His cells felt like they were being torn apart and rebuilt at a molecular level. Muscles contracted and expanded, bones ached with a deep, fundamental change. His senses suddenly sharpened to an almost painful degree. He could hear his mother's breathing from her room down the hall, could smell the faint scent of rain approaching from miles away, could see every dust particle floating through the moonlight with crystal clarity. And then, it stopped. Izuku collapsed back onto his bed, gasping for air. Sweat soaked through his All Might pajamas. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest. What the hell was that? He lay there for several minutes, trying to calm his racing heart. Slowly, carefully, he sat up again. Something felt different, very different. Izuku stood on shaky legs and walked to his mirror again. At first glance, he looked the same. Same green hair, same face, same small frame, but when he looked closer, his eyes, they were sharper somehow, more focused, more predatory. He raised his hand and stared at it. It looked normal, but it felt different. Stronger. He could sense something beneath his skin, not a quirk, but something else entirely. Something physical, raw, primal. Without thinking, Izuku swung his fist forward in a simple punch. The movement was faster than anything he'd ever done before. The air itself seemed to split around his knuckles. The sound was like a small thunderclap. His eyes widened in shock. He looked at his hand again, then back at the space. He'd punched through. What was happening to him? Izuku spent the next hour testing his body in his small room, trying to understand these changes. Every movement felt sharper, faster, more precise. When he tried to move quietly, he found he could walk without making a single sound. When he focused on his surroundings, he could sense things he'd never noticed before, the slight vibrations in the floor from his neighbor's footsteps, the air currents flowing through his room, the electromagnetic fields from his electronics. But strangest of all was the complete absence of energy. He couldn't sense any quirk factor in himself. No special energy, no supernatural power, yet his body had become something beyond human. It was as if all the potential energy that would have gone into developing a quirk had instead been concentrated entirely into his physical capabilities. A heavenly restriction. The term popped into his mind from nowhere, as if planted there by some external force. Along with it came knowledge, understanding of what had happened to him, and more importantly, what he could now do. He had inherited something ancient, something that transcended the modern concept of quirks. The complete physical mastery of Toji Fushiguro, the sorcerer killer, a man who had achieved godlike combat abilities through the absence of cursed energy, or in this world's terms, the absence of a quirk. Izuku's quirkless body had become the perfect vessel for physical supremacy. Zero cursed energy meant zero interference with his body's natural capabilities, allowing him to push human limits beyond what should be possible. His senses had evolved to superhuman levels. His strength, speed, reflexes, and durability had all been enhanced to extraordinary degrees. He could perceive and react to things that would be invisible to normal people. More than that, knowledge flooded his mind. Fighting techniques, assassination methods, weapon mastery, strategic thinking, everything that Toji Fushiguro had learned through decades of combat experience was now part of Izuku's instincts. Izuku breathed, staring at his hands with new understanding. This is incredible. Quote, he wasn't powerless. He'd never been powerless. The absence of a quirk wasn't a weakness, it was the source of his greatest strength. As dawn broke over Musudafu, Izuku Midoriya stood in his room with a new sense of purpose. He didn't need a quirk to be a hero. He had something better, something that no hero or villain in this quirk-obsessed world would see coming. He had the body and skills of history's greatest assassin. The next few days were a revelation. Izuku discovered the true extent of his new abilities gradually, testing his limits in secret. He found he could jump from his second-story apartment window to the roof across the street, a distance of over 30 meters, with casual ease. He could punch through solid concrete without injuring his hand. His reaction time had become so fast that he could catch flies out of the air without looking. But it wasn't just raw physical power. His senses had evolved into something extraordinary. He could track individual people by their scent from blocks away. He could hear conversations through walls. He could see in near total darkness. He could sense the subtle movements of air that indicated someone's presence behind him. Most impressive was his ability to completely suppress his presence. When he focused, Izuku could become virtually invisible to others' perception. Not literally invisible, but people's eyes would simply slide past him, their brains refusing to register him as a threat or even as a person. It was like he ceased to exist in their awareness. This ability came in handy when, avoiding Kachan and his gang at school, Izuku would simply vanish from their perception, walking right past them without being noticed. It was deeply satisfying. His physical changes, while not dramatic, were noticeable up close. His previously soft body had become lean and defined, packed with dense muscle. His movements had taken on a fluid, predatory grace. His eyes had developed an intense focus that made people uncomfortable when he stared at them directly. Inko noticed something was different about her son, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what. He seemed more confident, more focused. He moved differently, with a sureness that hadn't been there before. She worried it might be some kind of reaction to the quirkless diagnosis, a defense mechanism to cope with the disappointment. Izuku, honey, she said one morning over breakfast. Are you okay? You seem different lately. Quote, Izuku smiled at his mother. I'm fine, Mom. Actually, I'm better than fine. I've been thinking a lot about my future. Quote, oh, Inko looked hopeful but worried. Have you reconsidered the hero thing? I don't want you to get hurt, sweetie. Without a quirk, the hero course would be so dangerous. Quote, I haven't given up on being a hero, Izuku said firmly. I've just realized that I don't need a quirk to do it. I need training, discipline, skills. He met his mother's eyes. Mom, I want to start training seriously. Martial arts, weapons training, everything I need to be the best. Quote, Inko bit her lip, clearly torn. On one hand, she wanted to support her son's dreams. On the other, she was terrified of him getting hurt. Izuku, that's very ambitious, but, quote, I know it sounds crazy, Izuku interrupted gently, but I've never been more sure of anything. I can do this, Mom. I know I can. The conviction in his voice was absolute. He had Toji's knowledge, Toji's instincts, and now Toji's body. He just needed time to fully master these gifts. Inko looked at her son's determined face and felt her resistance crumbling. She'd never seen him so confident before. All right, she said finally. But you have to promise me you'll be careful. And if it gets too dangerous, you'll stop. Deal, Izuku agreed, though he had no intention of stopping. That afternoon, Izuku went to a local gym that offered self-defense classes. He knew he didn't really need instruction. Toji's muscle memory and knowledge were already part of him, but he needed a legitimate excuse to train, and he needed to understand how this world's fighters operated. The instructor was a middle-aged man named Tanaka with a strength enhancement quirk. He looked Izuku up and down when he walked in and frowned. "You're kind of small, kid. How old are you?" 14, 15 in a few months, Izuku replied. "I want to learn how to fight." Quote. Tanaka nodded slowly. "Alright, what's your quirk? I need to know so I can teach you how to integrate it into your fighting style." Quote. "I don't have one," Izuku said simply. "I'm quirkless." Quote. The instructor's eyebrows rose. "Quirkless? Kid, you know that's going to put you at a serious disadvantage, right? I mean, I can teach you the basics, but against quirk users." Quote. "I understand the risks," Izuku said calmly. "But I still want to learn." Quote. Tanaka studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "Your funeral. Let's see what you've got." Quote. The instructor led Izuku to a practice mat and demonstrated some basic stances and strikes. Izuku copied them perfectly on his first try, his body moving with mechanical precision. Tanaka blinked in surprise. "Not bad," the instructor admitted. "You've got good muscle control. Natural talent. Let's try something a bit more complex." Quote. Over the next hour, Tanaka taught Izuku various techniques, growing increasingly impressed. The boy absorbed everything instantly, performing complex combinations with ease. His balance was perfect. His timing was flawless. His power-to-weight ratio was extraordinary. Finally, Tanaka held up a hand. "Okay, I'll admit it. You're good, really good. I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've never seen someone pick things up this fast." He paused. "You're sure you don't have some kind of learning-type quirk?" "Positive," Izuku said. "Just hard work and good instincts." Quote. "Well, whatever it is, keep it up." Tanaka grinned. "Come back tomorrow. I think we can skip the beginner stuff and move right into advanced techniques." Quote. As Izuku walked home, he couldn't help but smile. This was just the beginning. He had Toji Fushigiro's complete skillset locked away in his muscle memory, but he needed to bring it all to the surface gradually. He couldn't suddenly become a master assassin overnight without raising serious questions. He would train publicly in conventional martial arts to maintain his cover. But in private, he would unlock Toji's true abilities. The weapons mastery, the chain techniques, the inhuman speed and power, the supernatural senses, the ability to fight and defeat opponents far beyond normal human capabilities. And most importantly, he would develop his own style. He wasn't just Toji Fushiguro reborn, he was Izuku Midoriya with Toji's gifts. He would combine Toji's ruthless efficiency with his own analytical mind and heroic spirit. Quirkless, that was just another word for limitless. As Izuku entered his apartment building, he caught a familiar scent. Explosive sweat. Kachan was somewhere nearby, probably waiting to ambush him. The old Izuku would have been terrified, would have tried to avoid confrontation, would have taken the beating and apologized for existing. But that Izuku was gone. The new Izuku simply suppressed his presence and walked right past where Bakugo Katsuki stood hidden around a corner. He didn't even bother to look. Kachan wasn't worth his attention anymore. He had training to do, a future to build, a hero to become, and nothing, not bullies, not villains, not even the absence of a quirk, was going to stop him. 3 months had passed since Izuku's transformation, and the changes in his life were nothing short of revolutionary. Every morning before dawn, he would slip out of his apartment undetected and head to abandoned areas of the city to truly test his abilities. The rooftops of Musudafu had become his training ground. He would leap between buildings that were dozens of meters apart, his powerful legs propelling him through the air with impossible grace. He practiced moving in complete silence, learning to control every aspect of his body, from his breathing to his heartbeat to the minute shifts in his center of gravity. Toji's muscle memory was extraordinary. Izuku's body knew how to fight before his conscious mind could process the movements. He would shadow box for hours, his fists cutting through the air with lethal precision. Each punch was perfectly balanced. Each kick was devastatingly powerful. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. But it wasn't just hand-to-hand combat. Toji's knowledge included mastery of virtually every weapon imaginable. Izuku started collecting various items to practice with, wooden dowels to simulate swords and spears, chains from hardware stores, even simple kitchen knives. His hands moved with supernatural dexterity, spinning and manipulating weapons as if they were extensions of his own body. The chain techniques were his favorite. Toji had been a master of using chains as both weapons and tools. Izuku would practice wrapping chains around his arms, then unleashing them in whip-like strikes that could shatter concrete. He learned to use chains to swing between buildings, to bind opponents, to create defensive barriers. The versatility was incredible. His senses continued to evolve as well. He could now detect the presence of people within a 100-meter radius just by the subtle disturbances they created in the air. He could identify individuals by their unique scent signatures. He could hear the specific rhythm of someone's heartbeat and use it to gauge their emotional state. Fear, anger, excitement, all produced distinct cardiovascular patterns. And his eyes could track movement that would be invisible to normal people. He could watch a fly's wings beat in slow motion. He could see the trajectory of a thrown object and calculate its path instantly. He could read micro-expressions on people's faces that betrayed their true intentions. At school, Izuku had become a ghost. He attended classes, took notes, and maintained his grades, but nobody really noticed him anymore. His presence suppression had become so refined that unless he deliberately made himself known, people's attention would simply slide past him. It was like being invisible without actually disappearing. Kachan's bullying had effectively ceased, though not by choice. Every time Bakugo tried to track Izuku down for one of his sessions, Izuku would simply vanish from perception. The explosive blonde would search the hallways with growing frustration, unable to understand how his former victim kept slipping away. "Where the hell is that useless Deku?" Kachan would snarl, standing less than 2 meters from where Izuku was calmly walking past. Izuku would suppress a smile and continue on his way. Let Kachan rage. It didn't matter anymore. The gym had become his public training ground. Instructor Tanaka had taken a special interest in Izuku after witnessing his rapid improvement. Within 2 months, Izuku had advanced through techniques that normally took years to master. "I don't get it," Tanaka said one day, shaking his head in amazement. "You're quirkless, but you move like someone with an enhanced body quirk. Your reaction time is insane. Your strength-to-weight ratio doesn't make sense. Have you been training somewhere else?" "Just practicing at home," Izuku replied honestly. "I'm very dedicated." Quote, "Dedicated doesn't cover it, kid." Tanaka crossed his arms. "I've taught hundreds of students, including people with physical enhancement quirks, and you're putting them all to shame. You're not even breathing hard after an hour of sparring." Quote, Izuku had learned to hold back significantly during public training. He couldn't reveal his true capabilities, not yet. So he performed at what he estimated was about 30% of his actual ability, which was still enough to impress his instructor. "I just want to be strong enough to protect people," Izuku said simply. Even without a quirk. Quote, Tanaka's expression softened. "You know, when you first told me you wanted to be a hero, I thought you were delusional. But now," he grinned, "I think you might actually pull it off. You've got something special, kid. Something that has nothing to do with quirks." Quote, those words meant more to Izuku than Tanaka could know. Validation from someone who actually understood combat, someone who could see his potential despite his quirkless status, was incredibly valuable. But Izuku knew his gym training was just the tip of the iceberg. His real education happened in the shadows. Late one night, Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking a warehouse district. His enhanced senses had picked up something unusual: raised voices, the sound of conflict, the acrid smell of fear. He'd learned to patrol certain areas of the city after dark, using his abilities to gather information and occasionally intervene. Tonight, he'd stumbled upon what appeared to be a villain transaction. 3 men with obvious physical mutation quirks were intimidating a shopkeeper, demanding protection money. The man was trembling, clutching a briefcase full of cash. Please," the shopkeeper stammered. "This is all I have. My family needs this money." Quote, "Should have thought about that before you opened a shop in our territory," one of the villains growled. He was tall and muscular with rocky skin, some kind of earth-based quirk. "Pay up or we burn your place down. Simple choice." Quote, Izuku watched from the shadows, analyzing the situation. 3 quirk users, all physically imposing, all likely experienced in using their abilities for intimidation and violence. Against a normal person, they'd be overwhelming. Against someone with Toji Fushigiro's abilities, they were insects. But Izuku wasn't ready to reveal himself as a vigilante. Not yet. He needed to be smart about this. He needed to act in a way that wouldn't draw too much attention. He picked up a small piece of debris from the rooftop, a chunk of concrete about the size of a baseball. He calculated the angle, the trajectory, the force required. Then he threw. The concrete piece shot through the air like a bullet, moving so fast it was nearly invisible. It struck the hand of the villain holding the briefcase, causing him to drop it with a yelp of pain. What the hell? The rocky-skinned villain spun around, searching for the source of the attack. Izuku was already moving. He descended from the rooftop in complete silence, dropping 3 stories and landing without making a sound. His presence was completely suppressed. To the villain's senses, he might as well not exist. The shopkeeper took advantage of the distraction to grab his briefcase and run. Good. That made things simpler. Someone's screwing with us, the third villain snarled. He had extra arms, some kind of mutation that gave him 4 limbs instead of 2. Find them. Izuku circled around the villains, moving through the shadows like a phantom. He could hear their elevated heartbeats, smell their confusion and growing fear. They knew they were being watched but couldn't locate the threat. It was psychological warfare at its finest. He picked up a loose chain from the ground, probably fallen from one of the warehouse loading docks. Perfect. In one fluid motion, Izuku whipped the chain forward. It wrapped around the legs of the extra-armed villain, and before the man could react, Izuku yanked hard. The villain went down face first, crashing into the concrete with a grunt of pain. There, the rocky-skinned leader spotted the chain and charged toward where it had come from. But Izuku was already gone, having relocated the moment he'd executed the attack. The remaining standing villain, a thin man with elongated fingers, was starting to panic. This isn't worth it, man. Let's get out of here. Quote, we're not running from some punk with a chain. The leader roared, but Izuku could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The elevated heart rate, the slight tremor. He was afraid. Good. Izuku struck again. He came from behind, moving so fast he was just a blur of motion. He swept the legs out from under the thin villain, then delivered a precise strike to a nerve cluster in the man's neck. The villain collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. Now it was just the leader. The rocky-skinned villain spun around wildly, his quirk activating to cover more of his body in stone armor. Show yourself, coward. Izuku considered his options. He could end this instantly. One well-placed strike to a weak point in the villain's armor would shatter his confidence in his consciousness. But that would require revealing himself, and Izuku wasn't ready for that. Instead, he picked up several more pieces of debris and threw them in rapid succession. Each one struck with pinpoint accuracy, joints, soft tissue, exposed areas. None of the hits were lethal or even seriously injuring, but they were painful and disorienting. The villain stumbled backward, trying to protect himself from the invisible assault. What are you, some kind of ghost? Close enough, Izuku thought with grim amusement. He made his final move. Using the chain again, he whipped it around a support beam and swung forward like a pendulum. At the apex of his swing, he released the chain and delivered a flying kick directly to the villain's chest. The impact was devastating. The rocky armor cracked. The villain flew backward and slammed into a warehouse wall, leaving a dent in the metal siding. He slumped to the ground, groaning. Izuku landed silently and walked over to the semi-conscious villain. He leaned down, still maintaining his presence suppression, and spoke in a low, cold voice, nothing like his normal cheerful tone. This is your only warning. Find a new line of work. Because if I catch you preying on innocent people again, he let the threat hang in the air. You won't see me coming until it's too late. Quote. Then he vanished into the shadows, leaving 3 defeated villains and no evidence of who had stopped them. Later that night, Izuku returned home and immediately opened his hero analysis notebook, number 14 now. But instead of analyzing pro-heroes' quirks, he'd started documenting his own abilities and techniques. He wrote detailed notes about tonight's encounter. What had worked well, the psychological warfare, the hit-and-run tactics, the use of improvised weapons. What he could improve. His chain techniques still needed refinement, and he needed to be even faster to avoid any chance of being spotted. Toji Fushiguro had been an assassin, someone who killed targets efficiently and disappeared. But Izuku Midoriya was going to be a hero. That meant adapting Toji's methods for non-lethal takedowns. It meant protecting people rather than eliminating them. It meant being strong enough to win without becoming a monster. It was a delicate balance, but Izuku was confident he could walk that line. Over the following weeks, Izuku continued his double life. By day, he was the quiet, unnoticed student who trained at the gym. By night, he was the invisible guardian who patrolled the streets and stopped crimes before they escalated. He developed a strict code for his vigilante activities. No killing, ever. Minimize injuries when possible. Only intervene in situations where civilians were in immediate danger. Never reveal his identity. Always disappear before heroes or police arrived. He was a ghost, a rumor, a urban legend. People in certain neighborhoods started whispering about a mysterious protector who struck from the shadows. The local news picked up on a pattern of criminals being found unconscious with no witnesses and no clear indication of how they'd been defeated. One report called him the Phantom of Musudafu. Izuku thought that was a bit dramatic, but he supposed it was better than being called nothing at all. His reputation grew slowly, carefully, under the radar of major heroes and villain organizations. For now, that was exactly how he wanted it. At school, his relationship with Kacchan had evolved into something strange. Bakugo still tried to bully him occasionally, but Izuku's presence suppression made it nearly impossible. The explosive blonde had started to develop a complex about it. He couldn't understand how someone he'd tormented for years could suddenly become so evasive. One day, Kacchan cornered him after class. "Deku, I know you're here somewhere, you bastard. Stop hiding." Izuku was standing literally 3 meters away, leaning against a wall in plain sight. But Bakugo's eyes kept sliding past him, unable to focus. It was almost sad, really. Kacchan had tied so much of his identity to being superior to Izuku that now that Izuku had become genuinely dangerous, Bakugo's mind refused to acknowledge it. It was cognitive dissonance on a psychological level. Izuku waited until Kacchan gave up and stormed off, then quietly left the building. He had more important things to worry about than his former friend's ego. The UA entrance exam was less than a year away now. Izuku knew it would be his biggest challenge yet. UA didn't accept vigilantes or students who operated in moral gray areas. He would need to present himself as a legitimate hero candidate, someone who could work within the system despite being quirkless. That meant he needed to be undeniable. His performance in the entrance exam would have to be so impressive that UA couldn't reject him without looking prejudiced against quirkless individuals. Fortunately, with Toji's abilities, Izuku was confident he could destroy any test they threw at him. He just needed to be patient, to keep training, to keep growing stronger, and when the time came, he would show the world that quirks weren't everything. That the human body, pushed to its absolute limit and beyond, could achieve things that put supernatural abilities to shame. Izuku Midoriya was going to become the greatest hero the world had ever seen. And he was going to do it without a single quirk. As he fell asleep that night, Izuku smiled. For the first time in his life, he felt truly powerful. Truly capable, truly ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The age of the quirkless hero was about to begin. And nothing would stop him. 6 months had passed since Izuku's awakening, and his abilities had grown exponentially. What had started as instinctive muscle memory had evolved into conscious mastery. Every technique Toji Fushiguro had ever learned was now fully accessible to Izuku's mind and body. But there was one aspect of Toji's legacy that Izuku hadn't yet fully explored: the weapons. Toji had been more than just a fighter. He'd been a weapons master of the highest caliber, capable of using virtually anything as a lethal tool. Swords, spears, chains, knives, staffs, firearms. Toji's proficiency with weapons had been supernatural, allowing him to face opponents far above his weight class and emerge victorious. Izuku needed to develop that same mastery. But there was a problem: acquiring weapons in a society where quirks made traditional armaments mostly obsolete was challenging. Gun laws were strict, sword ownership required permits, even carrying a knife could raise suspicions. He would need to be creative. Izuku started with the basics. He purchased wooden bakken from martial arts supply stores, claiming they were for his training at the gym. He collected chains from hardware stores. He bought kitchen knives and practiced with them in the privacy of his room, learning their weight and balance. But what he really needed was a proper training space. His apartment was too small and the walls too thin. He needed somewhere private where he could truly push his limits. After weeks of searching, Izuku found the perfect location: an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Musudafu. The building had been shut down years ago due to economic troubles and had been sitting empty ever since. It was isolated, structurally sound, and most importantly, forgotten. Izuku broke in through a rusted window, not difficult with his enhanced strength and agility. The interior was massive, with high ceilings and plenty of open space. Old machinery sat gathering dust. Support beams crisscrossed overhead. It was perfect. Over the next week, Izuku transformed a section of the factory into his personal training ground. He set up practice targets made from scavenged materials. He hung chains from the support beams for his chain fighting practice. He created obstacle courses to train his mobility. He even installed some basic lighting powered by a portable generator he'd bought with money from tutoring jobs. This was his sanctuary, his secret base, the place where he could train without limits. And train he did. Izuku spent every spare moment at the factory, drilling techniques until they were perfect. He would practice sword forms for hours, his wooden bakken cutting through the air with such speed and precision that it created visible afterimages. Each strike was calculated for maximum efficiency. Each movement flowed seamlessly into defensive or offensive follow-ups. The chain techniques were particularly challenging. Toji had used chains as his signature weapon, employing them with creativity and lethality that bordered on art. Izuku practiced wrapping chains around his body, then unleashing them in whip-like strikes. He learned to use chains to bind opponents, to create defensive barriers, to swing and maneuver in three-dimensional space. One of Toji's most devastating techniques involved using chains to augment his physical strikes. By wrapping a chain around his arm and then punching, the chain would extend the range and impact of the blow, allowing him to hit targets from unexpected angles. Izuku practiced this technique relentlessly, learning to control the exact amount of force and trajectory. He also developed his knife work. Toji had been extraordinarily skilled with bladed weapons, capable of taking down armed opponents with nothing but a simple knife. Izuku practiced knife fighting forms, learning to strike at vital points, to deflect attacks, to throw with pinpoint accuracy. But the most important lesson from Toji's legacy wasn't about any specific weapon, it was about adaptability. Toji could turn anything into a weapon. A pen, a rock, a piece of broken glass, in the right hands, even mundane objects became deadly. Izuku embraced this philosophy completely. He practiced fighting with improvised weapons, learning to assess and utilize whatever was available in his environment. A broken pipe became a staff. A piece of rebar became a spear. A handful of gravel became projectiles. His enhanced physical capabilities made these improvised weapons devastatingly effective. When thrown by someone with Izuku's strength and precision, even a small stone could punch through concrete. A simple wooden stick in his hands could block attacks that would shatter steel. He was becoming truly dangerous. One evening, while practicing his chain techniques, Izuku heard something. His enhanced hearing picked up the sound of footsteps approaching the factory. Multiple people, heavy boots, aggressive conversation, villains. Izuku immediately suppressed his presence and climbed silently into the rafters, looking down at the factory entrance. A group of 5 men entered, all with obvious quirk mutations. They were carrying weapons, crowbars, bats, one even had a knife. "This place is perfect," one of them said. He was tall with lizard-like features. "Nobody comes here, we can use it to store the merchandise until the buyer shows up." Quote, merchandise. Izuku's jaw clenched. These weren't petty thugs, they were involved in something bigger. Trafficking, most likely. "What about that phantom guy?" another villain asked nervously. He was shorter with multiple eyes. "I heard he operates in this area." Quote, "The phantom's just a rumor," the lizard man scoffed. "Some people got jumped by a quirk user who can turn invisible or something." "Big deal. We've got 5 guys and enough firepower to handle one person." Quote, Izuku listened as they discussed their plans. They were using this factory as a temporary storage location for stolen goods. Electronics, jewelry, possibly worse. They'd be back tomorrow night with their merchandise. Quote, this was a problem. They'd discovered his training ground. He couldn't let them establish a presence here, it would compromise his sanctuary and potentially expose his activities. He would have to handle this carefully. Izuku waited until the villains finished their reconnaissance and left. Then he descended from the rafters and began to plan. He had approximately 24 hours to prepare a proper welcome for these criminals. The next night, Izuku arrived at the factory early. He'd spent the day setting up traps and preparing the environment to his advantage. Chains hung strategically from support beams. Debris was positioned to create trip hazards in specific locations. The lighting was adjusted so certain areas were in deep shadow while others were harshly illuminated. He was turning the entire factory into a weapon. Right on schedule, the villains returned. This time there were 7 of them, and they were carrying crates. Izuku watched from his hidden position, his enhanced vision allowing him to see clearly even in the dim light. "Alright, let's make this quick," the lizard man ordered. "Stack the crates in the back corner. We pick them up tomorrow night and make the exchange." Quote, as the villains moved deeper into the factory, Izuku began his work. He started by cutting the power. The portable generator he'd been using shut off, plunging the factory into darkness. The villains immediately tensed. "What the hell?" one of them shouted. "Who turned off the lights?" "Calm down," the lizard man snapped. "Probably just a power failure. Use your quirks for light." Quote. Several of the villains activated their abilities. One produced small flames from his hands. Another had bioluminescent skin that glowed faintly. It provided just enough light for them to see their immediate surroundings, but not enough to spot Izuku moving through the shadows above them. He struck without warning. A chain whipped out from the darkness, wrapping around the ankle of the fire-producing villain. Before the man could react, Izuku yanked hard. The villain flew off his feet and slammed into a support beam with bone-jarring force. He crumpled, unconscious. "We're under attack," someone yelled. "Defensive positions." The remaining 6 villains clustered together, trying to watch all directions at once. But they were looking in the wrong places. Izuku wasn't on ground level, he was moving through the rafters like a predator, completely silent and invisible to their senses. He dropped down behind 2 of the villains and struck with surgical precision. 2 punches to nerve clusters. Both men collapsed before their brains could process what had happened. Then Izuku was gone again, vanishing into the shadows before the others could turn around. "Where is he?" The lizard man's voice had lost its earlier confidence. He sounded scared. "Show yourself, coward." Izuku smiled grimly. Fear was a weapon too. He began a campaign of psychological warfare. He would appear for just a fraction of a second at the edge of their vision, then vanish. He would make sounds, footsteps, chains rattling, breathing, from multiple directions. Disorienting them, he would throw small objects that would strike them and disappear, leaving them paranoid and jumping at shadows. Within 10 minutes, the villains were completely unraveled. They were backing away from each other, unable to trust their own senses, seeing threats in every shadow. "This is insane," one of them shouted. "I'm getting out of here." He made a break for the exit. Izuku intercepted him effortlessly. A leg sweep sent the villain tumbling. A precise strike to the temple ensured he wouldn't get back up. 4 down, 3 to go. The lizard man's quirk activated. His skin became covered in thick scales that looked extremely durable. "I don't know what you are, but you picked the wrong people to mess with." Izuku decided it was time to end this. He'd tested his abilities enough. Now he would show them the difference between criminals and a true predator. He dropped from the rafters directly in front of the lizard man, finally allowing his presence to be felt. For the first time, the villains could see him clearly, a teenage boy in dark clothing with intense green eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. "You're just a kid," the lizard man said in disbelief. "All this from a kid? Age doesn't matter," Izuku said coldly. "Skill does." Quote. The lizard man lunged forward with surprising speed, his scaled fist aimed at Izuku's face. But to Izuku's enhanced perception, the attack might as well have been in slow motion. He sidestepped casually, grabbed the extended arm, and executed a perfect joint lock. The lizard man screamed as his shoulder was forced into an unnatural angle. Izuku swept his legs and drove him face first into the concrete floor. The scales provided some protection, but the impact still rattled the villain's brain. The last 2 villains charged together, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. Foolish. Izuku flowed between their attacks like water, never in the same place twice. A punch whistled past his head. He responded with a palm strike to the attacker's solar plexus that folded the man in half. A kick came from his left. He caught the leg, swept the other, and sent the villain crashing down. In less than 15 seconds, all 7 villains were unconscious or groaning in pain on the factory floor. Izuku stood among them, not even breathing hard. This was the difference between them. They relied on their quirks, on raw power without refinement. He relied on pure skill, honed to a razor's edge. He quickly bound the villains with their own belts and zip ties, then made an anonymous call to the police, giving them the factory's location and details about the stolen merchandise. By the time the authorities arrived, Izuku was long gone. The next day, the news reported on the mysterious capture of a trafficking ring. The criminals claimed they'd been attacked by a demon in the darkness, but had no useful descriptions. The police were baffled, the heroes were intrigued, and Izuku smiled, knowing his legend was growing. But the incident had made him realize something important: he needed better equipment. Wooden swords and hardware store chains were fine for training, but if he was going to operate at a higher level, he needed real weapons. That's when Izuku remembered something from his analysis of the hero industry. There were support item companies that created specialized equipment for heroes. Companies like Detonate and support labs attached to hero schools. But those required hero licenses or special permissions. He couldn't access them legally. However, there was an underground market. A black market where villains and vigilantes acquired support items, weapons, and equipment that wasn't available through legal channels. It was dangerous and morally questionable, but if Izuku wanted to compete at the highest levels, he needed to explore every option. He spent weeks researching, using his nighttime patrols to gather information from the criminal underworld. He listened to conversations, followed suspicious characters, pieced together clues. Eventually, he learned about a broker who operated in the industrial district, someone who could acquire almost anything for the right price. Izuku arranged a meeting through intermediaries, making sure to cover his tracks. He wore a simple mask and hood to conceal his identity and age. He suppressed his presence to seem less threatening. The broker was a middle-aged woman with a calculating gaze and a tech manipulation quirk. She looked Izuku up and down with obvious skepticism. "You're the one who contacted me?" she asked. "You look a bit young for this line of work." Quote, "Age doesn't matter," Izuku replied, keeping his voice neutral. "Can you get what I need or not?" "Depends on what you're asking for," the broker said. "I deal in support items, not weapons of mass destruction." Quote, "I need training weapons," Izuku said. "Specialized chains, durable blades, nothing too flashy. I prefer function over form." Quote, the broker raised an eyebrow. "Training weapons, most of my clients ask for explosives or stealth gear." Quote, "I'm not most clients." Quote, she studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, I can get you what you need. But it won't be cheap." Quote, they negotiated prices. Izuku had been saving money from tutoring and odd jobs, and he had enough for a basic order. The broker promised delivery within 2 weeks. True to her word, the equipment arrived at a drop location exactly on schedule. Izuku retrieved the package and brought it back to his factory base. Inside were 3 items. First, a set of specialized chains made from a lightweight but incredibly strong alloy. They were perfectly balanced for combat use and could support enormous weight. Second, a pair of combat knives with monomolecular edges, sharp enough to cut through most materials with minimal force. Third, a collapsible staff made from carbon fiber that could extend to various lengths. Izuku held the weapons and felt a surge of satisfaction. These were real tools, professional grade. With these, he could take his training to the next level. He spent the following weeks mastering his new equipment. The chains were remarkable, lighter than his previous training chains but far stronger. He could swing them with greater speed and precision. The knives were so sharp they could slice through metal with proper technique. The staff was versatile, functioning as both a defensive tool and a striking weapon. His combat capabilities increased dramatically. He was no longer just a skilled fighter, he was a fully equipped warrior. As the months passed and Izuku continued to grow stronger, he began to think seriously about his future. The UA entrance exam was only months away now. He would need to be at his absolute peak to pass. But more than that, he would need to decide how to present himself. Should he reveal the full extent of his abilities? Or should he hold back, hiding his true potential until he understood the school's culture better? These were complicated questions, but Izuku had time to find the answers. For now, he would continue to train, continue to patrol, continue to save people. The age of the quirkless hero was approaching. And when it arrived, the world would never be the same. 10 months had passed since Izuku's awakening, and he had transformed from a timid, powerless boy into something extraordinary. His body was a weapon honed to perfection. His mind was a tactical instrument capable of analyzing combat scenarios in fractions of a second. His presence in Musudafu's underworld had grown from whispered rumors to genuine fear. The Phantom, they called him. A ghost who struck from nowhere and disappeared just as quickly. Over 50 criminals had been taken down by his hand, and not one could provide a useful description. He was a myth made real. But Izuku knew myths weren't enough. To get into UA, to become a legitimate hero, he needed more than a vigilante reputation. He needed something that would force the hero establishment to acknowledge his capabilities. He needed a moment that would change everything. That moment came on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Izuku was walking home from school, his presence partially suppressed out of habit. The spring air was warm, and the streets of Musudafu were crowded with people going about their daily lives. He was analyzing potential training exercises in his mind when his enhanced senses picked up something unusual. An explosion, not far away, maybe 3 blocks, then screaming. Izuku's body tensed immediately, his senses sharpened, focusing on the direction of the disturbance. He could smell smoke, hear panicking civilians, feel the subtle vibrations in the ground from something large moving. A villain attack. Without hesitation, Izuku suppressed his presence completely and took off running. His speed was incredible. He covered the 3 blocks in less than 30 seconds, moving so fast that civilians saw only a blur of motion. When he arrived at the scene, he understood immediately why people were screaming. A massive sludge villain had emerged from the sewers and was rampaging through the shopping district. The creature was huge, easily 4 meters tall and composed entirely of liquid biomass that could change shape at will. It was grabbing at civilians with pseudopods, laughing maniacally. Finally free, the sludge villain roared, "That damn hero thought he could contain me in bottles. I'll show him, I'll show all of them." Pro heroes were already responding. Kamui Woods was trying to bind the villain with his branches, but the sludge simply oozed through the gaps. Mount. Lady couldn't use her size-changing quirk in the crowded street without causing collateral damage. Death Arms was trying to physically restrain the creature, but his hands just sank into the liquid mass. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The sludge villain was adapting to their tactics, learning to avoid their attacks. Worse, civilians were still in the danger zone, too panicked or too slow to evacuate properly. Izuku assessed the situation with cold calculation. The villain was composed of liquid biomass, which meant conventional physical attacks would be ineffective. The heroes were approaching the problem incorrectly. They were trying to restrain or damage something that couldn't be restrained or damaged through normal means. But Toji's knowledge provided an answer. This type of enemy required a different approach. You didn't fight liquid by punching it, you fought it by containing it, dispersing it, or removing its ability to maintain cohesion. Izuku noticed several things the heroes had missed. First, the villain was maintaining its form through some kind of core, probably located in the center of its mass. Second, it was vulnerable to being dispersed if hit with sufficient force from multiple angles simultaneously. Third, there were several storm drains nearby that could be used to flush the villain back into the sewer system. He had a plan. Moving with supernatural stealth, Izuku positioned himself on a nearby rooftop. He pulled out the specialized chains from inside his jacket. He'd started carrying them everywhere after acquiring them from the broker. From his vantage point, he could see the entire battlefield. The sludge villain was focused entirely on the heroes, which meant it wouldn't see him coming. Izuku waited for the perfect moment. Kamui Woods had just attempted another binding attack, forcing the villain to consolidate its mass to break free. That momentary consolidation created an opening. Izuku struck. He leapt from the rooftop, moving so fast he was nearly invisible. His chains whipped forward with incredible force, wrapping around what he'd identified as the villain's core. The creature barely had time to react before Izuku yanked hard, pulling the core away from the main mass. "What the?" the sludge villain started to say, but Izuku was already executing the next phase of his plan. He spun in midair, using the momentum to swing the core-containing portion of the villain like a wrecking ball. The chains extended and he released at the perfect angle, sending the villain's core flying toward one of the large storm drains. The separated core section splashed into the drain and disappeared into the sewer system. The remaining sludge mass, now without its organizing intelligence, collapsed into an inert puddle. The entire sequence took less than 5 seconds. Izuku landed silently in an alley, immediately suppressing his presence again. The heroes and civilians were still processing what had happened. One moment the villain had been rampaging, the next it was neutralized. "Did anyone see what happened?" Kamui Woods asked, looking around in confusion. "Something hit it," Death Arms said, examining the inert sludge. "Hit it hard and fast. Separated the core from the body. Professional work." Quote, Mount. Lady was scanning the rooftops. "Was it another hero? I didn't see anyone." Quote, "The Phantom," someone in the crowd whispered. "It had to be the Phantom." Quote, the name spread through the gathering civilians like wildfire. The mysterious vigilante who'd been operating in Musudafu had just taken down a villain that 3 professional heroes couldn't handle. The implications were staggering. Izuku watched from the shadows, analyzing the results. His intervention had been successful. The villain was neutralized, no civilians were harmed, and the heroes' reputations remained intact since most people didn't realize they'd been failing. But he'd also revealed more of his capabilities than intended. The use of chains and the tactical precision would give the heroes more information about his methods. He needed to be more careful. As he prepared to leave, his enhanced hearing picked up something that made him freeze. Help! Someone help! There's a kid trapped under the rubble. Izuku's head snapped toward the sound. During the sludge villain's rampage, part of a building had collapsed. A child was trapped beneath the debris, and the heroes were too focused on securing the villain's remains to notice. Without thinking, Izuku moved. He crossed the distance in seconds, his enhanced strength allowing him to lift concrete slabs that would require machinery to move. Within 30 seconds, he'd cleared enough rubble to reveal a young girl, maybe 6 years old, crying and clutching a stuffed animal. "It's okay," Izuku said softly, allowing her to perceive his presence. "You're safe now." Quote. He gently lifted her out of the rubble just as her mother came running, screaming her daughter's name. The reunion was emotional, and Izuku felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his physical abilities. This was why he trained. Why he fought, not for glory or recognition, but for moments like this. For the ability to save people who needed help. "Thank you," the mother sobbed, clutching her daughter. "Thank you so much. Who are you?" But Izuku had already vanished, his presence suppressed once more. He didn't need thanks. He just needed to know he'd made a difference. Later that evening, the news was filled with reports about the incident. The sludge villain's defeat was attributed to unknown circumstances, though speculation about the Phantom's involvement was rampant. More importantly, footage from someone's phone had captured a blurry image of Izuku rescuing the trapped girl. The video went viral within hours. People were calling him a hero. Some were calling him a vigilante who should be arrested. Others were demanding to know why UA hadn't recruited someone with such obvious capabilities. Izuku watched the news with mixed feelings. On one hand, increased attention was dangerous. On the other hand, this kind of publicity might actually help his UA application. If the school couldn't ignore public pressure, they might be more willing to accept a quirkless candidate who'd proven himself capable. His phone buzzed. A message from his mother. "Izuku, did you see the news? That vigilante saved a little girl. I wish more heroes were like that. Stay safe coming home, okay? Love you." Quote. Izuku smiled. If only she knew. Over the following days, the incident's impact became clear. The Hero Public Safety Commission released a statement condemning vigilante activity, but the public response was overwhelmingly positive toward the Phantom. Online forums were filled with debates about whether someone who saved lives should be punished just for not having a license. Several pro-heroes made statements. Endeavor called vigilantes dangerous amateurs. Best Jeanist said, "While the intentions may be good, operating outside the law sets a dangerous precedent." But some younger heroes were more supportive, suggesting that the hero system should be more flexible. Most interestingly, All Might himself was asked about the situation during a press conference. "What do I think about the Phantom?" All Might repeated the reporter's question with his trademark smile. "I think anyone who saves lives with such dedication deserves respect." However, his expression became more serious. "I also believe that true heroes work within the system to inspire others. I hope this individual will consider pursuing official hero certification. The world needs more people willing to help others." Quote. Izuku watched that press conference 3 times, analyzing every word. All Might's message was clear. He respected the Phantom's actions but wanted him to become a legitimate hero. It was practically an invitation. But there was a problem. The UA entrance exam was still months away. Izuku couldn't just walk up to a hero agency and apply. He was still 15, and most agencies wouldn't even consider someone without a quirk. He needed to be patient. To continue building his reputation and capabilities until the entrance exam. Then he would prove beyond any doubt that he deserved a place among heroes. His training intensified. Every night, Izuku pushed himself harder at the factory. His chain techniques became works of art, allowing him to bind, strike, and maneuver with breathtaking precision. His knife work reached the point where he could deflect projectiles out of the air. His hand-to-hand combat skills surpassed anything he'd seen from professional heroes. But he also focused on heroic skills that went beyond combat. He studied rescue techniques, learning how to extract people from dangerous situations efficiently. He memorized first aid procedures. He analyzed villain psychology to understand how to de-escalate situations without violence when possible. Toji Fushiguro had been an assassin, but Izuku Midoriya was becoming something more. He was becoming the perfect hero, one who combined lethal capability with genuine compassion, one who could fight like a demon but chose to save like an angel. 2 weeks after the sludge villain incident, Izuku encountered something that would test his heroic resolve. He was patrolling one of the rougher districts when his senses detected an unusual situation. A group of people were being held in an abandoned warehouse. Not criminals, innocent people. Hostages. Izuku approached carefully, using his presence suppression to get close without being detected. What he found made his blood run cold. A villain with a mind control quirk had kidnapped a dozen people and was holding them for ransom. The villain was unstable, paranoid, and heavily armed. Police were surrounding the building but couldn't risk a raid. The villain had threatened to kill the hostages if anyone approached. This was exactly the kind of situation that showed the limitations of the hero system. Heroes had to follow protocols, wait for specialists, avoid collateral damage. By the time they assembled the right team and formulated a plan, the hostages could be dead. But Izuku didn't have those limitations. He studied the warehouse layout from outside, his enhanced senses mapping the interior through sound and air currents. The villain was in the center room with the hostages. 2 armed accomplices guarded the exits. The mind control quirk had a range of about 10 meters and required eye contact to activate. Simple enough. Izuku entered through a skylight, moving in complete silence. His first targets were the guards. He dropped behind the first one and delivered a precise strike to a nerve cluster. The guard collapsed without making a sound. The second guard turned at the movement, but Izuku was already there. Another strike, another unconscious body. Now for the main threat. Izuku positioned himself directly above the villain's room, looking down through gaps in the ceiling. The villain was pacing nervously, his eyes darting between the hostages. The hostages themselves were terrified but unharmed so far. Izuku's chains uncoiled silently. He calculated angles, trajectories, timing. This needed to be perfect. One mistake and the hostages could be hurt. He struck. The chains shot down through the ceiling gaps like striking serpents. They wrapped around the villain's arms and legs simultaneously, binding him completely before he could react. Izuku dropped down immediately after, landing between the villain and the hostages. "Don't look at him," Izuku commanded the hostages, his voice cold and authoritative. "Keep your eyes down." Quote. The villain struggled against the chains, trying to make eye contact with Izuku to activate his quirk. But Izuku wasn't looking at his eyes, he was watching the man's body language, reading his intentions through stance and movement. Eye contact wasn't necessary when you could predict someone's actions perfectly. You're the Phantom," the villain gasped. "They said you were just a rumor." Quote. "Rumors can be dangerous," Izuku replied. He tightened the chains, ensuring the villain couldn't escape. "The police will be here soon. Your hostage-taking days are over." Quote. He'd already called in an anonymous tip before entering the warehouse. Within minutes, he heard sirens approaching. Izuku turned to the hostages. "You're safe now. The exits are clear. Go to the police outside and tell them what happened here." Quote. As the grateful hostages fled, Izuku prepared to disappear. But the villain spoke again, his voice desperate. "Wait, how did you do that? You're quirkless, aren't you? I can tell. I can sense quirk energy, and you don't have any. How is someone without a quirk this strong?" Izuku paused at the skylight. He looked back at the bound villain and spoke words that carried absolute conviction. "A quirk is just one form of power. But dedication, skill, and will, those are universal. I don't need a quirk to be strong. I just need to be better than everyone else." Quote. Then he was gone, vanishing into the night as police stormed the warehouse. The hostage rescue made national news. The Phantom's reputation soared to new heights. People were calling him a true hero. Others were debating whether the Hero Public Safety Commission needed to reform its licensing process. And in a private office at UA High School, Principal Nezu watched footage of the incident with keen interest. "Fascinating," the Chimera said, his paws pressed together. "A quirkless individual operating at a level that rivals professional heroes. Exceptional combat skills, strategic thinking, genuine heroic instincts." He turned to his staff. "We need to identify this person before the entrance exam. They would be a fascinating addition to UA." Quote. "Sir, we have protocols against vigilantes," one teacher objected. "Protocols exist to maintain order," Nezu replied. "But they shouldn't prevent us from recognizing exceptional talent. This Phantom has broken no serious laws. He's saved lives. And more importantly, Nezu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He represents something that hero society desperately needs. Proof that quirks aren't the only path to greatness. Quote, across the city, unaware of the principal's interest, Izuku continued his preparations. The entrance exam was approaching rapidly. His training was nearly complete. His body and skills were at their peak. Soon, the world would learn that Izuku Midoriya and the Phantom were one and the same. And when that day came, the very definition of what it meant to be a hero would begin to change. The entrance exam was now only 2 months away, and Izuku had reached a level of capability that would have seemed impossible a year ago. His body was a perfectly tuned instrument of combat. His senses could detect threats from hundreds of meters away. His skills with weapons and hand-to-hand combat surpassed most professional heroes. But there was one thing that still bothered him: he'd never actually met a top-tier hero face-to-face. All his combat experience came from fighting low to mid-level villains and training alone. He had no idea how he'd measure up against someone truly powerful. That was about to change. It started on an ordinary Saturday afternoon. Izuku was returning from the factory, his backpack filled with his training equipment, when his enhanced hearing picked up something unusual. An explosion in the distance. Then screaming. Then the distinctive sound of All Might's voice booming across the city. Have no fear, for I am here. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. All Might, the symbol of peace himself, was engaged in combat somewhere in the commercial district. Every instinct told Izuku to go observe, to analyze, to learn from watching the world's greatest hero in action. He took off running, moving at speeds that would have seemed superhuman to observers, which is why he made sure no one was observing. Within minutes, he'd reached the scene of the battle. What he found was chaos. A massive villain with a gigantification quirk was rampaging through the streets, easily 12 meters tall and still growing. All Might was fighting him, trading blows that shook the ground and shattered windows. But something was wrong. Izuku's analytical mind immediately recognized the discrepancy. All Might's movements were slightly slower than they should be. His punches, while still devastating, lacked their usual overwhelming force. And there was something in his posture, a subtle tension, that suggested pain or exhaustion. The symbol of peace was weakened somehow. The battle concluded quickly despite All Might's condition. The hero delivered a signature Detroit smash that sent the villain flying into unconsciousness. The crowd erupted in cheers. Cameras flashed. People chanted All Might's name. But Izuku noticed something no one else did. After the cameras stopped rolling and the crowd began to disperse, All Might ducked into a nearby alley. And moments later, there was a strange popping sound followed by steam. Izuku's curiosity overrode his caution. He suppressed his presence completely and followed, moving silently along the rooftops to get a better view of the alley. What he saw shocked him to his core. The massive, muscular form of All Might had deflated like a balloon, revealing a skeletal, gaunt man who looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Blood dripped from his mouth as he coughed violently into his hand. Damn it, the thin man wheezed. That took too much time. I'm down to my limit. Quote, Izuku's mind raced. All Might had a secret. The world's strongest hero, the symbol of peace, was actually gravely injured or ill. The muscular form was some kind of transformation that he could only maintain for limited periods. This was information that could change everything. If villains knew All Might was weakened, they'd become bolder. Society's sense of security would crumble. It was a secret that needed to be protected at all costs. Izuku was about to leave, to pretend he'd never seen anything, when his enhanced hearing picked up another sound. Footsteps. Multiple people approaching the alley from both ends. Their heartbeats were elevated. Their breathing patterns suggested aggression. Villains. They'd noticed All Might entering the alley and were moving to ambush him. Izuku's jaw clenched. He had a split-second decision to make. Reveal himself to help All Might, or stay hidden and hope the hero could defend himself despite his weakened state. But there was no real choice. All Might was too important to risk. If something happened to the symbol of peace, society would descend into chaos. 5 villains entered the alley from both ends, trapping the weakened All Might between them. They were street-level criminals, not particularly powerful, but dangerous enough when their target was injured. Well, one of them sneered. Looks like All Might's got a secret. Boss is gonna pay big for this information. Quote, forget the information, another villain said, pulling out a knife. Think of the reputation we'd get for taking down the symbol of peace. Quote, All Might tried to activate his transformation, but his body wouldn't respond. He'd pushed too far. He was defenseless. I wouldn't recommend that, a cold voice said from above. The villains spun around, searching for the source of the voice. Izuku dropped down between them and All Might, his presence suppression deactivated so they could perceive the threat he represented. The Phantom, one villain gasped. What's he doing here? Protecting someone who doesn't deserve to be ambushed by cowards, Izuku replied. His chains uncoiled from his arms, the metal links clinking ominously. Leave now, and I won't hurt you. Stay, and I'll make sure you regret it. Quote. The villains exchanged glances. They outnumbered Izuku 5-1, but the Phantom's reputation was well known. Still, the temptation of taking down All Might was too great. Get him, the knife wielder shouted. They rushed forward as a group. Big mistake. Izuku moved like liquid lightning. His chains whipped out, wrapping around the legs of two villains and yanking them off their feet. In the same motion, he spun and delivered a devastating kick to a third villain's solar plexus, folding the man in half. The knife wielder lunged at Izuku's back. Without turning around, Izuku bent backward at an impossible angle, the knife whistled harmlessly over his torso. He then snapped upright and delivered an elbow strike to the villain's jaw that sent teeth flying. The last villain, seeing his companions defeated in seconds, tried to run. Izuku's chain shot out like a striking snake, wrapping around the fleeing villain's ankle and dragging him back. One precise strike to a nerve cluster and the villain crumpled. The entire fight lasted less than 15 seconds. Izuku turned to face All Might, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Up close, the hero looked even worse. His eyes were sunken, his skin was pale, and there was a massive scar visible on his side. You're the Phantom, All Might said in his true voice, weak and rasping, nothing like his heroic boom. You saved me. Quote. You're All Might, Izuku replied. Of course I saved you. He paused, then added, your secret is safe with me. I won't tell anyone what I saw. Quote. All Might studied the masked teenager before him. Why? This information could be valuable. Why protect me? Because the world needs All Might, Izuku said simply. The symbol of peace can't fall. Not yet, not like this. He glanced at the unconscious villains. I'll make sure these people don't remember anything useful. You should leave before more people arrive. Quote. All Might coughed, blood speckling his hand again. Wait, I need to know, who are you? Really? Izuku hesitated. This was a moment of truth. He could maintain his anonymity, or he could trust the world's greatest hero with his identity. He made his decision. Slowly, Izuku pulled down his hood and removed his simple mask, revealing his young face and distinctive green hair. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm 15 years old, and I'm quirkless. Quote. All Might's eyes widened in shock. Quirkless, but the things you just did, the speed, the strength, the skill. Quote. I don't have a quirk, Izuku confirmed. But I have something else. A condition called heavenly restriction. All the potential energy that would have gone into developing a quirk instead enhanced my physical capabilities beyond normal human limits. It wasn't entirely accurate, but it was close enough to the truth. Incredible, All Might breathed. I've never heard of such a thing. And you've been using these abilities to save people. As a vigilante, I want to be a hero, Izuku said earnestly. A real, licensed hero. I'm planning to take the UA entrance exam in 2 months. But I couldn't just sit around and do nothing while people needed help. So yes, I've been operating as a vigilante. He met All Might's gaze. I know it's against the law, but I couldn't stand by and watch people suffer when I had the power to help. Quote. All Might was quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled, a genuine expression despite his skeletal appearance. You have the spirit of a true hero, young Midoriya, he said. The desire to help others even at personal cost. The strength to protect the weak. The courage to stand against evil. He coughed again, then straightened as much as his damaged body would allow. I want to tell you something. Something very few people know. Quote. Over the next 20 minutes, All Might revealed his secret. The injury from his battle with All for One 5 years ago. The loss of his stomach and respiratory function. His time limit on maintaining his heroic form, which had decreased from 3 hours to barely 45 minutes. The truth about One for All, the quirk that could be passed down from user to user, accumulating power with each generation. Izuku listened with rapt attention, his analytical mind processing every detail. This explained so much. All Might's occasional absence from the hero scene. The rumors about his declining power. Everything. Why are you telling me this? Izuku asked when All Might finished. Because you saved my life, All Might replied. And because I see something in you. Something I haven't seen in a long time. He paused, then asked, young Midoriya, would you accept one for all? Would you become my successor? Izuku's breath caught in his throat. One for all, the quirk that made All Might the strongest hero in the world. He was being offered power beyond imagination. But after a moment of consideration, Izuku shook his head. I'm honored, he said quietly. Truly, but I can't accept it. Quote, All Might blinked in surprise. Why not? With one for all, you could become even stronger than you already are. Quote, that's exactly why I can't accept, Izuku explained. My body's capabilities come from having zero quirk factor. Zero interference with my natural physical potential. If I inherited one for all, I'd gain incredible power, but I'd lose what makes me unique. He clenched his fist. I want to prove that someone without a quirk can be a great hero. I want to show the world that quirks aren't everything. If I accept one for all, I'd be admitting that I was wrong. Quote, All Might stared at him for a long moment, then began to laugh, a genuine, delighted sound despite his weakened state. Remarkable, he said, you're turning down power that millions would kill for because you have principles. Because you want to prove something important. His expression became serious. All right, young Midoriya, I'll respect your decision, but I want to help you in another way. Quote, how? Izuku asked. Training, All Might replied. You're strong, skilled, and intelligent. But you lack experience fighting truly powerful opponents. You've never faced someone operating at the highest levels of hero work. He grinned. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to train you personally. I'll teach you everything I know about being a hero, strategy, tactics, public relations, everything. By the time you take the UA entrance exam, you'll be ready to show them what you're capable of. Quote, Izuku felt his heart swell with emotion. All Might, his idol, the greatest hero in the world, was offering to train him personally. This was beyond anything he'd dreamed. Thank you, Izuku said, his voice thick with feeling. I won't let you down. Quote, I know you won't, All Might said. He transformed briefly into his muscular form, the change accompanied by steam and visible strain, and placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. You have what it takes to be a great hero, my boy. Quirk or no quirk, I'm going to help you prove it to the world. Quote, the training began the next day at Dagoba Beach, the same location where All Might had planned to train a potential successor for One for All. The beach was filled with trash and debris, a testament to illegal dumping. Your physical capabilities are already extraordinary, All Might said in his true form. But a hero's job isn't just fighting. It's about serving the community. We'll start by cleaning this beach, it'll be good strength training and help the neighborhood. Quote, over the following weeks, Izuku worked alongside All Might to clear the beach. Refrigerators, cars, industrial equipment, everything was hauled away and properly disposed of. Izuku's already impressive strength grew even greater from the constant heavy lifting. But the physical training was just one aspect. All Might taught Izuku about hero work from every angle. A hero's greatest weapon isn't their quirk or their muscles, All Might explained. One day, it's their judgment, knowing when to fight and when to evacuate civilians, when to pursue a villain and when to let them go to save lives. These decisions define what kind of hero you'll be. Quote, they studied famous battles together, analyzing the strategies employed by top heroes. All Might shared stories from his own career, explaining the reasoning behind decisions that had seemed instinctive to observers. When I fought the toxic chainsaw villain in Osaka, everyone thought I'd just rushed in and punched him. But I'd actually analyzed his quirk's activation sequence, calculated the optimal angle of attack to minimize collateral damage, and positioned myself to shield civilians from debris. Every action was deliberate. Quote, Izuku absorbed everything like a sponge. His analytical mind, combined with Toji's combat instincts, made him an ideal student. He began to understand that being a hero was about more than just strength, it was about intelligence, compassion, and unwavering determination. All Might also helped Izuku refine his combat techniques. Despite his weakened state, the symbol of peace had decades of experience and could identify inefficiencies in Izuku's fighting style. Your chain work is excellent, but you're telegraphing your strikes by tensing your shoulders beforehand, All Might observed during a sparring session. Eliminate that tension and your attacks will be even more unpredictable. Quote, Izuku adjusted his technique, and the results were immediately noticeable. His already formidable chain attacks became nearly impossible to predict or counter. They also discussed the vigilante issue. All Might made his position clear. I understand why you did it, he said. But once you're accepted into UA, the vigilante work needs to stop. You'll be representing the school in the hero profession. Operating outside the law would undermine everything we're trying to teach you. Quote, I understand, Izuku agreed. Once I'm officially training to become a hero, the Phantom will retire. Quote, good, All Might said. Then he smiled. Though I suspect the Phantom's legend will live on long after you're a pro hero. Quote, as the weeks passed, Izuku's respect and admiration for All Might grew even deeper. Behind the public persona of the invincible symbol of peace was a man who worked harder than anyone, who pushed through constant pain to protect people, who genuinely cared about making the world better. Why do you do it? Izuku asked one day during a break. You're in constant pain. Your time is limited. Why not retire and live peacefully? All Might looked out at the ocean, his expression contemplative. Because people need symbols, he said quietly. They need something to believe in. Something that represents hope and safety. He turned to Izuku. That's what it means to be the symbol of peace. Not just saving people, inspiring them to be better. To believe that good will triumph over evil. Quote, he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. One day, when I can no longer carry this burden, someone else will need to become that symbol. Maybe not you, since you refused one for all, but someone. The world will always need heroes who can bear that weight. Quote, Izuku understood. All Might wasn't just teaching him to fight or strategize. He was teaching him about the responsibility that came with great power. About the sacrifices required to be a true hero. 6 weeks into their training, All Might declared that Izuku was ready. You've grown tremendously, the hero said. Your combat skills are at a professional level. Your strategic thinking is exceptional. Your determination is absolute. He grinned. The UA entrance exam should be no problem for you. Quote, thank you, Izuku said sincerely. For everything. I wouldn't be here without your guidance. Quote, nonsense, All Might replied. You had everything you needed inside you already. I just helped you polish it. He became serious. Remember, young Midoriya, the entrance exam will test more than just your combat ability. UA wants to see your character. Your heroic spirit. Show them who you really are, and they won't be able to refuse you. Quote, as Izuku prepared to leave, All Might called out one more time. Young Midoriya, one last thing. Quote, Izuku turned back. All Might held up a phone. After you pass the entrance exam, and you will pass, give me a call. I'll be teaching at UA this year. He winked. I look forward to seeing you in class. Quote, Izuku felt tears prick his eyes. All Might believed in him. The symbol of peace himself had invested time and energy into helping a quirkless kid achieve his dreams. He wouldn't fail. He couldn't. Too many people were counting on him now. The entrance exam was 1 week away. And Izuku Midoriya was ready to change the world. The day of the UA entrance exam arrived with clear skies and nervous energy crackling through the air. Thousands of applicants from across Japan had gathered at the prestigious Hero Academy, all hoping to secure one of the limited spots in the hero course. The competition would be fierce. Izuku stood among the crowd, his presence partially suppressed out of habit. He wore simple athletic clothing and carried nothing but a small bag with water and some energy bars. He didn't need weapons or equipment for this, his body was weapon enough. Around him, students were showing off their quirks, trying to intimidate the competition or build confidence. Fire users created small flames. Strength enhancers flexed their muscles. Transformation types shifted between forms. It was a circus of supernatural abilities. And then there was Izuku. Quirkless, ordinary looking, completely unremarkable to casual observation. Several students noticed him and smirked. He could hear their whispered comments with his enhanced hearing. That guy looks plain. Bet he's got some weak quirk. Quote, he's probably here to make the rest of us look good. Quote, I give him 5 minutes before he's eliminated. Quote, Izuku ignored them. Their opinions didn't matter. Only his performance did. The written exam came first. Izuku entered the massive testing hall along with hundreds of other applicants and took his assigned seat. The exam covered hero law, ethics, general education, and situational analysis. It was comprehensive and challenging. For Izuku, it was almost disappointingly easy. His analytical mind tore through the questions with mechanical efficiency. Hero law questions that required memorization. He'd studied extensively. Ethical dilemmas requiring moral reasoning. His experience as a vigilante had prepared him for complex decision-making. Situational analysis requiring tactical thinking. That was his specialty. He finished the exam in 40 minutes, half the allotted time, and spent the remaining period reviewing his answers. Everything was perfect. The written portion would not be his obstacle. After the written exam concluded, all applicants were directed to Orientation Hall for the practical exam briefing. Izuku found himself sitting next to a nervous-looking boy with purple hair who kept muttering to himself. The presentation began with Present Mike taking the stage, his voice amplified to painful levels. "Welcome to today's live performance, everybody." The voice hero shouted. "Can I get a yeah?" Silence filled the auditorium. No one responded. Present Mike seemed undeterred. "Tough crowd. All right, let me explain the practical exam. You'll be facing mock villains in simulated urban environments. There are 3 types of faux villains, each worth different points. 1-pointers are easy, 2-pointers are moderate, 3-pointers are challenging. You'll have 10 minutes to accumulate as many points as possible. Use your quirks to destroy the robots and rack up your score." A massive screen displayed the 3 robot types. Izuku analyzed each one immediately. The 1-pointer was small and fast but lightly armored. The 2-pointer was larger with moderate armor and multiple attack vectors. The 3-pointer was heavily armored with significant offensive capabilities. "Any questions?" Present Mike asked. A tall student with glasses, Izuku recognized him as Tenya Iida from the wealthy hero family, stood up and pointed accusingly. "Excuse me, your presentation materials show 4 types of robots, but you only explain 3. If this is an error in official UA materials, it's unacceptable." Additionally, Iida turned and pointed directly at Izuku. "That student has been muttering throughout your presentation. It's distracting and disrespectful." Izuku blinked. He hadn't realized he'd been muttering, a habit from his analysis work. He kept his expression neutral, refusing to be embarrassed. Present Mike grinned. "Great observation, examinee number 7111. The 4th robot is worth 0 points. It's an obstacle you should avoid. Think of it as a gimmick that'll rampage around knocking down points." Iida sat down, looking satisfied. Izuku filed away the information. A 0-pointer that was meant to be avoided. But why include it if it served no purpose? There had to be a hidden element to the test. The applicants were divided into groups and assigned to different testing zones. Izuku was assigned to Battle Center B. Interestingly, none of the students he'd seen from his area were in his group. UA clearly wanted to prevent students from cooperating with familiar faces. As the groups were led to their respective battle centers, Izuku overheard students discussing strategy. "I'm going straight for the 3-pointers, one confident student said. "With my explosion quirk, I can take them down easily." Quote, "I'll focus on quantity over quality," another replied. "Lots of 1-pointers add up fast." Quote, Izuku had his own strategy. He would target the 3-pointers primarily. They offered the best point-to-effort ratio. His enhanced strength and speed meant he could destroy them as easily as the smaller robots. Efficiency was key. The groups arrived at their respective battle centers, massive urban environments that looked like actual city blocks. Buildings, streets, obstacles, everything designed to simulate real rescue and combat scenarios. Present Mike's voice boomed over loudspeakers. "All right, examinees, take your positions at the starting line. The exam will begin in 3, 2, everyone tensed, preparing to rush forward the moment the countdown finished. Go." But Present Mike never said, 1. The exam had started without warning. Most students froze in confusion. But Izuku had been expecting this. Real villains didn't wait for countdowns. Real emergencies happened without warning. UA was testing their reaction time and ability to adapt. He exploded forward, moving at a speed that left other students gaping. Within seconds, he'd covered 100 meters and encountered his first robot, a 3-pointer. The robot's sensors locked onto him. Its arms transformed into weapons. It fired a barrage of rubber bullets designed to disable without seriously injuring. Izuku didn't slow down. He weaved between the projectiles with preternatural grace, his enhanced perception making them seem slow. In one fluid motion, he leapt forward, wound up, and delivered a devastating punch to the robot's core. The impact was explosive. Metal crumpled, circuits sparked. The 3-pointer collapsed into a heap of destroyed machinery. 3 points. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Other students were starting to move now, but Izuku had a significant head start. He sprinted deeper into the battle center, his enhanced senses mapping the environment. He could hear robots moving blocks away, could smell the ozone from their electrical systems, could track their locations with perfect accuracy. A group of one-pointers rounded a corner. 6 of them, moving in formation. Students would need to destroy them one at a time, accumulating 6 points over multiple engagements. Izuku destroyed all 6 in 3 seconds. He moved like a hurricane through the battle center. 1-pointers fell to single strikes. 2-pointers were eliminated with precise attacks to their vulnerable joints. 3-pointers, which other students struggled against, were demolished with calculated brutality. His efficiency was superhuman. While other examinees might spend 30 seconds to a minute fighting a 3-pointer, Izuku destroyed them in under 5 seconds each. He didn't waste movement, didn't expend unnecessary energy. Every action served a purpose. By the 5-minute mark, he'd accumulated 47 points. Other top performers might have 15 or 20. But Izuku wasn't satisfied. He could do better. He pushed himself harder, moving even faster. His chains came out, allowing him to destroy multiple robots simultaneously. He'd wrap the chains around one robot while punching another, then use the bound robot as a weapon to smash a third. Students who witnessed his performance were stunned. Some stopped their own fights to stare. Who was this person who moved like a professional hero? What kind of quirk allowed for such overwhelming combat ability? At the 7-minute mark, Present Mike's voice boomed across the battle center. Attention examinees. Halfway through the exam, keep racking up those points. Izuku had 68 points now. He was dominating the exam in a way that would make him the highest scorer by a massive margin. But he still felt like he could do more. That's when he heard it. A scream of terror from several blocks away. His enhanced hearing isolated the sound immediately. A female voice. Young. Frightened. She was calling for help. Izuku's heroic instincts overrode his competitive drive. He abandoned his point hunting and sprinted toward the scream, moving across rooftops to cover distance faster. What he found made his blood run cold. The 0-pointer had activated. It was massive, easily 20 meters tall, a robot designed to look like a villain from Nightmare. Its footsteps shook the ground. Its presence was overwhelming, and trapped beneath fallen debris in its path was a girl with brown hair and a terrified expression. She'd been using some kind of zero-gravity quirk on robots when the 0-pointer's emergence had caused a building facade to collapse. Now she was pinned, unable to move, with the massive robot bearing down on her. Other students were running away from the 0-pointer, which was the smart tactical decision. Fighting something worth 0 points was a waste of time. Risking injury for no gain was foolish. But Izuku didn't see a 0-pointer. He saw a person in danger. He saw someone who needed a hero. Without hesitation, Izuku changed direction and sprinted directly toward the 0-pointer. Students who saw him thought he'd lost his mind. What is that idiot doing? He's going to get crushed. Someone stop him. But Izuku wasn't stopping. He was accelerating. The 0-pointer's sensors detected him and began to turn, its massive arms, preparing to swat him away. But Izuku was faster. He leapt onto a pile of debris, used it as a springboard, and launched himself into the air. He soared upward, reaching a height of over 30 meters. For a moment, he was level with the 0-pointer's head. Its single glowing eye focused on him. Izuku pulled his fist back. Every muscle in his body tensed. He channeled every ounce of his enhanced strength into a single strike. And he punched the 0-pointer's face with enough force to create a shockwave. The impact was catastrophic. Metal shrieked. The robot's head caved in completely. Sparks exploded from destroyed circuitry. The massive machine teetered backward, its balance destroyed. Then it began to fall. Izuku kicked off the falling robot, somersaulting through the air and landing next to the trapped girl. He quickly assessed her situation. The debris pinning her wasn't too heavy, he could move it. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "You're safe now." Quote. He grabbed the concrete slab and lifted. His enhanced strength made it seem effortless. The girl scrambled free, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you," she sobbed. "Thank you so much." Quote. Behind them, the 0-pointer crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The entire battle center shook from the impact. For several seconds, there was complete silence. Every examinee, every monitoring teacher, every camera operator was staring at what had just happened. A student had just destroyed the 0-pointer. The obstacle that was supposed to be avoided. The gimmick meant to create panic and test how examinees responded to overwhelming force. One student had faced it head-on and won. Present Mike's voice crackled over the speakers, uncharacteristically subdued. Exam over. All examinees please proceed to Recovery Girl for medical evaluation. Quote, in the observation room, Principal Nezu watched the replay of Izuku's punch with gleaming eyes. Magnificent, the Chimera said. Absolutely magnificent. He didn't hesitate, didn't calculate point values, just saw someone in danger and acted. He turned to the other teachers. This is what we look for in heroes. Not power, character. Quote, his physical capabilities are extraordinary, Aizawa noted, his expression thoughtful. No visible quirk activation, no energy discharge, just pure physical force. How is that possible? His application listed him as quirkless, Nezu replied. Apparently, he's developed his body to supernatural levels through training alone. Quote, impossible, another teacher scoffed. No amount of training produces that kind of strength. Quote, and yet we just watched it happen, Nezu said. He pulled up Izuku's file. Izuku Midoriya, age 15, quirkless, outstanding academic record, no disciplinary issues, he smiled. And according to these police reports, he matches the description of the vigilante known as the Phantom. Quote, the room went silent. A vigilante? Aizawa's expression darkened. We can't accept a vigilante into UA. Quote, can't we? Nezu challenged. He broke minor laws to save lives. He stopped criminals that heroes failed to catch. He protected the innocent. The principal's eyes gleamed. He did everything a hero should do. He just didn't have a license while doing it. Quote, still, his written exam score was perfect, Nezu interrupted. His combat performance was the highest we've ever recorded. And most importantly, he threw away his own success to save a fellow examinee without hesitation. He turned to face the teachers. If we reject him, we'd be rejecting everything UA claims to stand for. Quote, the teachers exchanged glances. They couldn't argue with that logic. Besides, Nezu added with a mischievous smile, I'm quite curious to see what he'll accomplish here. A quirkless student who can compete with the best quirk users. That will send a powerful message to society. Quote, in the medical area, Recovery Girl examined Izuku thoroughly. Despite his incredible performance, he had no injuries. Not even fatigue. Your physical condition is remarkable, she said. I've never seen anything like it in a quirkless individual. Quote, I train very hard, Izuku replied simply. She studied him with knowing eyes. I suspect there's more to it than that. But you're healthy, strong, and clearly capable. She stamped his medical clearance form. Try not to destroy any more school property. Those robots are expensive. Quote, Izuku left the medical area and found the brown-haired girl he'd saved waiting for him. She rushed over immediately. Hi, I wanted to thank you properly. I'm Ochako Uraraka, you saved my life back there. Quote, Izuku Midoriya, he replied with a small smile. I'm glad you're okay. Anyone would have done the same thing. Quote, no they wouldn't, Uraraka said seriously. Everyone else ran away. You ran toward danger to save me. That's what real heroes do. She bowed deeply. Thank you. Quote, as Izuku walked away from UA that day, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He'd performed well, saved someone, showed UA what he was capable of. Whether they accepted him or not, he'd given everything he had. 1 week later, an envelope arrived at the Midoriya apartment. It was thick and bore the UA seal. Izuku opened it with trembling hands. Inside was a projection device that activated immediately, displaying a hologram of All Might in his muscular form. Young Midoriya, All Might's recorded message boomed. I have excellent news. You not only passed the entrance exam, you absolutely dominated it. 68 villain points, the highest combat score in UA history. But that's not all. Quote, the hologram changed to show the rescue of Uraraka. UA doesn't just test combat ability. We also award rescue points for heroic actions during the exam. You earned 60 rescue points for saving your fellow examinee and destroying the zero-pointer to protect others. Quote, Izuku's eyes widened. Rescue points. He'd never heard of those. Your final score is 128 points. The second-place finisher had 77. All Might grinned. Young Midoriya, you didn't just pass. You shattered every record we have. Welcome to UA, high school. Welcome to your hero academia. The hologram faded. Izuku stood in stunned silence. He'd done it, against all odds, despite being quirkless, despite society's prejudice. He'd done it. From the other room, he heard his mother scream with joy. She'd been watching over his shoulder. Izuku, you did it. You're going to UA. I'm so proud of you. Inko rushed in and hugged her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. Izuku hugged her back, his own eyes wet. "Thanks, Mom, for believing in me, for supporting me. I couldn't have done this without you." Quote. As they celebrated, Izuku's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Congratulations, young Midoriya, I knew you could do it. See you in class. All Might." Izuku smiled. The hard work had paid off. The training had been worth it. The sacrifices had meaning. In 2 weeks, he would begin classes at UA High School. The age of the quirkless hero had officially begun. The 2 weeks between receiving his acceptance letter and the first day of school passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Izuku spent his time training at the factory, refining his techniques and ensuring his body was at peak condition. He also made the difficult decision to retire the Phantom persona, as he'd promised All Might. His final night as a vigilante was bittersweet. He stopped one last mugging, prevented one last robbery, saved one last person. Then he returned to the factory, removed his mask, and locked away his vigilante equipment. That chapter of his life was closed. Now he was Izuku Midoriya, UA student. Future professional hero. It was time to operate within the system. The morning of his first day arrived with beautiful weather. Izuku woke before dawn, too excited to sleep. He put on his new UA uniform, the distinctive gray blazer, red tie, and green pants that marked him as a student of Japan's most prestigious hero academy. Looking at himself in the mirror, he hardly recognized the person staring back. A year ago, he'd been a powerless, bullied child with impossible dreams. Now he was a UA student with capabilities that rivaled professional heroes. The transformation was remarkable. "Izuku, breakfast is ready," his mother called from the kitchen. Inko had prepared an elaborate meal: rice, miso soup, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, and tamagoyaki. Far more than a normal breakfast. Her eyes were red from crying happy tears all morning. "Mom, you didn't have to make so much," Izuku said, though he was touched by the gesture. "My baby's first day at UA," she sniffled. "Of course I had to make something special." She pulled out her phone. "Stand by the door, I need pictures." Quote. After an embarrassing photo session that included multiple angles and poses, Izuku finally escaped the apartment. The train ride to UA was surreal. He shared the car with other students in UA uniforms, all chattering excitedly about their first day. He recognized several faces from the entrance exam. The explosive blonde who'd been destroying robots with remarkable efficiency, Bakugo Katsuki. The realization hit Izuku like a punch. His former childhood friend and tormentor would be his classmate. Bakugo noticed him at the same moment. The blonde's eyes widened, then narrowed with fury. "Deku," Bakugo snarled, pushing through the crowd. "What the hell are you doing here? Don't tell me you actually passed the entrance exam." Quote. "Hello, Kachan," Izuku said calmly. "Yes, I passed. Same as you." Quote. "Bullshit," Bakugo spat. "You're quirkless. There's no way you scored high enough to get into the hero course. You probably bribed someone or—" "I scored 128 points, Izuku interrupted. "The highest score in UA history. I also destroyed the zero-pointer." He met Bakugo's shocked gaze without flinching. "I earned my place here." Quote. The train car went silent. Everyone was staring. 128 points. That was impossible. The highest previous record had been 77. Bakugo looked like he'd been slapped. His mouth opened and closed several times before he found words. "You're lying. There's no way a quirkless nobody like you." Quote. "Believe what you want," Izuku said simply. He turned away, ending the conversation. Bakugo's opinion didn't matter anymore. They weren't children anymore. They were equals now, students at the same school, training to be heroes. The train arrived at the station nearest UA. The massive academy building loomed in the distance, its architecture a blend of modern design and fortress-like durability. It was even more impressive in person than in photographs. Izuku joined the stream of students walking through the main gates. The campus was enormous. Multiple buildings, training facilities, sports fields, everything a hero school could need. It was like a small city dedicated entirely to hero education. He checked his class assignment, Class 1A. He'd been placed in the same class as several high performers from the entrance exam, including Bakugo. UA clearly grouped students by ability level. Finding the classroom was easy enough. He followed the building directory to the first floor and located the massive door marked 1A. The door itself was comically oversized, clearly designed to accommodate students with gigantification quirks. Izuku opened the door and stepped inside. The classroom was already partially filled with students. The first person he recognized was Tenya Iida, the tall boy with glasses who'd called him out during the orientation. Iida was having an animated discussion with Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka waved enthusiastically from her seat. "You made it. I was hoping we'd be in the same class." Izuku smiled and walked over. "Uraraka, good to see you again." Quote, "You know each other?" Iida asked, his expression curious. "Midoriya saved my life during the entrance exam," Uraraka explained. "He's the one who destroyed the zero-pointer." Quote, Iida's eyes widened behind his glasses. "That was you." He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I apologize for my behavior during the orientation. I called you disrespectful when you were clearly analyzing the situation. I judged you unfairly." "It's fine," Izuku said quickly, slightly overwhelmed by the formal apology. "You were just taking the exam seriously." Quote, "Nevertheless, I was wrong." Iida straightened and offered his hand. "Tenya Iida, I look forward to learning alongside you." Quote, they shook hands. Iida's grip was firm and earnest. More students filtered in over the next few minutes. A boy with distinctive red and white hair, Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. A girl with a black ponytail who carried herself with aristocratic grace, Momo Yaoyorozu. A boy with spiky red hair and a wide grin, Eijiro Kirishima. Each one radiated potential. Then Bakugo stormed in, his expression thunderous. He locked eyes with Izuku for a moment, and Izuku could practically see the gears turning in his former friend's head. Bakugo was trying to reconcile the powerless Deku he'd known with the person who'd set entrance exam records. "Take your feet off that desk." Iida's voice cut through the classroom chatter. He was admonishing a slouching student with messy purple hair. "It's disrespectful to the upperclassmen who used this desk before you." "Like I care," the slouching student replied lazily. "It's just a desk." Quote, "It's the principle of the matter. U.A. is a prestigious institution that demands. If you're here to make friends, you might as well go home now." Quote, everyone turned toward the door. A disheveled man in a sleeping bag was lying on the floor, looking at them with tired eyes. He looked homeless, not like a teacher. "It took you 8 seconds to quiet down," the man said. "Time is precious. You kids are irrational." Quote, he stood up, or rather, crawled out of the sleeping bag, revealing himself as a scruffy teacher with long black hair and an impressive collection of stubble. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." He pulled out a UA gym uniform. "Put these on and meet me outside. We're having a quirk assessment test." Quote, the class erupted in questions. "A test on the first day? What about the entrance ceremony? Orientation? UA is known for its freestyle education," Aizawa said. "That applies to teachers too." His tired eyes swept across the class. "You kids have been taking standardized tests your whole lives. Tests that don't let you use your quirks. It's irrational. So today, we'll see what you can really do." Quote, he turned his gaze specifically to Izuku. "Midoriya, you had the highest entrance exam score in school history. What was your throwing distance in middle school?" "Using a softball." Quote, Izuku blinked. 67 meters, sir." Quote, "Good." Aizawa tossed him a softball. "Now do it again, but use your quirk. Or in your case," his eyes narrowed, "whatever gives you your abilities. Anything goes, as long as you stay in the circle." Quote, the class moved outside to the training field. Everyone was watching Izuku with curiosity. The boy who'd destroyed the zero-pointer was about to demonstrate his abilities. Izuku stepped into the marked circle and assessed the softball. This was a test, clearly. Aizawa wanted to see what he could do. Fine, he'd show them. He wound up and threw. The softball left his hand like a bullet. It shot into the sky, becoming a barely visible dot before disappearing entirely. The sound of the throw was like a small explosion. Aizawa held up a device showing the distance. 705 meters. The class erupted in amazed chatter. 700 meters. That's insane. What kind of quirk does he have? I heard he's quirkless. Is that even possible? Aizawa raised his hand for silence. "Midoriya, explain your abilities to the class." Quote, Izuku took a breath. This was the moment of truth. How would his classmates react to learning he was quirkless? "I don't have a quirk," he said clearly. "I'm quirkless. What I have is a condition called heavenly restriction. All the energy that would normally develop a quirk instead enhanced my physical capabilities." It was the explanation he and All Might had crafted. Simple, mostly truthful, and difficult to disprove. "My strength, speed, reflexes, and senses are all far beyond normal human limits. Quote, silence. Then, that's so manly, Kirishima shouted. You're quirkless but still this strong. That's incredible. Fascinating, Yaoyorozu murmured. A condition that mimics the effects of a physical enhancement quirk without actually being one. I've never heard of such a thing. Quote, it doesn't matter if it's a quirk or not, Todoroki said quietly. Power is power. Quote, not everyone was supportive. Izuku could see skepticism on some faces. Doubt, suspicion, but he'd expected that. He would prove himself through actions, not words. All right, enough chatter, Aizawa said. We have 7 more tests. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, already done. Distance run, seated toe touch, everyone will perform all 8 tests. Quote, what followed was a comprehensive demonstration of Class 1A's capabilities. Each student showcased their quirks in creative ways. Iida used his engine quirk to complete the 50-meter dash in 3.04 seconds. Impressive. Izuku completed it in 2.87 seconds. No quirk, just pure speed. Bakugo used explosions to propel himself through tests, his raw power evident in every movement. His competitive glare at Izuku was constant and intense. Uraraka used her zero-gravity quirk to make herself weightless for the standing long jump, essentially flying across the measured distance. Todoroki used his ice quirk to create massive structures, demonstrating the versatility of his power. Yaoyorozu created complex items from her body, showing remarkable knowledge of molecular structures and materials. And Izuku matched or exceeded all of them through sheer physical capability. His grip strength crushed the measuring device. His standing long jump cleared 40 meters. His endurance was limitless. Throughout the tests, Aizawa watched with calculating eyes. He was analyzing each student, determining their capabilities and limitations. When he looked at Izuku, his expression was particularly thoughtful. After the final test concluded, Aizawa pulled up a holographic display showing everyone's rankings. Momo Yaoyorozu was first. Her versatile quirk had allowed her to excel at almost everything. Shoto Todoroki was second. His combination of ice and fire powers, though he'd only used ice, gave him incredible options. Izuku Midoriya was third, higher than students with powerful quirks, achieved through nothing but physical ability. Bakugo Katsuki was fourth. He was staring at the rankings with barely contained fury, his hands crackling with small explosions. Everyone did well, Aizawa said. These rankings don't mean everything. They're just a baseline to see where you're starting from. His tired eyes swept across the class. Oh, and that thing about expelling the lowest ranked student. That was a logical ruse to make you perform your best. Quote, several students collapsed in relief. The short purple-haired boy who'd been slouching earlier looked particularly grateful. However, Aizawa continued, I wasn't lying about expulsions being possible. If any of you fail to meet UA's standards, you're out. No second chances. This school doesn't coddle students. He dismissed them with a wave. That's all for today. Syllabus is on your desks. Read it. Quote, as the class filed back toward the building, several students approached Izuku. Dude, you're incredible, Kirishima said, slapping Izuku on the back. Quirkless but still ranking third. That's seriously manly. Your physical capabilities are extraordinary, Yaoyorozu said. I'd be very interested in understanding the mechanics of your condition. Perhaps we could discuss it sometime. I look forward to competing against you properly, Todoroki said quietly. You're strong. Quote, even Iida approached with his characteristically stiff formality. Midoriya, your performance was exemplary. You've proven that determination and training can overcome significant obstacles. Very inspiring, but not everyone was friendly. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shoulder roughly as they entered the building. I don't know what trick you're pulling, Deku, he snarled quietly. But I'm not buying this heavenly restriction bullshit. You were useless a year ago. Now suddenly you're superhuman. His grip tightened. I'm going to figure out what you're hiding. And when I do, you won't find anything, Izuku said calmly, removing Bakugo's hand from his shoulder. The movement was gentle but irresistible. Bakugo's fingers simply slid away despite his resistance. Because there's nothing to find. I trained. I got stronger. That's all. Quote, he walked away, leaving Bakugo standing in the hallway with clenched fists and an expression of frustrated confusion. The rest of the school day was relatively normal. Classes on hero history, ethics, law, and basic education. Izuku absorbed everything easily, his analytical mind filing away information for future use. Lunch was interesting. The cafeteria was enormous and featured food prepared by the hero Lunch Rush. Izuku sat with Uraraka and Iida, forming what seemed to be a natural friend group. "So Midoriya," Uraraka said between bites of rice. "What made you want to be a hero? Was it after you developed your heavenly restriction thing?" "No," Izuku said honestly. "I've wanted to be a hero since I was 4 years old. Since the first time I saw All Might save people on TV." He smiled. "The heavenly restriction just gave me the means to pursue that dream." Quote, "A noble aspiration," Iida declared. "I too come from a hero family. My brother Ingenium is a professional hero, and I intend to follow in his footsteps." They spent lunch discussing their motivations, their families, their hopes for the future. It was pleasant, normal. For a moment, Izuku could almost forget the violence and darkness of his vigilante days. This was what being a student was supposed to be like. The afternoon brought their first hero training session. All Might appeared in his muscular form, practically glowing with enthusiasm. "I am coming through the door like a normal person," he announced, striking a pose. The class erupted in excited chatter. All Might was teaching them. This was incredible. "Welcome to basic hero training," All Might continued. "Today's lesson is," he pulled out a card that said, "Battle, Combat Training. You'll be split into teams and face off in 2-on-2 battles." He pressed a button and revealed compartments containing hero costumes. Each student had submitted design ideas, and the support department had created their outfits. "Get changed and meet me at Training Ground Beta," All Might commanded. In the changing room, Izuku opened his costume case. Inside was a simple but functional outfit: black tactical clothing with reinforced joints, fingerless gloves, sturdy boots, and multiple equipment pouches. No cape, no unnecessary flourishes. Pure functionality. He'd also included concealed compartments for his chains and knives. UA might not approve of weapons, but Izuku's fighting style depended on them. When everyone gathered at Training Ground Beta in their costumes, it was like seeing a group of actual heroes. Each costume reflected its wearer's personality and quirk. All Might explained the exercise. One team would play villains hiding a bomb. The other would play heroes trying to stop them. Victory conditions included capturing opponents or touching the bomb. "First match," All Might announced. Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka as heroes. Team D, Bakugo and Iida as villains. Izuku's expression remained neutral, but internally he was analyzing. Bakugo is his opponent. This would be interesting. As they prepared to enter the building, Uraraka looked nervous. "Bakugo seems really angry at you. Are you two okay?" "We have history," Izuku admitted. "Don't worry, I can handle him." Quote, what he didn't say was that this fight had been inevitable since the moment they'd been placed in the same class. Bakugo needed to understand how much things had changed. How much Izuku had changed. And this exercise would teach him that lesson. The match began. Izuku and Uraraka entered the building while Bakugo and Iida defended the bomb on the 4th floor. "Okay," Uraraka whispered. "What's the plan?" Izuku's enhanced senses were already mapping the building. He could hear Bakugo's elevated heartbeat 3 floors above. Could smell the explosive sweat. Could sense the killing intent radiating from his former friend. "Bakugo's going to come for me personally," Izuku said. "He won't be able to help himself. When he does, you go around and capture the bomb with Iida." Quote, "But that means you'll have to fight him alone." "I'll be fine," Izuku assured her. "Trust me." Quote, and right on cue, an explosion echoed through the building. Bakugo came flying around the corner, his hands crackling with power and his eyes wild. "Deku," he roared, "stop hiding behind whatever trick you're using. Fight me for real." Izuku pushed Uraraka toward the stairs. "Go." Quote, then he turned to face his greatest childhood tormentor with calm, unwavering confidence. "All right, Kachan," he said quietly. "Let's settle this." Quote, Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosion-propelled charge, his right hand pulled back for a devastating strike. The corridor filled with smoke and the acrid smell of nitroglycerin. His eyes were wild with fury and something else, desperation. "Don't you dare look down on me, Deku." Bakugo roared. Izuku's enhanced perception made Bakugo's attack seem almost slow. He could see every muscle contraction, every shift in weight, every telegraph of intent. The explosive blonde was fast and powerful, but he was also predictable. Anger made people sloppy. Izuku sidestepped the attack with minimal movement. Bakugo's explosive punch sailed past his face, missing by centimeters. The blast scorched the wall behind them, leaving a black burn mark. You've gotten faster, Izuku observed calmly. Your control has improved too. Quote, shut up. Bakugo spun and unleashed a rapid series of explosions, each one aimed to corner Izuku and limit his movement options. It was actually good tactical thinking, force the opponent into a position where they couldn't dodge. But Izuku didn't need to dodge conventionally. He ran up the wall, using his enhanced strength and balance to defy gravity for several steps. Bakugo's explosions hit empty air. What the? How are you doing that? Bakugo's confusion was evident. That's not possible for someone quirkless. I told you, Izuku said, flipping off the wall and landing behind Bakugo. Heavenly restriction. My body works differently than yours. Quote, Bakugo whirled around, palms crackling with building explosions. I don't believe you. There's no way training alone could make someone this strong. You're lying about something. Quote, believe what you want, Izuku replied. He settled into a combat stance, his body language open and non-threatening despite the situation. But I'm not lying, Kachan. I just worked harder than you thought possible. Quote, the words seemed to infuriate Bakugo even more. The implication that someone he'd considered worthless had simply outworked him was too much for his pride to accept. I'm going to blast that smug look off your face. Bakugo charged again, this time with even more aggression. Izuku decided it was time to show the difference between them, not to humiliate Bakugo, but to make him understand reality. They weren't children anymore. The gap between them had reversed. When Bakugo threw his next explosive punch, Izuku didn't dodge. He blocked. His forearm intercepted Bakugo's wrist just before the explosion triggered. The blast went off, filling the corridor with smoke and noise, but Izuku's arm didn't budge. The explosion that could shatter concrete didn't even make him flinch. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. What? Your explosions are powerful, Izuku said quietly. But my body has been conditioned to withstand impacts far beyond what you can generate. He pushed Bakugo's arm aside casually. You can't hurt me with your current level of power. Quote, it was a calculated statement designed to break through Bakugo's rage and force him to think tactically. But instead, it had the opposite effect. Can't hurt you. Bakugo's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Can't hurt you. His entire body began to sweat more profusely, generating more explosive material. I'll show you what I can do. He pulled the pin on one of his grenade-shaped bracers. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Those bracers stored concentrated nitroglycerin sweat. The resulting explosion would be enormous. Young Bakugo, stop. All Might's voice crackled through the building's speaker system. That's too dangerous for indoor training. But Bakugo either didn't hear or didn't care. He aimed the bracer at Izuku and triggered the release. The explosion was massive. It filled the entire corridor, the shockwave powerful enough to crack concrete and shatter windows. The monitoring room erupted in concerned shouts. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo was breathing heavily, a manic grin on his face. Got you. There's no way anyone could survive that without a defensive quirk. Quote, you're right, Izuku's voice came from behind him. No one could survive that. Good thing I didn't try to. Quote, Bakugo spun around in shock. Izuku was standing in the stairwell entrance, completely unharmed. He'd sensed the danger and moved before the explosion occurred. Your attacks are powerful but telegraphed, Izuku explained. And your emotional state makes you predictable. He pulled out one of his chains from a concealed pouch. If this were a real fight, you'd already be captured. Quote, the chain whipped forward faster than Bakugo could react. It wrapped around his torso, pinning his arms to his sides before he could generate another explosion. Izuku yanked, and Bakugo stumbled forward. Combat isn't just about power, Izuku said, maintaining tension on the chain. It's about strategy, control, and knowing your opponent. He looked at Bakugo with something like sympathy. You're strong, Kachan, but you're letting your anger control you. Quote, Bakugo struggled against the chain, his face red with fury and humiliation. Let me go, I'll kill you. This is supposed to be a training exercise, Izuku reminded him. Not a death match. He glanced up at the camera. All Might, should I proceed to the objective, or, quote, the hero team wins, All Might announced through the speakers. Young Uraraka successfully captured the weapon while you two were fighting. Izuku released the chain, freeing Bakugo. The explosive blonde immediately tried to attack again, but capture tape wrapped around him from behind. Iida had arrived and restrained him according to the exercise rules. The match is over, Bakugo, Iida said firmly. You need to control yourself. Quote, Back in the monitoring room, the class was in chaos. Everyone had watched the fight in stunned silence. "Did you see how fast Midoriya moved?" Kirishima said in awe. "That was insane. His tactical awareness is exceptional," Yaoyorozu observed. "He controlled the entire engagement." Quote, "He completely dominated Bakugo," Todoroki said quietly. "And Bakugo is one of the strongest in our class." Quote, All Might was watching the screen with mixed emotions. Pride in Izuku's performance, but concern for Bakugo's mental state. The explosive boy was clearly struggling with the reality that someone he'd bullied was now far beyond him. When both teams returned to the monitoring room, the contrast was stark. Uraraka and Izuku looked calm and professional. Iida was composed despite the chaos. Bakugo looked like he wanted to murder everyone in the room, with Izuku at the top of the list. "Excellent work, hero team," All Might announced. "Young Uraraka, your mobility and timing were perfect. Young Midoriya, your combat control was exemplary." He turned to the class. "Who can tell me what the MVP of this exercise was?" Several hands went up. Yaoyorozu was called on. "Midoriya was the MVP," she said. "He correctly predicted his opponent's behavior, controlled the engagement to prevent property damage, and created the opening for his teammate to complete the objective. His performance was tactically flawless." Quote, "Correct," All Might confirmed. "Young Midoriya demonstrated that being a hero isn't about defeating your opponent, it's about achieving your objective while minimizing harm." Quote, "Bakugo looked like he might explode again." Izuku could see his former friend's hands trembling with barely contained rage. This wasn't just about losing a training exercise, this was about Bakugo's entire worldview being shattered. The rest of the combat training proceeded with other teams. Each match showcased different students' abilities and strategies. Todoroki's ice powers proved devastating. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk showed remarkable versatility. Even quieter students like Tsuyu Asui demonstrated impressive combat capability. But everyone kept glancing at Izuku, the quirkless student who dominated one of the strongest fighters in class. The boy who moved like a professional hero despite being only 15. The anomaly that defied everything they thought they knew about quirks and power. After class ended, Izuku was approached by several classmates. "Midoriya, that was amazing," Uraraka said enthusiastically. "You totally had Bakugo figured out from the start." "It was a matter of experience," Izuku replied modestly. "I've been training in combat situations for a while now." Quote, "Still, to move that fast without a speed-enhancing quirk." Kirishima shook his head in amazement. "You're like a real-life action hero, man." Todoroki approached with his characteristic stoic expression. "Midoriya, I want to fight you properly sometime. You're strong." Quote, "I'd be happy to train with you," Izuku said. He could sense no hostility from Todoroki, just genuine interest in testing himself against a capable opponent. Not everyone was friendly, though. A student with purple hair, Mineta, was grumbling about how it was unfair that someone quirkless could be so strong. And Bakugo had left immediately after class, his expression dark and his fists clenched. As the school day ended and students began heading home, Izuku found himself walking with Uraraka and Iida toward the train station. "That was quite a first day," Iida said. "Combat training, quirk assessments, and we haven't even covered academics yet." "It's definitely intense," Uraraka agreed. "But it's exciting, right? We're really training to be heroes." Izuku smiled at their enthusiasm. It was refreshing to be around people who genuinely wanted to help others, who saw hero work as more than just fame or power. "Hey, Midoriya," Uraraka said suddenly. "Can I ask you something personal?" "Sure." Quote, "What was it like, being quirkless in a world where everyone has powers?" Her expression was curious but sympathetic. "It must have been really hard." Quote, Izuku was quiet for a moment, remembering the bullying, the discrimination, the constant feeling of being less than everyone else. "It was difficult," he admitted. "People treated me like I was broken. Like I didn't belong." He looked up at the sky. "But it also taught me something important. That your worth isn't determined by what powers you were born with. It's determined by what you choose to do with what you have." Quote, "That's a really mature perspective," Iida said approvingly. "Many people in your situation might have become bitter or resentful." Quote, "I was bitter for a while," Izuku confessed. "But then I realized that bitterness wouldn't make me stronger. Only action would. So I trained, every day, until I became someone who could stand alongside people with quirks." Quote, They reached the train station and parted ways. As Izuku rode home, he reflected on his first day at UA. It had gone well, better than he'd hoped. He'd demonstrated his capabilities, made friends, and established himself as a serious student. But he'd also created a problem. Bakugo's hatred had intensified to dangerous levels. The explosive blonde had always been competitive, but now that competition had become something darker. Something obsessive. Izuku would need to be careful. Bakugo was powerful and intelligent when he wasn't letting anger control him. If he decided to seriously target Izuku, things could get complicated. When Izuku arrived home, his mother greeted him with her usual enthusiasm. "How was your first day? Tell me everything." Over dinner, Izuku shared edited highlights, the quirk assessment, meeting his classmates, the combat training. He left out the full details of his fight with Bakugo, not wanting to worry her. After dinner, Izuku retreated to his room and opened his hero analysis notebook. He began documenting his classmates' quirks and abilities. Bakugo Katsuki, explosion quirk. Extremely powerful offensive capabilities. Excellent mobility using explosions for propulsion. Weaknesses include over-reliance on aggression, emotional instability, and predictable attack patterns. Recommendation for improvement would be tactical training and emotional control. Shoto Todoroki, half-cold half-hot quirk. Can generate ice from his right side and fire from his left, though he only uses ice. Exceptional power and versatility. Appears to have psychological issues preventing full use of abilities. Recommendation would be resolving whatever trauma causes this limitation. Ochako Uraraka, zero-gravity quirk. Can make objects weightless by touching them. Excellent mobility potential. Weakness appears to be nausea when overusing her quirk. Recommendation would be endurance training to increase usage limit. He continued through the entire class, analyzing each student's strengths and weaknesses. It was a habit from his vigilante days. Always know your allies and potential threats. Always be prepared. His phone buzzed with a message. Unknown number. Young Midoriya, excellent work today. However, be careful with young Bakugo. He's struggling with feelings of inadequacy. Try to be patient with him. All Might. Izuku smiled slightly. All Might was thoughtful to reach out. He typed a response. Thank you for the advice. I'll do my best. Quote. As he lay in bed that night, Izuku thought about the path ahead. UA was just the beginning. He would face stronger opponents, more complex challenges, and situations that would test not just his physical abilities but his character. The sports festival was coming in a few weeks, a massive event where students competed in front of professional heroes in the entire nation. It would be his chance to show the world what a quirkless hero could accomplish. But more immediately, he needed to focus on his studies and training. UA's curriculum was intense, and he couldn't afford to fall behind. He also needed to maintain his relationships with classmates. Having allies would be crucial for his development as a hero. People like Uraraka and Iida who genuinely wanted to help others. People like Todoroki who had their own struggles but tremendous potential. And he needed to figure out what to do about Bakugo. His former friend was spiraling, consumed by the realization that the person he'd tormented had surpassed him. If left unchecked, that spiral could lead somewhere dangerous. Izuku fell asleep thinking about these challenges, his body relaxing after a long day. But even in sleep, part of his enhanced senses remained alert. A survival instinct from his time as a vigilante. Always ready, always aware. The next few days of UA followed a similar pattern. Intense classes covering everything from hero history to rescue operations. Physical training that pushed students to their limits. And slowly, gradually, the class began to gel as a unit. Friendships formed. Rivalries developed. Inside jokes emerged. They were becoming more than just a collection of individuals, they were becoming a class. Izuku found himself at the center of a small but solid friend group. Uraraka with her cheerful determination. Iida with his strict adherence to rules and genuine desire to help others. Even Todoroki began opening up slightly, though he remained mostly aloof. Kirishima would often join them, his boisterous personality a stark contrast to Todoroki's reserve. The red-haired boy seemed to have appointed himself as Izuku's unofficial hype man. "Dude, you have to teach me some of your moves," Kirishima said one day during lunch. "That thing you did with the chain was so cool. It's mostly just practice and physics." Izuku replied modestly, understanding leverage and force multiplication. Quote, "Still, you're quirkless but you fight like someone with an enhancement quirk." Kirishima's enthusiasm was infectious. "That's the kind of spirit I want to have." But not all interactions were positive. Bakugo continued to glare at Izuku from across rooms. The explosive blonde had stopped trying to directly confront him, probably warned by the teachers, but his hostility was palpable. One day after combat training, as Izuku was leaving the locker room, he found Bakugo waiting outside. "We need to talk," Bakugo said, his voice unusually controlled. Izuku nodded. "All right." Quote. They walked to an empty courtyard. Bakugo stood with his back to Izuku for a long moment before speaking. "How did you do it?" His voice was quiet. "How did someone worthless like you become this strong?" Izuku considered his response carefully. This was a pivotal moment. How he answered could determine whether Bakugo eventually became an ally or remained an enemy. "I was never worthless," Izuku said firmly. "And neither were you when you bullied me for being quirkless. We were both children who didn't understand that people have value beyond their quirks." Quote. Bakugo's shoulders tensed. "I trained," Izuku continued. "Every single day. When you were celebrating your quirk, I was doing push-ups. When you were showing off to classmates, I was running until I collapsed. When you were sleeping, I was studying combat techniques." He paused. "I worked harder than I've ever worked at anything. Because I had to." Quote. "So what? You think you're better than me because you trained harder?" Bakugo's voice had an edge. "No," Izuku said, "I think we're both students at UA now. Both training to be heroes. Both trying to prove ourselves." He met Bakugo's gaze when the blonde finally turned around. "We can either keep fighting each other, or we can push each other to become better. Your choice." Quote. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smirked, though it lacked his usual arrogance. "Don't think this means I've given up," he said. "I'm going to surpass you, Deku. I'm going to prove that I'm the strongest." Quote. "I look forward to it," Izuku replied honestly. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't even really reconciliation. But it was a start. A small step toward Bakugo accepting reality and channeling his competitiveness into something productive. As Izuku walked home that evening, he felt a sense of cautious optimism. UA was everything he'd hoped it would be and more. He was learning, growing, and surrounded by people who shared his dream of becoming a hero. The journey was just beginning. And Izuku Midoriya was ready for whatever came next. 2 weeks had passed since Izuku's first day at UA, and life had settled into a demanding but rewarding routine. Classes ran from morning until late afternoon, covering everything from hero law to rescue operations to combat theory. The workload was intense, far beyond what normal high schools required, but Izuku thrived under the pressure. His enhanced capabilities gave him advantages that extended beyond just physical performance. His analytical mind absorbed information at an exceptional rate. His perfect memory retention meant he never needed to study the same material twice. Combined with decades of combat knowledge from Toji's legacy, he was excelling in ways that impressed even the teachers. Aizawa had taken particular interest in him. The homeroom teacher's erasure quirk was useless against Izuku since there was no quirk to erase, which meant their combat training sessions were always interesting. Aizawa fought using pure technique and capture weapons, making him one of the few teachers who could actually challenge Izuku's skills. "Your fundamentals are solid," Aizawa said after one training session. "Better than most professional heroes, honestly. Where did you learn to fight like this?" "Self-taught, mostly," Izuku replied, which was technically true. "I studied videos of pro heroes and practiced constantly." Quote. Aizawa's eyes narrowed skeptically, but he didn't push. "Well, whatever your methods, keep it up. You have potential." Quote. The praise from the notoriously strict teacher meant more than Aizawa probably realized. Recognition from someone who valued skill over flashy powers validated everything Izuku had worked for. But not everyone at UA was supportive. Some teachers viewed Izuku's quirkless status with suspicion. How could someone without a quirk possibly compete at this level? There had to be something he wasn't revealing. These doubts manifested in subtle ways: extra scrutiny during evaluations, pointed questions about his abilities, occasional suggestions that he might be better suited for support coursework. Izuku endured it all with patient determination. He would prove himself through actions, not arguments. His relationships with classmates continued to develop. The friend group that had formed around him and Uraraka had solidified into something genuine. Ida's rigid personality balanced nicely with Uraraka's cheerful spontaneity. They studied together, ate lunch together, and supported each other through UA's demanding curriculum. Todoroki remained somewhat distant but had started joining their group occasionally. The dual-quirked student was clearly dealing with personal issues. He never used his fire side, and he tensed whenever anyone mentioned his father endeavor. Izuku recognized the signs of trauma and chose not to push. Kirishima had essentially adopted their group, his boisterous energy providing comic relief during stressful periods. The red-haired boy's admiration for Izuku's manly determination was both flattering and slightly embarrassing. Even Bakugo's hostility had evolved into something more complex. The explosive blonde still glared and made occasional threatening comments, but the murderous rage had diminished. Now it was competitive drive rather than personal hatred. Progress, however small. One particular afternoon, Present Mike's English class was interrupted by an announcement. All teachers, please report to the faculty room immediately. Classes are suspended until further notice. Quote, the voice belonged to Principal Nezu, and there was an unusual tension in his tone. The students exchanged confused glances as Present Mike hurried out of the classroom. What do you think that's about? Uraraka whispered. No idea, Izuku replied, but his enhanced hearing was already picking up elevated voices from the faculty room down the hall. He couldn't make out specific words, but the emotional tone was clear. Concern, urgency, something had happened. The class waited for 20 minutes before Aizawa returned, his expression even more tired than usual. Listen up, he said without preamble. There's been a security breach. Someone managed to get past UA's barrier and entered the campus grounds. They were apprehended, but it's a serious concern. Quote, the class erupted in worried chatter. A villain got into UA, Kaminari asked nervously. We don't know if they were a villain or just a trespasser, Aizawa replied. The investigation is ongoing. For now, security will be increased. You're all dismissed early today. Go straight home and don't wander around the campus. Quote, as students filed out, Izuku's analytical mind was working overtime. A security breach at UA was extremely significant. The school's barriers were among the most advanced in Japan, designed to keep out even the most skilled infiltrators. For someone to bypass them meant either incredible technical skill or inside information. This wasn't a random incident. This was reconnaissance. Someone was gathering intelligence on UA. The question was why. Izuku made a mental note to be extra vigilant. His time as a vigilante had taught him that seemingly minor incidents often preceded larger attacks. If someone was probing UA's defenses, they might be planning something bigger. That evening, Izuku received a text from All Might asking him to meet at Dagoba Beach, the location where they'd trained together. Curious, Izuku changed into workout clothes and headed out. All Might was waiting in his deflated form, looking even more gaunt than usual. The concern on his face was evident. Young Midoriya, thank you for coming. Quote, is this about the security breach? Izuku asked. All Might nodded gravely. I wanted to discuss this with you privately. The person who infiltrated UA, we believe they were gathering information about our students. Quote, Izuku's expression hardened. Targeting students, that's, quote, extremely concerning, yes. All Might coughed into his hand. There's been increased villain activity lately. Small incidents, but coordinated. The Hero Public Safety Commission believes a new villain organization might be forming. Quote, you think they're targeting UA specifically? It's possible. All Might's eyes were serious. UA represents the future of hero society. If villains wanted to make a statement or cripple the hero system, targeting students would be effective. Quote, the implication hung heavy in the air. Izuku understood immediately. An attack on UA students would terrify the public, undermine confidence in heroes, and potentially eliminate future threats before they graduated. What do you need me to do? Izuku asked. All Might looked surprised. I'm not asking you to do anything, my boy. I just wanted to warn you to be careful. Your unique status as a quirkless student who defeated the entrance exam might make you a target of interest. Quote, I can handle myself, Izuku said confidently. But thank you for the warning. Quote, I know you can. All Might smiled slightly. That's what worries me. You're strong enough that you might try to handle threats alone rather than calling for help. He placed a skeletal hand on Izuku's shoulder. Promise me that if something happens, you'll prioritize your safety and your classmates' safety over heroics. You're still a student. Quote, Izuku wanted to argue but recognized the wisdom in All Might's words. I promise. Quote, what neither of them knew was that their conversation was being observed from a distance. A figure with warping abilities had been tracking All Might's movements, and they'd witnessed the entire exchange. In a dark bar across the city, that same figure materialized in a swirl of purple mist. Kurogiri, report, The voice came from a man covered in severed hands, his red eyes gleaming with malice. I followed All Might as instructed, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri's voice was calm and measured. He met with a student. Izuku Midoriya. Quote, the quirkless one. Another voice spoke from a monitor, deep and commanding. The one who set entrance exam records. Yes, master. Kurogiri projected images from his reconnaissance. Their conversation suggested All Might has taken a personal interest in the boy. They've been training together. Quote, the figure on the monitor, All for One, studied the images with interest. A quirkless individual with capabilities that rival quirk users. Fascinating. And All Might is mentoring him personally. He chuckled darkly. This Midoriya boy might be exactly what we need. Quote, need for what, master? Shigaraki asked, scratching at his neck. For our demonstration at the USJ. All for One's voice carried cruel amusement. If we capture or kill All Might's personal student, especially one the public views as inspirational, it will send a powerful message. That heroes cannot protect anyone. That All Might's era is ending. Quote, Shigaraki grinned behind his hand-covered face. I like it. When do we move? Soon. Continue gathering intelligence. Learn this Midoriya's patterns, his weaknesses, his relationships. When we strike at UA, I want him specifically targeted. Quote, back at the beach, Izuku felt a sudden chill run down his spine. His enhanced senses detected nothing unusual, but his instincts, honed through countless nights of vigilante work, were screaming danger. Someone was watching, or had been watching. All Might, he said quietly. We should leave, now. Quote, the symbol of peace caught the urgency in Izuku's tone. What's wrong? I don't know, but something feels off. Izuku's eyes scanned the area, his perception pushed to its limits. We might have been observed. Quote, All Might's expression became serious. He trusted Izuku's instincts. Let's go. We'll continue this conversation another time. Quote, they separated and headed in different directions. Izuku took a circuitous route home, doubling back several times to ensure he wasn't being followed. His vigilante training made him expert at counter-surveillance. By the time he reached his apartment, he was reasonably certain he'd lost any potential tails. But the unease remained. Something was coming. He could feel it. The next day at UA, security measures were visibly increased. Pro heroes patrolled the grounds. Additional cameras had been installed. Students were required to show ID at multiple checkpoints. This is getting serious, Kirishima said during lunch. They really think villains might attack the school. UA has never been successfully attacked, Yaoyorozu said confidently. We have the best security system in Japan plus numerous pro-hero teachers. Any villain would be foolish to try. Quote, foolish or desperate, Izuku said quietly. Everyone looked at him. Desperate people do irrational things. If someone is willing to challenge UA's security, they either have a death wish or they're confident they can win. Either way, it's dangerous. Quote, the table fell silent. Izuku's serious tone was unusual and slightly unsettling. Well, if anything happens, we've got each other's backs, right? Kirishima said, trying to lighten the mood. That's what heroes do. Right, Uraraka agreed, her usual cheerfulness slightly forced. We'll protect each other. Quote, Izuku nodded, but privately he was already planning. If an attack came, he would need to be ready. Not just to defend himself, but to protect his classmates. They were good people with heroic spirits, but most of them lacked real combat experience. They'd never faced an enemy who genuinely wanted to kill them. Izuku had, many times. That experience might be the difference between life and death. The week continued with heightened tension. Classes proceeded normally, but everyone could feel the underlying anxiety. Teachers were more watchful. Students were more cautious. The usual relaxed atmosphere of UA had been replaced with nervous alertness. Then came the announcement that would change everything. Tomorrow, Class 1A will be visiting the unforeseen simulation joint for rescue training, Aizawa informed them. You'll be working with pro-heroes to learn proper rescue protocols in various disaster scenarios. This is mandatory training, so don't be late. Quote, the USJ, a massive training facility designed to simulate different disaster environments. It would be an excellent learning opportunity. But Izuku couldn't shake his feeling of unease. The timing seemed too convenient. A security breach, followed by increased villain activity, followed by students being taken off campus to a remote training facility. If he were planning an attack on UA students, that's exactly when he'd strike. Away from the main campus, separated from most of the pro-hero faculty, in an environment designed for disaster simulation that could be used against them. That night, Izuku prepared carefully. He packed his hero costume with extra equipment, additional chains, his combat knives, first aid supplies. He also included items that weren't strictly part of his costume. Flash grenades he'd acquired from his broker contact. Smoke pellets. A collapsible radio in case communications were cut. He was preparing for war while hoping for peace. His mother noticed his unusual seriousness. "Izuku, honey, is everything okay? You seem worried." Quote, "Just being careful, Mom." He hugged her tightly. "I love you." Quote, "I love you too, sweetie." She held him for a long moment. "Be safe tomorrow." Quote, as Izuku lay in bed that night, he ran through combat scenarios in his mind. Multiple opponents, hostage situations, environmental hazards, every possibility he could imagine. Toji's knowledge provided strategies for each scenario. Stay mobile, control the battlefield, identify the biggest threats first. Protect the weak, never let emotions override tactical thinking. He would need all of that knowledge tomorrow. Because deep in his bones, Izuku knew, tomorrow wouldn't be a normal training exercise. Tomorrow, heroes and villains would clash. And students would learn that the hero world wasn't always glorious. Sometimes, it was terrifying. The morning arrived with deceptive calm. Class 1A gathered at UA's main building, everyone in their hero costumes and chattering excitedly about the rescue training. The bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint would take about 30 minutes, giving students time to relax before the intensive training began. Izuku boarded the bus quietly, his senses on high alert. Everything seemed normal, too normal. His classmates were joking and laughing, completely unaware of potential danger. He envied their innocence while simultaneously preparing to protect it. "You're quiet today, Midoriya," Uraraka observed, sitting beside him. "Nervous about the training, just focused," he replied with a small smile. "Want to make sure I'm ready for anything." Quote, "That's so like you," she said warmly. "Always taking things seriously, but it's okay to relax sometimes, you know." If only she knew how much danger they might be walking into. The bus conversation flowed around him. Tsuyu commented on how everyone's quirks were flashy. Kirishima complained about his hardening quirk being boring. Bakugo shouted at anyone who suggested his quirk was villainous. Normal teenage banter. The kind of thing Izuku had missed out on during his years of isolation and training. Part of him wished he could just enjoy this moment, but his instincts wouldn't let him relax. They arrived at the USJ facility, a massive dome structure that housed multiple disaster simulation zones. Flood zone, landslide zone, fire zone, storm zone, every environment a hero might need to operate in. Waiting at the entrance was the Space Hero 13, easily recognizable by their bulky astronaut-like suit. "Welcome, everyone." 13's voice was cheerful and warm. "I'm so excited to teach you about rescue operations today. Saving people is the most important part of being a hero." Aizawa stood beside 13, his usual tired expression somehow even more exhausted. "Before we begin, there are some rules. Stay with your assigned groups. Don't use your quirks recklessly. If you're in danger, signal immediately. This is a training facility, but the hazards are real." Quote, "Where's All Might?" Kirishima asked, looking around. "Isn't he supposed to be here?" "He used up his time limit this morning doing hero work," Aizawa replied. "He's resting. We'll proceed without him." Quote, Izuku's enhanced hearing caught something in Aizawa's tone. Concern. The teacher was worried about conducting this training without All Might's overwhelming presence as backup. That worry validated Izuku's own concerns. As 13 began explaining the importance of rescue work and the dangers of quirks, Izuku's attention was elsewhere. His senses were scanning the facility, searching for anything unusual. Then he felt it, a disturbance in the air pressure near the central plaza. Something was wrong. A swirling purple-black portal materialized in the center of the facility. From it emerged dozens, no, hundreds, of figures. Villains of every size and description poured through the gateway, spreading across the plaza like a malignant flood. "Stay together," Aizawa shouted immediately, his capture scarf unfurling. 13, protect the students. At the center of the villain horde stood two figures. A man covered in severed hands with wild pale blue hair. And a being made of purple mist that radiated power. "Greetings, heroes in training," the misty figure, Kurogiri, said politely. "We are the League of Villains. We've come to end the symbol of peace." Quote, the hand-covered man, Shigaraki, laughed. "Where is he? Where's All Might?" We came to kill him, but he's not here. His voice took on a petulant tone. That's not fair. Quote. Izuku's mind raced. This was exactly what he'd feared. A coordinated attack specifically targeting All Might, but timed to catch students vulnerable. The League had planned this carefully. 13. Evacuate the students. Aizawa commanded. Kaminari, try to contact the school. We need backup. Quote. What about you, sensei? Iida asked, his voice tight with concern. I'm buying time. Aizawa's eyes glowed red as he activated his erasure quirk. Now go. The teacher launched himself into the villain horde with terrifying efficiency. His capture scarf wrapped around villains, pulling them off balance. His hand-to-hand combat was brutal and precise. He was erasing quirks left and right, turning superpowered criminals into confused normal people who didn't know how to fight without their abilities. But there were too many. Even Aizawa's incredible skill couldn't handle hundreds of opponents indefinitely. Everyone, to the exit. 13 shouted, herding students toward the door. But Kurogiri materialized in their path, his misty form blocking escape. I'm afraid I cannot let you leave, the villain said apologetically. 13, your rescue abilities are impressive. But against my warp gate, they're useless. Quote. 13 activated their black hole quirk, trying to pull Kurogiri in. But the villain simply opened portals behind himself, redirecting the suction back at the hero. 13's own quirk began pulling at their suit. No, Uraraka cried out. Several students tried to help, but Kurogiri was already opening portals beneath them. In seconds, the class was scattered, students warped to different disaster zones across the facility. Izuku felt himself falling through a portal. His enhanced reflexes allowed him to twist in midair, preparing for whatever environment awaited him. He emerged in the landslide zone, an area of unstable rock formations and treacherous terrain. And he wasn't alone. Todoroki had been warped to the same location. They were immediately surrounded by villains, a dozen thugs with various quirks, all looking at the two students with predatory grins. Two little hero students, one villain sneered. This'll be easy. Quote. Stay behind me, Todoroki said coldly to Izuku. Ice began forming around his right side. But Izuku was already moving. He crossed the distance to the nearest villain in a blur of speed, his fist connecting with the man's solar plexus with surgical precision. The villain dropped, gasping for air. Two more lunged at him from different angles. Izuku's chains whipped out, wrapping around their legs. He yanked hard, sending both crashing to the ground. Before they could recover, he was on them, precise strikes to nerve clusters that shut down their ability to fight. 3 villains down in 5 seconds. The remaining villains suddenly looked much less confident. Todoroki took advantage of their hesitation. Ice erupted across the zone, flash freezing multiple opponents. Within moments, all the villains in their area were either unconscious or frozen. Your combat ability is exceptional, Todoroki observed, looking at Izuku with new respect. You move like a professional. Quote. We need to regroup with the others, Izuku said, scanning the facility. His enhanced senses could detect combat in multiple zones. Our classmates are in danger. Quote. Agreed. Todoroki began creating an ice path toward the central plaza. Let's go. Quote. Meanwhile, in other zones, Class 1A was fighting for survival. In the fire zone, Bakugo and Kirishima were facing off against dozens of villains. Bakugo's explosions lit up the area as he blasted enemies left and right with furious efficiency. Is that all you've got? Bakugo roared. I'll blast every one of you extras into next week. In the flood zone, Tsuyu was carrying an injured Mineta to safety while Midoriya, wait, wrong Midoriya. Izuku was in the landslide zone. This was other students struggling in the water. Back in the central plaza, Aizawa was being overwhelmed. His erasure quirk was powerful, but it required him to keep his eyes open and focused on opponents. Against this many enemies, exhaustion was inevitable. A massive villain with an exposed brain, the Nomu, grabbed Aizawa's arm. The teacher's erasure quirk had no effect. This creature had been designed to fight All Might. It was engineered to be unstoppable. The Nomu's grip tightened. Bones cracked. Aizawa's scream of pain echoed across the facility. Sensei. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked up the sound from the landslide zone. His body moved on instinct, sprinting toward the central plaza at full speed. Midoriya, wait, Todoroki called after him, but Izuku was already gone. Izuku crossed the distance in seconds, his speed pushing the absolute limits of human capability. He vaulted over barriers, ran along walls, moved with supernatural agility. He reached the plaza just as the Nomu was about to crush Aizawa's skull. "Get away from him," Izuku roared, his chain whipped out with devastating force, wrapping around the Nomu's arm. Izuku yanked, using his entire body weight and enhanced strength. The creature's grip loosened just enough for Aizawa to slip free. The Nomu turned its attention to Izuku. Dead, emotionless eyes locked onto this new threat. Shigaraki laughed delightedly. "Oh, you're the one Sensei wanted us to capture. The quirkless student All Might is training. This is perfect." Izuku ignored him, focused entirely on the Nomu. This creature was dangerous, more dangerous than any villain he'd faced before. Its power was immense. Its durability seemed limitless. It had been created specifically to counter the world's strongest hero. But Izuku had something the Nomu didn't. Intelligence, adaptability, experience fighting opponents stronger than himself. The Nomu charged. Izuku didn't try to block, he knew that would be useless. Instead, he redirected. He used the creature's momentum against it, his chains guiding its attack past him while he delivered strikes to joints and vulnerable points. None of his attacks seemed to damage it, but that wasn't the goal. He was buying time. Every second Aizawa wasn't being attacked was a second closer to backup arriving. "Fascinating," Kurogiri observed, "a quirkless human matching the Nomu's speed. How is that possible?" "It doesn't matter," Shigaraki said, scratching his neck frantically. "Nomu, use more power. Crush him." Quote, the creature's speed suddenly doubled, tripled. It moved so fast that even Izuku's enhanced perception struggled to track it. A fist caught him in the ribs. The impact was like being hit by a car. Izuku felt bones crack as he was sent flying across the plaza. He crashed into a wall hard enough to leave a crater. Pain exploded through his body. Normal humans would have died from that impact. Izuku stood up. Blood dripped from his mouth. His ribs screamed in agony. But Toji's body, his body now, was designed to endure punishment that would kill anyone else. Still standing, Shigaraki sounded almost impressed. "You're tougher than you look." Quote, the Nomu charged again. This time, Izuku was ready. He'd analyzed its movement pattern. The creature was fast and strong, but it moved in straight lines. No finesse, no technique. As the Nomu's fist came at his face, Izuku dropped low and rolled. His chain wrapped around the creature's leg. He planted his feet and pulled with everything he had. The Nomu stumbled, just for a moment, but that moment was enough. Ice erupted across the plaza. Todoroki had arrived, along with Bakugo, Kirishima, and other students who'd defeated villains in their zones. "Nobody hurts our classmate," Bakugo roared, unleashing massive explosions at the Nomu. The combined assault drove the creature back. It wasn't enough to defeat it, but it was enough to disrupt its attack. "Annoying," Shigaraki said. "Kurogiri, warp them." Quote, but before Kurogiri could act, the facility's entrance exploded inward. "I am here." All Might arrived in a fury of wind and power. His presence alone changed the atmosphere. The symbol of peace had arrived, and suddenly the villain's confidence evaporated. "You hurt my students," All Might said, his voice low and dangerous. "You attacked my teacher." His eyes locked on the Nomu. "I won't forgive you." Quote, what followed was a battle that redefined what students thought heroes were capable of. All Might and the Nomu exchanged blows that created shockwaves. Punches that would level buildings. Power on a scale that seemed more like natural disasters than human combat. The Nomu was designed to be All Might's equal. It had shock absorption to nullify impacts, regeneration to heal injuries, super strength to match the symbol of peace. But it didn't have All Might's experience. His technique, his unwavering will. United States of Smash. The final punch sent the Nomu flying so high it became a speck in the sky. The creature crashed somewhere miles away, defeated. Shigaraki screamed in frustration. "No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. Sensei said the Nomu could beat you." "I am still here," All Might declared. "And as long as I draw breath, I will protect these students." Kurogiri moved to escape with Shigaraki. But Izuku, despite his injuries, was faster. His chain wrapped around Shigaraki's wrist before the villain could touch anyone with his deadly disintegration quirk. "You're not going anywhere," Izuku said through gritted teeth. For a moment, everyone froze. Then, Kurogiri expanded his warp gate, forcibly separating his ally from Izuku's chain. The two villains vanished, retreating in failure. The battle was over. Backup heroes arrived moments later. Ambulances were called. Aizawa was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries but would survive. 13 was stabilized. All the students had various injuries but nothing life-threatening. Izuku's cracked ribs were treated by Recovery Girl. The healing quirk closed his internal injuries, though he'd be sore for days. You were very brave, Recovery Girl said. Also very reckless. You're just a student. You should have retreated. Quote, I couldn't let Aizawa-sensei die, Izuku replied simply. All Might visited him in the infirmary after being treated himself. In his deflated form, he looked exhausted but proud. You protected your teacher, your classmates. You faced an enemy designed to kill me and survived. All Might smiled. You're going to be an incredible hero, young Midoriya. Quote, I just did what anyone would do, Izuku said. No, All Might shook his head. You did what heroes do. There's a difference. Quote, the USJ attack sent shockwaves through hero society. UA was supposed to be impregnable, yet villains had infiltrated and nearly killed students. Security was immediately overhauled. Additional pro-heroes were assigned to the school. The Hero Public Safety Commission launched investigations. For Class 1A, the attack was traumatic but also formative. They'd faced real villains, real danger, and they'd survived together. 2 weeks later, as classes resumed with enhanced security, Izuku stood on the roof of UA looking out over the city. His body had fully healed. His resolve was stronger than ever. Thinking deep thoughts, Todoroki's voice came from behind him. Izuku turned, just reflecting. That attack showed us how dangerous the hero world really is. Quote, it also showed us that we can survive it. Todoroki stood beside him. You were incredible during that fight. I've been wanting to ask, will you tell me the truth about your power? Heavenly restriction doesn't explain everything you can do. Quote, Izuku considered carefully. Then he decided Todoroki deserved honesty. It's complicated. But yes, there's more to it than I've told people. Someday, when I trust you completely, I'll explain. Quote, Todoroki nodded. I understand. Everyone has secrets. He paused. Thank you for protecting Aizawa-sensei. For protecting all of us. Quote, we're classmates, Izuku said simply. We protect each other. Quote, as the sun set over Musudafu, Izuku reflected on his journey. A year ago, he'd been a powerless, bullied child. Now he was a UA student who'd fought alongside the symbol of peace. But this was just the beginning. The League of Villains was still out there. Stronger enemies would come. Greater challenges awaited. And Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless hero with the power of an assassin god, would be ready for all of it. Because he'd proven something that society had forgotten. That heroism wasn't about the quirk you were born with. It was about the choices you made. The people you protected. The will to stand against evil even when the odds were impossible. He didn't need a quirk to be a hero. He just needed to be himself. And that would always be enough. The aftermath of the USJ attack lingered over UA like a shadow that refused to fade. Security had been tripled. Pro-heroes now patrolled the campus in rotating shifts. Every entrance required biometric scanning. The school had transformed from an educational institution into something resembling a fortress. For Class 1A, the psychological impact was significant. Students who'd faced real villains for the first time were processing trauma in different ways. Some became more serious about training. Others developed nervous habits. A few had nightmares about the Nomu's dead eyes or Shigaraki's disturbing laugh. Izuku noticed these changes in his classmates and felt responsible. He'd known something was coming. He'd prepared himself, but he hadn't been able to prevent the attack or protect everyone from the psychological scars it left behind. Uraraka had become more focused on improving her combat abilities. She stayed late after class practicing with her quirk, pushing herself to overcome the nausea that limited her usage time. When Izuku offered to help with training, she accepted gratefully. I froze during the attack, she admitted one afternoon. When those villains surrounded us, I couldn't move. If 13 hadn't protected us. Quote, you weren't prepared for real combat, Izuku said gently. None of you were. That's not your fault. Quote, but you were prepared, she pointed out. You moved like you'd fought dozens of times before. How? Izuku chose his words carefully. I've been training seriously since I developed my abilities. Not just physical training, mental preparation too. Visualizing scenarios, planning responses. It was true, even if it left out his vigilante experience. I can help you develop that same mindset if you want. Quote, really, you'd do that? Of course, we're friends. Quote, Uraraka's smile was bright enough to rival the sun. Thank you, Midoriya, you're the best. Others sought Izuku's guidance as well. Kirishima wanted to learn hand-to-hand combat to supplement his hardening quirk. Kaminari asked for tactical advice since his electrical powers made him vulnerable to friendly fire. Even Yaoyorozu, despite her genius intellect, recognized that Izuku's practical combat experience exceeded her theoretical knowledge. Bakugo, predictably, refused to ask for help, but Izuku noticed the explosive blonde watching his training sessions with intense focus. Studying, learning, converting observation into understanding. It was actually impressive how quickly Bakugo adapted techniques without admitting he was copying them. Todoroki approached Izuku with a different request. "I want to understand how you fight without a quirk," the dual-haired student said bluntly. "My father has always told me that quirks are everything. That raw power determines a hero's worth. But you've proven that's not true." Quote, "Your father is wrong about a lot of things," Izuku said carefully. He'd researched Endeavor after learning Todoroki's identity. The number 2 hero's obsession with surpassing all might had led to questionable decisions, including what appeared to be an arranged marriage to create a powerful heir. Power matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. Quote, "Then what does matter? Adaptability, intelligence, will." Izuku gestured to the training ground. "Someone with an incredibly powerful quirk who relies only on that power will lose to someone weaker who uses strategy and technique. I've proven that repeatedly." Quote, Todoroki's expression was thoughtful. "My father would call that a rationalization for weakness." Quote, "Then your father has never fought someone who could beat him despite being weaker." Izuku met Todoroki's gaze. "I'm not saying power doesn't matter. I'm saying it's not sufficient by itself." Quote, their conversation was interrupted by Aizawa's arrival. The homeroom teacher had been released from the hospital 2 days ago, his arms still wrapped in bandages and his face bearing fresh scars. The fact that he'd returned to work so quickly spoke to his dedication. "Everyone inside," Aizawa commanded in his usual tired voice. "Important announcement." Quote, the class filed into the classroom, curiosity and nervousness mixing in equal measure. After the USJ attack, every announcement carried weight. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his expression even more serious than usual. "I know you're all still processing what happened at the USJ. The school is providing counseling services if anyone needs them. Don't be too proud to ask for help." Quote, several students shifted uncomfortably in their seats. However, Aizawa continued, "Hero work doesn't stop because something traumatic happened. Villains don't take breaks, so neither do we." He paused for effect. "The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks." Quote, the classroom exploded with shocked exclamations. "The Sports Festival? After we were just attacked?" Kaminari asked incredulously. "Are they sure that's safe?" Juro added. Aizawa raised a hand for silence. "The Sports Festival is one of UA's most important events. It's how pro heroes scout for potential sidekicks and future partners. It's how students prove their abilities to the world." His eyes swept across the class. "After the USJ attack, there's been public concern about UA's safety and whether we're properly training heroes. This sports festival is our chance to show society that we're still the best hero academy in Japan." Quote, the implications settled over the class like a weight. This wasn't just about competition or glory. This was about UA's reputation. About proving that one villain attack hadn't broken them. "The event will have maximum security," Aizawa assured them. "Every pro hero we can spare will be present. The facility will be locked down. But make no mistake, you will be performing in front of the entire nation. Millions will be watching." He allowed himself a small, tired smile. "So don't embarrass yourselves." Quote, after Aizawa left, the classroom erupted in discussion. "The sports festival." Kirishima pumped his fist. "This is our chance to show what we can do. It's going to be televised to the entire country," Yaoyorozu said, her usual confidence tinged with nervousness. "The pressure will be immense." Quote, "I'm going to win," Bakugo declared loudly. "I'll show everyone that I'm the strongest." "Don't get cocky, Bakugo," Todoroki said coolly. "You're not the only strong one here." Quote, the tension between the two was palpable. Bakugo's explosions crackled threateningly while ice crystals formed around Todoroki's right side. "Both of you, calm down," Iida interjected, his hand-chopping gestures emphatic. "We should view this as an opportunity for growth, not just competition." Izuku listened to his classmates' various reactions and felt his own competitive spirit stirring. The sports festival was an opportunity. Not just to prove himself to pro heroes, but to show the world what a quirkless individual could accomplish. He'd spent his entire life being told he couldn't be a hero. That without a quirk, he was worthless. The sports festival would be his chance to shatter that narrative on the biggest stage possible. What about you, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Are you going to try to win? Izuku's expression was calm but determined. Yes, I'm going to win. Quote. The simple statement, delivered without arrogance or hesitation, made several classmates turn to look at him. There was something in his tone, absolute certainty, that was more intimidating than Bakugo's loud declarations or Todoroki's cool confidence. Bold words, Todoroki said. I'm looking forward to facing you. Quote. Same here, Izuku replied. Lunch that day was filled with sports festival discussion. Every student in every year was talking about the upcoming event. For first years, this was their debut. For third years, this was their final chance to impress pro heroes before graduation. I heard that one year, a student got 50 internship offers from their sports festival performance, Uraraka said excitedly. Can you imagine? 50. That was Todoroki's brother, I think, Kaminari said. Or maybe it was someone from his father's agency. The big hero families always do well. Quote. It's not just about family connections, Iida protested. It's about demonstrated ability, says the guy whose brother is a famous pro hero, Kaminari muttered. Izuku ate quietly while analyzing the situation. The sports festival would have multiple events, probably an elimination round, a team competition, and one-on-one tournaments if it followed traditional patterns. Each event would test different skills. He would need to be strategic. His physical abilities were his greatest strength, but he couldn't afford to reveal everything in the early rounds. Save the most impressive techniques for when they mattered most. Let opponents underestimate him, then exceed their expectations. It was the same approach he'd used as a vigilante. Appear less threatening than you are. Let enemies think they have an advantage. Then strike decisively. After school, Izuku headed to his factory training ground, a place he hadn't visited since enrolling at UA. The abandoned building felt familiar and comforting. This was where he'd forged himself into a weapon. Where he'd spent countless hours pushing past his limits. He'd promised All Might he would stop vigilante work once he started at UA. That promise had been kept. But training here wasn't vigilantism. It was preparation. Izuku spent 3 hours drilling techniques. Chain work, knife fighting, hand-to-hand combat, movement patterns. Every skill Toji had possessed, refined and perfected through repetition. As he trained, he thought about his opponents. Bakugo would be aggressive and powerful. Todoroki would be versatile and strategic. Yaoyorozu could create anything she understood. Iida's speed was exceptional. Every classmate had unique advantages. But they all relied on their quirks. That was their strength and their weakness. Disable or counter their quirks, and most would struggle. Izuku couldn't disable quirks like Aizawa. But he could adapt to them. Predict them. Find the gaps in their application and exploit those gaps ruthlessly. His phone buzzed. A message from All Might. Young Midoriya, I heard about the sports festival. Remember, this isn't just about winning. It's about showing people what kind of hero you want to be. Make them believe in you. Quote. Izuku smiled. All Might understood the bigger picture. This was about more than personal glory. This was about changing society's perception of what was possible. Over the following days, Class 1A's training intensity increased dramatically. Students who'd been coasting on natural talent suddenly realized that the sports festival would expose any weaknesses. Extra training sessions filled the afternoons and evenings. Izuku found himself in demand as a training partner. His unique fighting style, no flashy quirk activations, just pure technique, helped classmates understand their own bad habits. When you couldn't rely on supernatural powers to compensate for poor form, every mistake became obvious. You're telegraphing your attacks, Izuku told Kirishima during a sparring session. Your shoulders tense before you harden. Against someone with good observation skills, that's fatal. Quote. Kirishima adjusted his stance. Like this. Better. Now try to hit me. Quote. The red-haired student charged. Izuku sidestepped, tapped Kirishima's extended arm to throw off his balance, and swept his legs. Kirishima crashed to the mat. What the? How did you do that so easily? You're strong when hardened, but your mobility decreases. Izuku offered a hand to help him up. If someone can evade your initial charge, they can control the fight. You need to work on maintaining mobility even when hardened. Quote. That's actually really good advice, Kirishima admitted. Thanks, man. Similar scenes played out with other classmates. Izuku would analyze their fighting styles, identify weaknesses, and suggest improvements. It was something he'd always been good at, breaking down complex problems into understandable components. His hero analysis notebooks had evolved from fan worship to genuine tactical documentation. He now had detailed profiles on every classmate, including their strengths, weaknesses, and optimal strategies for fighting alongside or against them. One evening, as Izuku was leaving the training grounds, he encountered someone unexpected. A small, elderly woman with pink hair styled into a mohawk. She wore a lab coat and had an expression of intense curiosity. "You're Midoriya, yes?" she asked. "The quirkless boy, that's me," Izuku confirmed cautiously. "And you are?" "Recovery girl calls me power loader sometimes, but my real name is, actually, that doesn't matter." She pulled out a tablet showing data. "I've been analyzing footage from your entrance exam and the USJ attack. Your physical capabilities are extraordinary." Quote, "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." She tapped the tablet. "I want to study you. Run tests. Understand how someone without a quirk factor can achieve these results. With your permission, of course." Quote, Izuku's instinct screamed caution. Letting someone study his abilities too closely might reveal things he wanted to keep hidden. But refusing would also raise suspicions. "What kind of tests?" he asked. "Non-invasive, mostly observation and measurement." She seemed to sense his hesitation. "Look, I'm not trying to exploit you. I'm genuinely curious. If we can understand your condition, maybe we can help other quirkless individuals develop similar abilities. Imagine if every quirkless person could train to your level." Quote, that was actually a compelling argument. If Izuku's success could help others. "I'll think about it," he said finally. "But I'm focused on the sports festival right now. Maybe afterward." "Fair enough." She handed him a card. "Contact me when you're ready. This could be important, Midoriya. Not just for you, for everyone." Quote, as she walked away, Izuku studied the card. This was a complication he didn't need right now. But it was also an opportunity. If he could control the narrative about his abilities, he could prevent more invasive investigations later. The week before the sports festival arrived with crushing speed. Tension in Class 1A reached fever pitch. Students were snapping at each other over minor issues. The pressure of performing before the entire nation was getting to everyone. Aizawa noticed and called a class meeting. "You're all wound too tight," he said bluntly. "Yes, the sports festival is important. But if you're too stressed to perform, you'll fail regardless of your abilities." He paused. "Take tomorrow off. No training. Rest. Clear your heads. You'll perform better if you're not exhausted." Quote, the forced rest day was exactly what everyone needed. Izuku spent it with his mother, helping with shopping and enjoying a home-cooked meal. The normalcy was grounding. "I'm so proud of you," Inko said, tears in her eyes as usual. "My baby, competing in the sports festival." Quote, "Mom, please don't cry." Quote, "I can't help it. You've worked so hard." She hugged him tightly. "Just promise me you'll be safe after that villain attack." Quote, "I promise, Mom." Izuku hugged her back. "I'll be careful." Quote, that night, Izuku lay in bed thinking about the path that had brought him here. A year ago, he'd been powerless. Bullied. Told he couldn't achieve his dreams. Now he was about to compete on national television as a UA student. The transformation seemed impossible, but it had happened through dedication, sacrifice, and the miraculous inheritance of Toji Fushiguro's abilities. Tomorrow would be the first event of the sports festival. Tomorrow, he would begin proving to the world that quirks weren't everything. Tomorrow, Izuku Midoriya would show everyone what a true hero looked like. And he would do it without a single quirk. Word count: 4,000. Chapter 12. The First Trial. The morning of the sports festival dawned bright and clear, as if the weather itself was celebrating UA's most prestigious event. Izuku woke at 5 a.m., his body's internal clock accustomed to early training sessions. But today wasn't about training, it was about performance. He went through his morning routine with calm precision. Shower, breakfast, mental preparation. His mother had already left for work but had taped a note to the refrigerator saying, "Good luck. I'll be watching. I love you," with at least a dozen heart drawings. Izuku smiled despite his nerves. His mother's support had never wavered, even when the entire world told him his dreams were impossible. The train to UA was packed with students in their gym uniforms. First years buzzed with nervous excitement. Second and third years carried themselves with more confidence, veterans of previous festivals. Everyone understood what today meant. This was their chance to shine. When Izuku arrived at the stadium, the sheer scale of the event became apparent. The facility could hold thousands of spectators, and every seat was filling rapidly. News helicopters circled overhead, pro heroes were stationed at every entrance. Security was suffocating in its thoroughness. Midoriya, Uraraka waved from across the staging area. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I can be," he replied, joining her and the rest of Class 1A. The atmosphere in the waiting area was electric. Students from all departments, Hero Course, Support Course, General Studies, Business, were gathered together. Everyone would compete in the first event before the field was narrowed. "There are so many people," Kaminari said nervously, peeking through a gap in the doorway at the massive crowd. "All watching us." Quote, "Don't think about the audience," Izuku advised. "Focus on your performance. Treat it like training." Quote, "Easy for you to say," Mineta grumbled. "You're freakishly good at everything." Quote, before Izuku could respond, Todoroki approached. His expression was serious, more intense than usual. "Midoriya, can I talk to you privately?" Quote, they stepped away from the main group. Other students watched curiously but didn't follow. "What's up?" Izuku asked. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes, one gray, one turquoise, fixed on Izuku with unsettling intensity. "I'm going to beat you today." Quote, "I expect you'll try." Quote, "You don't understand." Todoroki's voice dropped. "My father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He married my mother specifically to create a child who could surpass All Might. I'm the result of that ambition, a manufactured tool." Quote, Izuku remained silent, sensing Todoroki needed to speak. "My father has been watching you," Todoroki continued. "A quirkless student who's achieving things that shouldn't be possible. He's obsessed with understanding your secret." His expression hardened. "But I don't care about your secret. I just want to prove that I'm stronger than you using only my ice, without relying on his fire." Quote, so that was it. Todoroki's refusal to use his fire side wasn't just a preference, it was rebellion against his father. A way of rejecting Endeavor's plans and ambitions. "You should use all your power," Izuku said quietly. "Deliberately limiting yourself to make a point is just another way of letting your father control you." Quote, Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise. "True freedom isn't refusing to use half your power," Izuku continued. "It's using everything you have for your own reasons, your own goals, regardless of what anyone else wants." He met Todoroki's gaze. "But that's your choice to make. I'm just saying, when we fight, I want to face the real you. Not someone holding back." Quote, before Todoroki could respond, Present Mike's amplified voice boomed through the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Let's hear it for our first-year students." The roar of the crowd was deafening. Thousands of voices cheering in unison. It was overwhelming and exhilarating simultaneously. Class 1A filed out of the waiting area into the massive stadium. The sunlight was blinding after the dim preparation room. The stands were packed with spectators, heroes, and media. Cameras focused on the students, their faces displayed on enormous screens. Izuku's enhanced senses picked up individual voices in the crowd. "That's the class that was attacked by villains. They look so young." Quote, "Which one destroyed the zero-pointer in the entrance exam?" All the hero course classes assembled in the center of the stadium, classes 1A, 1B, and the support and general studies students who'd qualified. Hundreds of competitors, all hoping to advance. Midnight, the R-rated hero, stood on a raised platform in her revealing costume. She cracked her whip for attention. "Time for the student pledge," she announced. "This year's representative will be Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Bakugo stomped onto the platform, his expression arrogant. The entire stadium waited to hear what he would say. "I'm gonna win," Bakugo declared simply. Then he walked off. The crowd murmured in confusion. That was it. No inspirational speech, no acknowledgement of other competitors. Students from other classes were immediately hostile. What kind of pledge was that? Class 1A thinks they're so great. Arrogant jerks. Quote, Izuku sighed internally. Trust Bakugo to make everyone hate Class 1A within seconds. Now then, Midnight continued, ignoring the tension. Let's move on to the first event. A screen behind her displayed a spinning wheel that eventually stopped on one image. The obstacle race. Murmurs ran through the assembled students. All competitors will race around the stadium's 4-kilometer track, Midnight explained. The course includes various obstacles designed to test your mobility, problem-solving, and combat abilities. The first 42 students to finish will advance to the next round. Quote, 4 kilometers with obstacles. That meant endurance, speed, and adaptability would be crucial. It also meant strategy: burn too much energy early, and you'd fade at the end. Positions. Midnight commanded. All the students crowded toward a massive tunnel entrance. Hundreds of competitors trying to fit through a space meant for dozens. It was deliberately designed to create a bottleneck. The first obstacle was the crowd itself. Ready. Begin. The starting signal unleashed chaos. Hundreds of students surged forward simultaneously, all trying to squeeze through the tunnel at once. Bodies pressed together. Quirks activated indiscriminately. It was a stampede. Izuku didn't fight the crowd. Instead, he used his enhanced strength to jump, planting his feet on other students' shoulders and running above the mob. Several others had the same idea. Bakugo was propelling himself. Overhead with explosions, Todoroki was creating an ice path along the wall. They emerged from the tunnel together, leading the pack. Behind them, the massive crowd was still struggling through the bottleneck. "Out of my way, Deku!" Bakugo snarled, blasting forward. But Todoroki made the first major move. He slammed his right hand on the ground, and ice erupted across the entire corridor. A flash freeze that covered the ground, walls, and ceiling in thick ice. Students who'd been running at full speed suddenly found themselves slipping and sliding. Many fell. Some activated quirks to compensate. The organized race dissolved into pandemonium. But Izuku had sensed Todoroki's intention from his body language. He jumped before the ice expanded, clearing the frozen zone entirely. His enhanced agility allowed him to land smoothly and continue running without losing momentum. "Smart," Todoroki acknowledged, glancing back. "You predicted my move." Quote, "Your shoulder tensed before you activated your quirk," Izuku explained. "Small telegraph, but noticeable." Quote, "They rounded a corner and encountered the second obstacle. Massive robots, the same type from the entrance exam. But these were even larger. 0-pointers, dozens of them, blocking the path forward. Most students skidded to a stop in shock. These were the monsters they'd been told to avoid during the entrance exam. How were they supposed to get past? Todoroki didn't hesitate. He created a massive ice wave that flash froze the nearest robot's joints. The machine toppled forward, crashing to the ground and creating a path. But the falling robot threatened to crush students behind Todoroki. Izuku reacted instantly, his chains whipping out to wrap around the robot's leg. He yanked, redirecting its fall away from the crowd. "Thanks," a support course student gasped. Izuku didn't respond, already moving forward. He leapt onto the fallen robot, using it as a stepping stone to vault over the remaining machines. His parkour skills, refined through countless nights of rooftop training, made the obstacles trivial. Other students found their own solutions. Bakugo blasted robots apart with explosive fury. A student with a tape quirk swung between them. Someone with a size manipulation ability grew large enough to push through. The race spread out. The fastest and most capable pulled ahead while others struggled with the robots. Izuku and Todoroki led the pack, neither willing to let the other gain an advantage. Behind them, Bakugo was screaming threats while explosions propelled him forward at reckless speed. The third obstacle appeared, a massive canyon spanned by tightropes. Students would need to cross while maintaining balance. Fall, and you'd land in a cushioned pit that would cost precious time. "This is where I take the lead," Todoroki said. He created an ice bridge, running across it with perfect confidence. Izuku could have done the same with the tightropes, his balance was superhuman. But he had a better idea. He pulled out his chains and threw them forward. They wrapped around a support pillar on the far side. Then he swung across the canyon like a pendulum, using momentum to clear the distance in seconds. The crowd roared in appreciation. The announcers were going wild. "Incredible mobility from Midoriya. Is that the quirkless student? How is he keeping up with Todoroki? His physical capabilities are extraordinary." Present Mike. "No wonder he set entrance exam records." Izuku and Todoroki hit the final stretch simultaneously. The path back to the stadium was clear, just a straight sprint to the finish. They locked eyes. An unspoken agreement passed between them. No more tricks. Pure speed. They ran. Izuku's enhanced legs pumped like pistons. His cardiovascular system, refined beyond human limits, showed no signs of fatigue. He could maintain this pace for hours if necessary. Todoroki was keeping up using ice propulsion, creating ice behind himself and sliding forward on it. Creative and effective. Behind them, Bakugo was closing the gap with explosive speed, his competitive fury overriding any sense of pacing. The stadium entrance appeared ahead. The finish line. Thousands of spectators were on their feet, cheering. Izuku pushed harder, faster. His body became a blur of motion. In the final meters, he edged ahead of Todoroki by centimeters. He crossed the finish line first. The crowd exploded in cheers. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. A quirkless student just won the obstacle race. Todoroki crossed second, his expression more frustrated than upset. Bakugo was third, screaming about being robbed, despite finishing ahead of dozens of others. As more students finished, Izuku caught his breath and analyzed his performance. First place was good, but he'd revealed some of his capabilities. The chain work especially, that was unusual enough to make opponents wary. He needed to be more careful in the next round. Save his best techniques for when they mattered most. That was amazing, Midoriya. Uraraka had finished in 10th place, her zero-gravity quirk helping her float over obstacles. You were so fast. You did great too, Izuku replied. Top 10 is excellent. Quote, the 42 qualifiers gathered in the center of the stadium. Midnight cracked her whip for attention. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the first round. Now, let's see what the second event will be. The screen spun again. The cavalry battle. Groans and nervous murmurs rippled through the qualifiers. Here's how it works, Midnight explained. You'll form teams of 2 to 4 people. Each person has points based on their placement in the race. Last place is worth 5 points, and so on. She grinned wickedly. But first place is worth 10 million points. Quote, every eye in the stadium turned to Izuku. 10 million points. He was worth 10 million points. Which meant every team would be hunting him. The weight of 10 million points settled on Izuku's shoulders like a physical burden. Every student in the stadium was staring at him with expressions ranging from competitive hunger to predatory anticipation. He'd just become the single most valuable target in the entire sports festival. You have 15 minutes to form your teams, Midnight announced. Choose wisely. The moment she finished speaking, students swarmed toward their preferred teammates. Alliances formed instantly as competitors recognized that teamwork would be essential. The stadium floor became a chaotic marketplace of negotiation and strategy. Izuku stood alone, watching the frenzy unfold. No one approached him. The 10 million points made him simultaneously the most desirable and most dangerous partner. Team with him, and you'd be the primary target of every other group. Most students weren't willing to accept that pressure. Midoriya, Uraraka pushed through the crowd toward him. Let's team up. Relief flooded through him. You're sure? Every team will target us. Quote, that's exactly why you need teammates you can trust, she replied with determination. Besides, we're friends. I'm not abandoning you just because things got difficult. Quote, I'll join as well, Iida announced, adjusting his glasses. As class representative, I cannot allow a classmate to face this challenge alone. Though I must admit, competing against you directly would have been preferable. Quote, thank you, both of you. Izuku felt genuine gratitude. In a competition where self-interest should dominate, his friends chose loyalty. We need one more person. Someone with abilities that complement ours. Quote, what about Tokiyami? Uraraka suggested, pointing to the bird-headed student standing alone. His dark shadow is really strong. Quote, Izuku considered. Tokiyami's quirk created a shadow beast that operated semi-independently. In a defensive formation, Dark Shadow could protect them from attacks while Izuku focused on mobility and offense. Good thinking. Izuku approached Tokiyami. Want to join our team? Tokiyami's red eyes studied him. You're the 10 million point target. Allying with you guarantees we'll be attacked constantly. Quote, true, Izuku admitted, but it also means we'll face the strongest opponents. If we can defend against everyone else, we prove we're the best. Quote, a trial by fire. Tokiyami's beak curved in what might have been a smile. I accept, let us walk through darkness together. Quote, with their team assembled, Izuku began planning strategy. Iida, you'll be the horse in front. Your speed and stability are crucial. Tokiyami and Uraraka, you'll be the side horses. Tokiyami's dark shadow provides defense. Uraraka can make us lighter for better mobility. Quote, and you'll be the rider, Uraraka said. The one protecting the headband. Quote, exactly. Izuku pulled out his chains. I'll handle offense and defense from the top position. My enhanced perception will let me track multiple teams simultaneously. Quote, they practiced their formation during the remaining preparation time. Iida's engine quirk provided explosive acceleration. Uraraka's zero gravity reduced their combined weight, making them more maneuverable. Tokiyami's dark shadow extended their defensive range, and Izuku's tactical mind coordinated everything. Other teams were forming with their own strategies. Todoroki had recruited Yaoyorozu, Ida's classmate from the recommendation entrance exam, along with Kaminari and a support course student. Their team radiated confidence and power. Bakugo had formed a team with Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro. The explosive blonde was screaming orders and threats in equal measure. Typical Bakugo leadership. Several other teams from Class 1B and the support courses rounded out the competition. Each group eyed Izuku's 10 million point headband with barely concealed hunger. Teams, take your positions. Midnight commanded. The stadium floor had been marked with boundary lines. Teams arranged themselves across the field, Izuku's team in the center, surrounded by predators on all sides. The cavalry battle will last 15 minutes. Midnight explained. Steal headbands to accumulate points. Lose your headband and you're not eliminated, just keep fighting to steal others. The top 4 teams advanced to the final round. She raised her whip high. Begin. Instantly, every team charged toward Izuku. Move. Izuku commanded. Ida's engines roared to life. They shot forward with incredible acceleration, barely avoiding the first wave of attackers. Uraraka's gravity manipulation made them light enough to change direction mid-movement, dodging between opponents with impossible agility. They're fast, someone shouted. Don't let them escape. Todoroki's team moved to intercept. Ice erupted across the ground, trying to freeze them in place. But Izuku had anticipated this. Jump. Iida kicked off the ground with explosive force. Combined with Uraraka's weightlessness, they soared over the ice wave. Dark shadow extended downward, using the frozen ground as a springboard to push them even higher. They cleared Todoroki's team entirely, landing behind them. Impossible, Kaminari gasped. How are they so coordinated? Already, because Midoriya's been training us, Uraraka said, her voice filled with pride. But there was no time to celebrate. Bakugo's team was already attacking from a different angle. Dai, Deku, Bakugo screamed, launching himself forward with massive explosions. Dark shadow, Tokiyami commanded. The shadow beast expanded, creating a defensive wall. Bakugo's explosion impacted the darkness, dissipating harmlessly. But the force of the blast pushed Izuku's team backward. He's trying to corner us, Izuku analyzed. Iida, hard left. They pivoted, narrowly avoiding being trapped against the boundary line. Other teams were converging, trying to use numerical superiority to overwhelm them. Izuku's enhanced perception tracked every team simultaneously. 12 groups, each with their own strategy. Some were coordinating with each other, forming temporary alliances to bring down the 10 million point target. This was exactly the scenario he'd prepared for during his vigilante days. Multiple opponents attacking from different angles. Information overload, chaos management. He was in his element. Uraraka, make me weightless, Izuku commanded. What? But you're the rider, if you fall. Quote, trust me. Quote, she touched his leg, activating her quirk. Izuku immediately felt the sensation of weightlessness. He kicked off Ida's shoulders, launching himself high into the air above the battlefield. From his aerial vantage point, he could see every team's position and trajectory. His analytical mind processed the information instantly, identifying patterns and predicting movements. 3 teams were converging from the north. 2 from the east. Todoroki's team was preparing another ice attack from the south. Bakugo was charging straight forward. Izuku's chains whipped out, wrapping around a nearby pillar. He swung through the air like a pendulum, building momentum. At the perfect moment, he released. He shot back toward his team like a missile. His enhanced strength and the momentum from the swing made him nearly impossible to intercept. He landed perfectly on Ida's shoulders, never breaking formation. Incredible. Present Mike's voice boomed. Midoriya just used himself as an aerial scout while maintaining his position. The crowd roared its appreciation. This wasn't just strategy, it was performance art. But the other teams weren't giving up. They'd realized that direct attacks wouldn't work. They needed to separate Izuku from his team or overwhelm them with coordinated strikes. Todoroki's team is our biggest threat, Izuku said. His ice can control the battlefield. We need to neutralize him first. Quote, how? Iida asked, dodging another ice wave. By doing what he doesn't expect. Izuku smiled. Charge directly at him. Quote, are you crazy? Uraraka protested. Trust me. Iida, maximum speed. Uraraka, make us as light as possible. Tokiyami, Prepare Dark Shadow for offense. Quote. They accelerated toward Todoroki's team. The ice user saw them coming and prepared a massive defensive wall. Ice erupted from the ground, forming a barrier 20 feet tall. Now, Iida, jump. Iida's engines fired at full power. They launched upward and forward, clearing the ice wall entirely. Todoroki's team stared in shock as Izuku's group sailed over them. At the apex of their jump, Izuku struck. His chains whipped down, wrapping around one of Todoroki's headbands, not the highest value one, but enough to be significant. He yanked it free before Todoroki could react. They landed on the other side, now with additional points. Damn it, Todoroki muttered. Yaoyorozu, adjust the defense. He's more mobile than I calculated. Quote. The battle continued with relentless intensity. Teams fought desperately for position. And points. Headbands changed hands multiple times. The scoreboard shifted constantly. Izuku's team maintained their 10 million point headband through superior mobility and coordination. Every attack was countered. Every trap was avoided. They moved like a single organism, each member anticipating the other's actions. But the constant defense was exhausting. Even Izuku's enhanced stamina had limits. Iida's engines were starting to overheat. Uraraka was getting nauseous from extended quirk use. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow was weakening. 5 minutes remaining, Midnight announced. We can't keep this up much longer, Iida gasped. My engines need cooldown. Quote. Just a little longer, Izuku encouraged. We're almost there. Quote. Bakugo made his final desperate push. His team charged with reckless abandon, explosions propelling them forward at suicidal speed. I'm taking that headband, Deku. Bakugo roared. The collision was inevitable. Bakugo's team crashed into Izuku's team with tremendous force. Both groups struggled for dominance, hands grasping for headbands. Bakugo's fingers closed around the 10 million point headband. Victory was in his grasp. Then Izuku's enhanced reflexes kicked in. His hand moved faster than Bakugo could perceive. He grabbed Bakugo's wrist, redirected the motion, and in the same movement, snatched a headband from Bakugo's teammate. What? Bakugo's expression was pure disbelief. You focused too much on the prize, Izuku said. You forgot to protect your own points. Quote. The teams separated. Bakugo's group had lost significant points. Izuku's team retained the 10 million. 1 minute, Midnight called. The final minute was chaos. Every team made their last desperate attempts. Ice, explosions, acid, tape, shadows, quirks activated everywhere. The battlefield became a war zone. Todoroki made his move. His entire team coordinated a pincer attack, ice and creation quirks combining to trap Izuku's team. This is our last chance, Todoroki said. Kaminari, now. Kaminari released a massive electrical discharge. Lightning arced across the battlefield, aiming to stun Izuku's entire team. But Izuku had been waiting for this. He'd noticed Kaminari's positioning earlier. Had predicted this exact attack. Dark Shadow, full extension. Tokiyami's Shadow Beast expanded to maximum size, creating an insulated barrier. The electricity dissipated harmlessly against the darkness. Impossible, Todoroki breathed. Time's up. Midnight's whip cracked. The battle ended. Teams collapsed in exhaustion. The scoreboard tallied final points. First place was Izuku's team with over 10 million points. Second was Todoroki's team. Third was Bakugo's team, barely qualifying. Fourth was a team from Class 1B led by a student named Monoma. The top 4 teams advanced to the finals. Midnight announced. Congratulations to all who made it. The stadium erupted in cheers. Present Mike was screaming himself hoarse with excitement. Pro heroes in the stands were taking notes furiously. Izuku's team dissolved their formation. All 4 members collapsed to the ground, completely spent. We did it, Uraraka gasped. We actually did it. Quote. That was the most intense 15 minutes of my life, Iida said. Darkness has tested us and found us worthy, Tokiyami added dramatically. Izuku looked at his teammates with genuine affection. Thank you, all of you, I couldn't have done this alone. Quote. That's what teams are for, Uraraka said with a tired smile. As they rested, Todoroki approached. His expression was unreadable. Midoriya, in the finals, we'll face each other one-on-one. Quote. Probably, Izuku agreed. I won't lose. Todoroki's voice was quiet but intense. I'm going to defeat you. Using only my ice. To prove that I don't need his power. Quote. Your father's fire. Izuku stood up despite his exhaustion. Todoroki, you're still letting him control you. Quote. I'm rejecting him, by refusing to use half your power. Izuku met his gaze. That's not rejection. That's another form of obsession. True freedom would be using everything you have for yourself, not because of him or in spite of him. Quote, Todoroki was silent for a long moment. Then he walked away without responding. Bakugo was next to approach, his expression thunderous. Don't think this is over, Deku. In the finals, I'm going to destroy you. Quote, looking forward to it, Izuku replied honestly. The break period before the finals gave students time to recover. Medical teams treated injuries. Recovery Girl used her quirk on the most serious cases. Food and water were distributed. Izuku sat with his classmates, analyzing the upcoming tournament bracket. The finals would be single elimination one-on-one matches. Every fight would be broadcast to the entire nation. His potential opponents included Todoroki, Bakugo, Tokiyami, Iida, and others. Each one presented unique challenges. Nervous? Uraraka asked, sitting beside him. Focused? He corrected. This is where everything comes together. Quote, you're going to do great, she said with confidence. I believe in you. Quote, as the break period ended and students were called back to the arena, Izuku felt a strange calm settle over him. This was his moment. Everything he'd worked for led to this. The tournament bracket was displayed on massive screens. His first opponent was Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, the purple-haired student who'd been trying to transfer into the hero course. Izuku recognized him from the cavalry battle. The boy had a dangerous quirk that required careful handling. Competitors for match 1, please enter the arena. Midnight commanded. Izuku walked onto the field, the roar of thousands of spectators washing over him. Across from him, Shinso stood with his hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. I'm going to beat you, Shinso said, and I'm going to prove that people from General Studies deserve to be heroes too. Quote, Izuku nodded respectfully. Then let's give them a good fight. Quote, Midnight raised her whip. Ready, begin. The moment Midnight's whip cracked to signal the start of the match, Shinso spoke. You know, everyone's been talking about you, he said conversationally. The quirkless kid who somehow got into UA. Must be nice, getting all that attention. Quote, Izuku recognized the trap immediately. Shinso's quirk, brainwashing, activated when someone verbally responded to him. Answer any question or statement, and you'd fall under his control. It was a powerful ability that had allowed him to advance this far despite being in General Studies. But Izuku had done his research. He'd analyzed every competitor's quirk and fighting style during the cavalry battle. He knew exactly how Shinso's power worked. So he didn't respond. He simply started walking forward. Shinso's eyes widened slightly. Most opponents didn't know about his quirk or fell for his provocations. But Izuku remained silent, his expression calm and focused. Silent treatment. Huh, Shinso tried again. That's pretty rude. I'm trying to have a conversation here. Don't you think it's unfair that someone from General Studies has to work twice as hard for half the recognition? Izuku continued his advance, not saying a word. His enhanced hearing picked up Shinso's elevated heartbeat. The purple-haired student was getting nervous. You're just going to ignore me. Shinso's voice took on an edge of desperation. Fine, but you should know, people like you make me sick. Born with advantages, taking spots that should go to people who actually have to struggle. Quote, the words were meant to provoke an emotional response. To make Izuku defend himself. But Izuku understood that Shinso wasn't truly attacking him, he was fighting for his own dream with the only weapon he had. Izuku was now within striking distance. Shinso backed up, still trying to bait a verbal response. What? You think you're too good to talk to me? Is that it? Izuku moved. His speed was overwhelming. In less than a second, he closed the remaining distance and delivered a precise strike to Shinso's solar plexus, not hard enough to injure, but sufficient to knock the wind out of him. Shinso stumbled backward, gasping for air. Izuku followed up with a leg sweep that sent him to the ground. Before Shinso could recover, Izuku had him pinned. Out of bounds, Midnight announced. Izuku had pushed Shinso across the boundary line during the takedown. The match was over in less than 30 seconds. The crowd was silent for a moment, processing what they'd witnessed. Then the cheers erupted. Unbelievable. Midoriya wins without saying a single word. Present Mike screamed. He recognized Shinso's quirk and countered it perfectly. Izuku stood and offered his hand to help Shinso up. The purple-haired student stared at the offered hand for a long moment before accepting it. You knew, Shinso said quietly. About my quirk. Quote, Izuku nodded, still not speaking. He pulled Shinso to his feet. Everyone else underestimated me or fell for my provocations, Shinso continued. But you treated me like a real threat. You didn't mock my quirk or dismiss me. His expression was conflicted. Why? Izuku finally spoke, now that the match was over. Because your quirk is dangerous in the right hands. If you'd been facing someone less prepared, you would have won easily. He met Shinso's gaze. You belong in the hero course. You just need more training. Quote. Shinso's eyes widened. You really think? Quote. Yes. Izuku's conviction was absolute. Being a hero isn't about what quirk you're born with. It's about how you use what you have. You've proven you have the determination. Keep working, and you'll make it. Quote. Shinso was silent for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. Thank you. I'll remember this. Quote. As they left the arena, the crowd continued cheering. Izuku had won his first tournament match decisively, but more importantly, he'd shown respect to an opponent from a lesser course. It was exactly the kind of heroic behavior that UA wanted to showcase. Back in the waiting area, his classmates congratulated him. That was so smart, Uraraka said. You didn't even give him a chance to use his quirk. Efficient and effective, Tokiyami observed. You identified the optimal strategy and executed flawlessly. Quote. TCH. Bakugo scoffed from across the room. That was nothing. Wait until you fight someone actually strong. Quote. The next matches proceeded rapidly. Todoroki faced a student from Class 1B and won with overwhelming ice power, freezing his opponent instantly. Bakugo fought against a quirky student with tape abilities and won through explosive force and aggressive tactics. Iida defeated a support course student with his superior speed. Each match revealed different fighting styles and strategies. Some competitors relied heavily on their quirks. Others showed impressive hand-to-hand skills. A few demonstrated creative applications of seemingly simple abilities. But one match stood out. Uraraka vs. Bakugo. Izuku watched with intense focus as his friend faced his former tormentor. The contrast was stark, Uraraka's gentle, heroic personality against Bakugo's aggressive competitiveness. Begin. Midnight signaled. Bakugo immediately launched an explosive assault. But Uraraka had learned from watching previous matches. She made debris weightless and hurled it at Bakugo, forcing him to blast it away with explosions. Stop throwing garbage at me. Bakugo roared, but Uraraka's strategy was more sophisticated than it appeared. Every piece of debris Bakugo destroyed created smoke and dust, obscuring his vision. She was using his own explosions against him. The crowd began murmuring. Some thought Bakugo was being too aggressive against a female opponent. Others recognized that Uraraka was holding her own. Izuku analyzed every movement. Uraraka was implementing tactics he'd taught her during their training sessions. Control the battlefield. Force the opponent to waste energy. Create opportunities. She was doing brilliantly. But Bakugo was adaptable. He realized what she was doing and adjusted his tactics. Instead of destroying the debris with massive explosions, he used smaller, more controlled blasts to maneuver around them. The match became a chess game. Uraraka trying to accumulate floating debris overhead for a massive attack. Bakugo trying to force her into close combat where his explosions would be decisive. After 10 minutes of intense fighting, Uraraka made her move. She released all the accumulated debris at once, creating a meteor shower aimed at Bakugo. The crowd gasped. It was an incredible display of tactical planning. But Bakugo responded with his own trump card. He unleashed a massive explosion that destroyed all the falling debris simultaneously. The shockwave was powerful enough to knock Uraraka off her feet. She tried to stand, but her body wouldn't cooperate. She'd pushed her quirk beyond its limits. The nausea and disorientation were overwhelming. Uraraka is unable to continue. Midnight announced. Bakugo advances. The crowd was silent. Then, surprisingly, they began to applaud. Not for Bakugo, for Uraraka. She'd fought with everything she had against a stronger opponent and earned everyone's respect. Izuku met her at the medical station. You were amazing. Quote. I lost, she said, tears streaming down her face. You fought like a hero, Izuku corrected. You never gave up. You used strategy and creativity. Bakugo won because he's been training his whole life to be the strongest. But you showed everyone what determination looks like. Quote. Recovery girl healed Uraraka's exhaustion with her quirk. Young lady, that was quite a performance. You should be proud. Quote. As the tournament continued, the quarterfinals concluded. The semifinal matchups were announced. Izuku would face Todoroki. Bakugo would face Tokiyami. The anticipation in the stadium was electric. These would be the matches that determined who reached the finals. Midoriya, Todoroki said, approaching before their match. I meant what I said. I'm going to defeat you using only my ice. Quote, and I told you that's foolish, Izuku replied. But it's your choice. Quote, they entered the arena together. The crowd's noise was deafening. This was the match everyone wanted to see, the quirkless prodigy versus the son of the number 2 hero. Midnight raised her whip. This match will determine one finalist. Competitors, are you ready? Izuku settled into a combat stance. His chains were ready. His enhanced senses were active. His mind was clear. Todoroki's right side began to frost over. Ice formed around his arm. His expression was determined but conflicted. Begin. Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive ice wave. It surged across the arena like a tsunami, intending to freeze Izuku solid. But Izuku was already moving. His chains whipped out, anchoring to the arena wall. He used them to swing above the ice wave, clearing it entirely. Aerial attack won't work, Todoroki said. More ice erupted upward, creating frozen pillars that blocked Izuku's path. Izuku kicked off one pillar, then another, using them as stepping stones. His parkour skills turned Todoroki's defensive structure into his advantage. He landed behind Todoroki and struck. A precise blow aimed at pressure points that would temporarily disable movement. But Todoroki created an ice shield at the last second. Izuku's strike connected with solid ice instead of flesh. You're fast, Todoroki acknowledged. But I've been training against speed-type opponents my whole life. Quote, more ice erupted. The entire arena was becoming a frozen landscape. The temperature dropped dramatically. Spectators in the front rows could see their breath. Izuku recognized the pattern. Todoroki was making the battlefield inhospitable, trying to slow Izuku's movements with cold while maintaining his own mobility with ice paths. It was good strategy, but it had a fatal flaw. You're getting slower, Izuku observed. Todoroki's eyes widened. He looked down at his right side. Frost was covering his body. The overuse of his ice quirk was causing his own body temperature to drop dangerously. Your ice has limits, Izuku continued. You're sacrificing your health to avoid using your fire. That's not strength, that's stubbornness. Quote, shut up. Todoroki unleashed another ice wave. You don't understand anything. Izuku dodged, his enhanced agility making him difficult to hit. I understand that you're afraid. Afraid that using your father's power makes you like him. But your quirk isn't his, it's yours. Quote, I said shut up. The ice attacks became more desperate. More powerful but less controlled. The crowd watched in fascination. This wasn't just a physical battle, it was philosophical. Two different approaches to power and identity clashing. Izuku closed the distance again. This time, when Todoroki created an ice barrier, Izuku's chains wrapped around it. He used his enhanced strength to shatter the ice with pure force. The crowd gasped. Breaking Todoroki's ice with physical strength alone was supposed to be impossible. How? Todoroki breathed. Because I trained every day until my body became strong enough, Izuku replied. Because I refused to accept limitations. He pointed at Todoroki's left side, the fire side. You have power you're refusing to use. That's accepting a limitation. That's letting your father win. Quote, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Izuku's voice was calm but intense. I was told my entire life that I couldn't be a hero because I'm quirkless. That I should give up. Accept my limitations. His fist clenched. I refused. I pushed past every limitation society tried to place on me. And now I'm here, competing against the best. Quote, he took a step forward. You have power most people would kill for. 2 quirks in one body. But you're only using half because you're afraid of what it represents. Another step. That's not rebellion. That's surrender. Quote, Todoroki's body was trembling. Not from cold, from emotion. Anger, confusion, pain. Everything he'd been suppressing was bubbling to the surface. If you hate your father so much, prove him wrong. Izuku shouted. Show him that his fire can be used for good. That power isn't inherently heroic or villainous, it's what you choose to do with it. Memories flashed through Todoroki's mind. His mother's words, his father's abuse, the pressure to be perfect, the desire to be his own person. And suddenly, he understood. Flames erupted from Todoroki's left side. For the first time in the tournament, he activated his fire quirk. The heat was intense. The ice covering the arena began to melt. Steam filled the air. The temperature skyrocketed. Thank you, Midoriya, Todoroki said, his voice filled with new conviction. For reminding me, this is my power. Mine alone. Quote, the combined power of ice and fire created a storm. Todoroki became a force of nature, wielding both elements with devastating effect. This was the opponent Izuku had wanted to face. The real Todoroki, at full power. Now we can fight for real, Izuku said with a smile. What followed was one of the most spectacular battles in sports festival history. Ice and fire clashed against enhanced physical ability and tactical genius. The arena became a war zone. Spectators watched in awe as two first-year students demonstrated power that rivaled professional heroes. Todoroki unleashed massive attacks, walls of ice followed by waves of fire. The temperature fluctuated wildly. The arena itself was being reshaped by his power. But Izuku adapted to everything. His enhanced perception tracked the attacks. His superior mobility allowed him to dodge. His chains and physical strength let him counter. They were evenly matched. Two entirely different approaches to power, supernatural ability versus superhuman physicality, pushed to their absolute limits. The crowd was on their feet. Pro heroes were taking frantic notes. This was the future of hero society on display. Finally, both competitors were exhausted. Todoroki's quirks had pushed his body to its limit. Izuku's enhanced stamina was depleting. They stood opposite each other, both breathing heavily. One more attack, Todoroki said. Everything I have. Quote, agreed, Izuku replied. Let's end this. Quote, Todoroki combined both his quirks. Ice and fire merged into a devastating combination attack. The power was overwhelming, enough to seriously injure if it connected. Izuku gathered his strength. Every muscle tensed, every sense sharpened. This was the moment that would determine everything. They charged. The collision created an explosion of force that shook the entire stadium. Ice and fire and kinetic energy mixed in a maelstrom of power. When the dust cleared, both fighters were down. For a moment, neither moved. Then Izuku stirred. He pushed himself to his feet, body screaming in protest. Todoroki tried to stand but collapsed. He'd expended everything. Todoroki is unable to continue. Midnight announced. Midoriya advances to the finals. The crowd erupted in the loudest cheer of the day. They'd just witnessed an instant classic. A battle that would be remembered for years. Izuku walked over to Todoroki and offered his hand once again. Thank you for the fight. Quote, Todoroki looked up, tears streaming down his face. Not from sadness, from release. No, thank you, for setting me free. Quote, as medical teams rushed onto the field, Izuku looked up at the stands. All Might was there, his expression filled with pride. In the VIP section, Endeavor sat with a complicated expression, shocked that his son had finally used the fire quirk, mixed with frustration that Todoroki had still lost. Izuku had won. He'd reached the finals, and in doing so, he'd helped someone find themselves. That, more than victory, felt like what being a hero was truly about. Word count: 4,000. I'll continue with the remaining chapters 15 to 20 to complete your request. Here's Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The Final Battle. The medical team worked quickly to stabilize both Todoroki and Izuku after their intense semifinal match. Recovery Girl's quirk healed the most serious injuries, though both fighters would still be sore for days. The sheer power they'd displayed had pushed their bodies beyond normal limits. You boys are reckless, Recovery Girl scolded, though her tone was more worried than angry. Especially you, Midoriya. You don't have a healing factor like some quirk users. Every injury you take is more dangerous. Quote, I know, Izuku said quietly. But I couldn't hold back. Not against someone fighting with everything they had. Quote, HMPH. She handed him some energy gummies. Eat these, they'll help with the fatigue. And try not to destroy yourself in the finals. Quote, the finals. The realization hit Izuku as he rested. He'd made it to the championship match of the UA Sports Festival. The entire nation would be watching. Pro heroes would be evaluating his performance for potential internships. This was the moment that could define his entire hero career. His opponent would be whoever won between Bakugo and Tokiyami. Given Bakugo's explosive power and Tokiyami's weakness to bright light, the outcome seemed predetermined. But Izuku had learned never to underestimate any opponent. The semifinal match confirmed his prediction. Bakugo's explosions created intense light and heat that weakened Dark Shadow dramatically. Tokiyami fought valiantly, using strategy and positioning to minimize his disadvantage, but ultimately Bakugo's raw power proved overwhelming. Bakugo advances to the finals. Midnight announced. So it would be Izuku versus Bakugo. The quirkless prodigy versus the explosive powerhouse. Childhood acquaintances whose relationship had been defined by bullying and resentment. Now they would face each other on the biggest stage in hero education. In the waiting area, Bakugo approached Izuku. His expression was intense, not quite the murderous rage from earlier in the year, but close. Deku, the nickname that had once been pure mockery, now carried something else. Acknowledgement. Don't you dare hold back in the finals. Quote, I wasn't planning to, Izuku replied. Good. Bakugo's fists clenched, because I'm going to prove that I'm stronger than you. That all your training doesn't mean shit compared to real power. Quote, we'll see. Quote, Bakugo leaned closer, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. I know you're hiding something. There's no way someone quirkless gets this strong just from training. You're lying about something. His eyes were wild, but it doesn't matter. Whatever trick you're using, I'm going to blast through it. Quote, then I look forward to your attempt, Izuku said calmly. The two fighters separated, each preparing mentally for the upcoming battle. The stadium's energy was electric. This was the match everyone wanted to see. All Might appeared beside Izuku in the hallway. In his deflated form, he looked concerned. Young Midoriya, that was an incredible fight against young Todoroki. But you've sustained significant damage. Are you sure you can continue? I have to, Izuku said. This is what I've been working toward. Quote, I understand the desire to prove yourself. All Might's skeletal hand rested on Izuku's shoulder. But remember, being a hero isn't about winning every fight. It's about knowing your limits and acting wisely. Quote, I know my limits, Izuku replied. And I haven't reached them yet. Quote, All Might studied him for a long moment, then smiled. That's the spirit I wanted to see. Just be careful. Young Bakugo fights without restraint. Quote, so do I, Izuku said. When necessary. Quote, the break period ended. Students were called back to the arena for the final match. The crowd's noise had reached a fever pitch. Merchandise vendors were selling out. TV ratings were breaking records. This was the most watched sports festival in years. Izuku and Bakugo entered the arena from opposite sides. The contrast was stark, Izuku calm and analytical, Bakugo radiating aggressive confidence. They met in the center, facing each other across the battle ring. The moment you've all been waiting for. Present Mike's voice boomed. The finals of the UA Sports Festival. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. The quirkless prodigy versus the explosive powerhouse. Who will claim victory? Midnight stepped between them, her whip ready. This match will determine the sports festival champion. Fight with everything you have, but remember, excessive violence will result in disqualification. She looked at both fighters. Ready? Izuku nodded. Bakugo grinned ferally. Begin. Bakugo immediately launched himself forward with an explosive charge. No hesitation, no strategy, just overwhelming aggression. But Izuku had fought Bakugo before. He knew every tell, every habit, every weakness in the explosive blonde style. He sidestepped the initial attack with minimal movement, causing Bakugo to overshoot. Stand still, Deku, Bakugo roared, spinning midair and unleashing more explosions. The blasts were powerful enough to create craters in the arena floor. But Izuku was already gone, his enhanced speed making him difficult to track. He countered with his chains, whipping them forward to entangle Bakugo's arms. The explosive blonde blasted them away before they could fully bind him, but the attempt forced him to waste energy on defense. Is that all you've got? Bakugo taunted. I expected better from someone who beat half and half. Izuku didn't respond to the provocation. He was analyzing. Bakugo's explosions were powerful but consumed his nitroglycerin sweat. The more he used, the less explosive material he had available. If Izuku could force Bakugo to waste his ammunition, he went on the offensive. Fast strikes from multiple angles, each one forcing Bakugo to use explosions to either dodge or counter. The explosive blonde was incredibly mobile, using his quirk for propulsion and attack simultaneously. But mobility cost resources, and Izuku's stamina was supernatural. The crowd watched in fascination as the two fighters displayed completely different combat philosophies. Bakugo was all power and aggression, overwhelming force applied relentlessly. Izuku was precision and efficiency, every movement calculated for maximum effect with minimum energy expenditure. They're evenly matched. One spectator gasped, how is someone quirkless keeping up with Bakugo? Another wondered. In the competitor stands, Todoroki watched with intense focus. Midoriya's forcing Bakugo to fight on his terms. Every explosion Bakugo uses brings him closer to exhaustion. Quote, but Bakugo's adapting, Yaoyorozu observed. He's starting to use smaller, more controlled blasts, conserving his sweat while maintaining pressure. Quote, she was right. Bakugo was learning mid-fight, adjusting his tactics to counter Izuku's strategy. It was one of the explosive blonde's most dangerous qualities, his combat intelligence matched his raw power. The fight intensified. Bakugo pulled the pins on his grenade bracers, releasing stored nitroglycerin sweat. The resulting explosions were massive, filling half the arena with fire and force. Izuku used his chains to swing above the blast radius, clearing the danger entirely. But Bakugo had anticipated this. He'd already repositioned, launching himself upward with an explosion. They collided in midair. Bakugo's explosion-enhanced punch met Izuku's reinforced block. The impact created a shockwave that could be felt throughout the stadium. Both fighters landed hard. Both immediately stood and charged again. This was more than a tournament match. This was years of complicated history crystallizing into a single confrontation. Every punch carried the weight of their past. Every dodge represented their different paths forward. You don't deserve to be here. Bakugo screamed, his emotions finally breaking through. You're quirkless. You're nothing. I'm supposed to be the strongest. There it was. The real reason for Bakugo's obsession. Not just competitiveness, identity crisis. His entire self-worth had been built on being superior to Izuku. Now that foundation was crumbling. You are strong, Izuku said, deflecting another explosion. But strength isn't just about power. It's about heart, determination, the will to keep going when everything seems impossible. Quote, shut up. Bakugo unleashed a barrage of explosions. Stop acting like you understand me. I do understand, Izuku replied. Because I've been where you are. Desperate to prove something, afraid that maybe you're not good enough. He caught one of Bakugo's punches, stopping it despite the resulting explosion. But you are good enough, Kachan. You just need to stop measuring yourself against others and start becoming the hero you want to be. Quote, the words seemed to break something in Bakugo. For just a moment, his aggressive facade cracked. Confusion, pain, and something that might have been gratitude flashed across his face. Then his expression hardened. If you're done with your therapy session, let's finish this. He activated his ultimate technique. Stored sweat from both bracers combined with maximum output from his palms. The preparation for his most powerful attack. Howitzer impact. Bakugo spun rapidly, creating a tornado of explosive force. The technique combined mobility, power, and area of effect damage. It was nearly impossible to dodge and devastatingly powerful. Izuku had seconds to respond. Dodging wasn't an option, the attack covered too much area. Blocking would be difficult, the force was overwhelming. So he did something unexpected. He charged directly into the attack. The crowd gasped. What was he thinking? But Izuku had identified the eye of Bakugo's storm, a small space at the center where the explosive force was weakest. If he could reach it before the attack fully formed, he pushed his enhanced body to its absolute limit. Faster than he'd ever moved before. His chains extended, using the centrifugal force of Bakugo's spin to pull himself forward. He broke through the explosive barrier. Pain seared across his body as fire and concussive force scraped his skin. But he made it to the center. To Bakugo, the explosive blonde's eyes widened in shock. How did you? Izuku's fist connected with Bakugo's jaw. Not a killing blow, not even close. Just enough force to disrupt his concentration and stop the technique. They both crashed to the ground, exhausted. The arena floor was scorched and cratered. Both fighters were bleeding, burned, and pushed beyond their limits. For a long moment, neither moved. The crowd held its breath. Then Izuku stood, slowly, painfully, but he stood. Bakugo tried to rise but fell back down. His body had nothing left. He'd expended everything in that final attack. Bakugo is unable to continue. Midnight announced. The winner of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Midoriya. The stadium exploded with noise. Cheers, gasps, applause, thousands of voices creating a symphony of celebration. Present Mike was screaming himself hoarse. Pro heroes were standing and clapping. Even some teachers looked emotional. A quirkless student had just won the UA Sports Festival. Izuku extended his hand to Bakugo one more time. Good fight. Quote. Bakugo stared at the offered hand. Pride warred with reality on his face. Finally, grudgingly, he accepted. Next time, I'm winning, Bakugo muttered. I look forward to it, Izuku replied with a genuine smile. As medical teams rushed to treat both fighters, the weight of what had happened began to sink in. Izuku had proven something that society desperately needed to see. That quirks weren't everything. That determination, training, and heart could overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. In the competitor stands, his classmates were cheering wildly. He did it. Uraraka was crying happy tears. Midoriya won. Truly inspiring, Iida said, his own eyes wet. He's shown us all what it means to exceed our limits. Midoriya has proven himself a worthy rival, Todoroki said quietly, a small smile on his face. Even students from other classes were impressed. The general perception of quirkless individuals was changing in real time. If Midoriya could do this, what else was possible? The medal ceremony took place 30 minutes later. All Might himself presented the awards in his muscular form. Third place went to both Tokiyami and Todoroki. Second place to Bakugo, who looked like he wanted to murder the medal. And first place, young Midoriya. All Might's voice boomed as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. You have shown the world what it truly means to be a hero. Not through power, but through determination. Not through gifts, but through effort. You've inspired an entire generation today. Quote. The crowd roared its approval. All Might leaned in and whispered quietly enough that only Izuku could hear. I am so proud of you, my boy. You've exceeded every expectation. Quote. Tears finally came to Izuku's eyes. All the pressure, all the pain, all the years of being told he couldn't achieve his dreams. It all released in that moment. He'd done it, against all odds, despite society's prejudice, through pure determination and relentless effort. He'd proven that you didn't need a quirk to be a hero. The sports festival concluded with fireworks and celebrations. Students were exhausted but elated. Pro heroes were already discussing which students they wanted for internships. The media was crafting narratives about this historic sports festival. And at the center of it all was Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy who became a champion. The day after the sports festival, Class 1A was noticeably different. The students who'd competed were exhausted, covered in bandages and healing bruises. But there was also a new energy, confidence born from facing challenges and surviving them. Izuku arrived at school to find himself the center of attention. Students from other classes stared and whispered as he walked through the halls. Some looked impressed, others seemed resentful, a few appeared calculating, as if trying to figure out how someone quirkless could have achieved what he did. Midoriya, a group of first-year general studies students approached him. That was incredible yesterday. You really showed everyone that quirks aren't everything. Thank you, Izuku replied humbly. I just did my best. Quote, can you give us training advice? One asked eagerly. If you could get that strong without a quirk, maybe we can too. The request caught Izuku off guard. He'd never considered himself a teacher or mentor. But looking at their hopeful faces, he understood the significance. He represented possibility for everyone who'd been told they weren't good enough. Training isn't just physical, he said carefully. It's mental. You have to believe in yourself even when no one else does. Push past limits that others say are absolute. He paused. But more than anything, you need a reason. A purpose that drives you forward even when everything hurts. Quote. The students hung on his every word. This was the impact All Might had talked about, inspiring others not through power, but through example. When Izuku finally reached Class 1A, his classmates greeted him with varying reactions. Uraraka tackled him in a hug. Iida congratulated him formally. Kirishima declared his victory, super manly. Todoroki nodded with quiet respect. Bakugo, predictably, glared from his desk. But the explosive blonde didn't say anything. The defeat had clearly affected him deeply. All right, settle down, Aizawa said, entering the classroom in his sleeping bag. I know you're all excited about the sports festival, but we have important business. He wiggled out of the sleeping bag, holding a stack of papers. You'll be choosing hero names today. Quote. The class erupted in excited chatter. Hero names were significant. They represented identity, brand, and the kind of hero you wanted to be. Additionally, Aizawa continued, you've all received internship offers from pro heroes who watched the sports festival. He pulled up a chart. Most of you got between 0 and 5 offers. Todoroki and Bakugo received dozens. In Midoriya, quote, the chart showed Izuku's name with a number that made everyone gasp. Over 400 offers. 412 to be exact, Aizawa said. That's the highest number of offers any first year has received in UA history. Quote, the classroom fell silent. 412 pro heroes wanted to work with the quirkless student who'd won the sports festival. It was validation on an unprecedented scale. Holy crap, Midoriya, Kaminari exclaimed. You're basically the most wanted student in school. That's a lot, Izuku said, overwhelmed. How was he supposed to choose from that many options? You have until the end of the week to select 3 potential internships, Aizawa explained. The school will help you narrow down options based on your goals and compatibility. But start thinking about what kind of hero you want to become. Quote, the hero naming exercise began with Midnight as the special guest instructor. Students took turns presenting their chosen names. Some were creative, others were questionable. When it was Izuku's turn, he'd already made his decision. I'll be the Phantom Hero, Spectre. Quote, Midnight's eyes lit up. Ooh, mysterious and intimidating. It references your vigilante reputation while establishing a new identity. Very sexy. I mean, very appropriate. The name carried multiple meanings. It honored his time as the Phantom while signaling growth beyond that identity. It suggested someone who operated in shadows but served the light. Most importantly, it felt right. Other notable names included Todoroki's, Shoto, a declaration of independence from his father's shadow. Bakugo initially tried, Lord Explosion Murder, before being forced to revise to Ground Zero. Uraraka chose Uravity, a cute play on her quirk. Iida selected Ingenium, to honor his brother. Each name reflected the student's personality and aspirations. They were becoming real heroes, not just students playing at heroism. After class, Izuku was called to Principal Nezu's office. The small chimera sat behind an enormous desk, sipping tea and radiating intelligence. Ah, young Midoriya, please, sit. Nezu gestured to a chair. Tea? No thank you, sir. Quote, straight to business then. Nezu's eyes gleamed. You've caused quite a stir. 412 internship offers. Media requests for interviews. Even the Hero Public Safety Commission wants to meet you. Quote, I didn't expect this much attention, Izuku admitted. Of course you didn't. You're focused on becoming a better hero, not on fame. Nezu took a sip of tea. But attention comes with responsibility. You're now a symbol, proof that quirks aren't everything. People will look to you for inspiration. Others will target you to prove you wrong. Quote, I understand. Quote, do you? Nezu's expression became serious. The League of Villains specifically targeted you at the USJ. They know you're important to All Might. Your sports festival victory has only increased your profile as a target. Quote, the reminder was sobering. Izuku had been so focused on the competition that he'd briefly forgotten about the larger threat. The League of Villains was still out there, planning something. I can handle myself, Izuku said. I know you can. That's why I'm not trying to restrict you. Nezu pulled out a file. But I want you to choose your internship carefully. Some heroes on your list are better equipped to protect you if villains attack. Others would provide better training. You need to balance safety with growth. Quote, do you have recommendations? Several. Nezu opened the file, revealing profiles. Gran Torino, All Might's former teacher. He specializes in speed and combat technique. Edgeshot, the ninja hero, who uses precision and strategy. Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, who has precognition abilities. Each would provide unique benefits. Quote, Izuku studied the profiles. Gran Torino was elderly but reportedly terrifying in combat. Edgeshot's fighting style aligned with his own emphasis on precision. Sir Night-Eye's analytical approach would complement his tactical mind. I'll review all my options carefully, Izuku said. Good. Nezu leaned back. One more thing. There's been interest from the support department in studying your physical condition. How you achieve superhuman capabilities without a quirk factor. Would you consent to some tests? This was the offer that research scientist had mentioned. Izuku had been expecting it. What kind of tests? Non-invasive observation, strength measurements, reaction time analysis, sensory capability evaluation. Nezu smiled. We want to understand the mechanics of your heavenly restriction condition. If we can document it scientifically, it might help other quirkless individuals. Quote, the offer was tempting. If his success could genuinely help others, I'll agree to limited testing, Izuku said. But I want to review all procedures first. And nothing that reveals combat techniques. Quote, fair enough. Nezu extended a paw. We'll draft an agreement. Quote, they shook on it. As Izuku left the office, he felt the weight of expectation settling on his shoulders. He wasn't just a student anymore, he was a symbol. People would judge the potential of all quirkless individuals based on his performance. It was a heavy burden, but also a privilege. That evening, Izuku sat in his room reviewing the internship offers. 412 options, each one represented a pro hero who believed he had potential. It was overwhelming and humbling. His phone buzzed. A message from All Might. Young Midoriya, I have a suggestion for your internship. Consider Gran Torino. He's difficult, but he'll push you further than anyone else. If you're serious about becoming the best, he's your answer. Quote, Izuku researched Gran Torino. The elderly hero had retired years ago but still held a hero license. His combat record was impressive, dozens of high-profile villain captures, including several that had stumped other heroes. More importantly, he'd trained All Might himself. If Gran Torino could teach All Might, he could teach anyone. Decision made, Izuku submitted his top 3 choices. Gran Torino for intensive combat training. Edge shot as backup if Gran Torino declined. Sir Night-Eye as third option for analytical skills development. The week passed in a blur of classes and media attention. News outlets were running stories about the quirkless champion. Opinion pieces debated whether his success was replicable. Some praised UA for accepting him. Others questioned if the school should focus more on quirkless applicants. Izuku tried to ignore the noise and focus on training. His body was still recovering from the sports festival, but he couldn't afford to slack off. Other students were improving rapidly. He needed to improve faster. Todoroki approached him during lunch one day. Midoriya, I wanted to thank you again. For what you said during our match. Quote, you don't need to thank me. Quote, yes, I do. Todoroki's expression was earnest. I've been talking to my mother. Actually talking, not just visiting. We're working through things. He paused. My father is conflicted. He's proud I used the fire, but angry I still lost. Typical. Quote, are you okay with that? I'm learning to be. Todoroki smiled slightly. I chose my hero name. Shoto. Just my name. Not my father's legacy or my mother's trauma. Just me. Quote, that's perfect, Izuku said sincerely. We should train together sometime, Todoroki suggested. I want to get stronger. And you're the one who beat me. Quote, I'd like that. Quote, their friendship was solidifying. Two people with completely different backgrounds finding common ground in their determination to be heroes. Bakugo was less friendly but more present. The explosive blonde started attending the same training sessions as Izuku, watching his techniques with analytical focus. No words were exchanged, but the message was clear. Bakugo was studying, learning, preparing for their next confrontation. It was healthier than the murderous hatred from before. Progress. The internship assignments were announced Friday afternoon. Izuku's request for Gran Torino had been approved. He would spend a week training with All Might's former teacher. Good luck, Aizawa said when handing him the assignment paperwork. Gran Torino is eccentric, but effective. Try not to die. Quote, that's encouraging, Izuku muttered. I'm serious. Aizawa's expression was grave. He trained All Might, and All Might says it was the hardest experience of his life. You're about to face something beyond anything UA has thrown at you. Quote, I'm ready. Quote, we'll see. Quote, that weekend, Izuku prepared for his internship. He packed his hero costume, basic supplies, and mentally prepared himself for intensive training. All Might had texted him warnings about Gran Torino's teaching methods, which apparently involved a lot of being thrown through walls. His mother was worried but supportive. Promise me you'll be careful. Quote, I promise, Mom. Quote, and call me every day. I will. Quote, Sunday evening, Izuku took the train to the address Gran Torino had provided. It was in a quiet neighborhood, unremarkable except for one detail. The apartment building looked old and slightly run down. This was where All Might's teacher lived. Izuku knocked on the designated door. No answer. He knocked again. Coming, coming. A raspy voice called. The door opened to reveal a tiny elderly man, barely 4 feet tall with a bald head and a persistent grimace. Who are you? I'm Izuku Midoriya, sir. I'm here for the internship. Quote, intern. I didn't request an intern. Gran Torino turned away. Must be a mistake. Go away. Quote, the door started to close. Izuku stopped it with his foot. All Might recommended you specifically, Izuku said. He said you were the best teacher he ever had. Quote, All Might. Gran Torino's expression changed. You know Toshinori? Yes sir. He's been mentoring me. Quote, The old man studied Izuku with sharp eyes that belied his apparent senility. You're the quirkless kid. The one who won the sports festival. Quote, that's me. Quote, and you want me to train? You? Yes sir. Quote, Gran Torino's expression became unreadable. Then, without warning, he disappeared. Izuku's enhanced senses tracked him. The old man had moved so fast he seemed to teleport. A split second later, Gran Torino was behind him, hand raised to strike. Izuku's instincts kicked in. He ducked, rolled, and came up in a defensive stance. His chains were already uncoiling. Gran Torino reappeared in the doorway, grinning. Good reflexes. You'll do. Come inside. Quote, the apartment interior was cluttered and messy. Taiyaki wrappers everywhere. Furniture arranged haphazardly. It looked like an elderly person lived here, not a legendary hero trainer. So, Gran Torino said, suddenly seeming fully alert. Toshinori says you refused one for all. Quote, Izuku blinked. You know about one for all. Of course I know. I was the one who taught Toshinori how to use it properly. The old man settled into a chair. He said you turned it down because you want to prove a quirkless person can be a great hero. Admirable. Stupid, but admirable. Quote, I don't think it's stupid. Quote, that's because you're young and idealistic. Gran Torino's expression became serious. But I respect it. You've already achieved more than anyone thought possible. Now let's see if we can push you even further. Quote, I'm ready for anything. Quote, are you? Gran Torino's smile was predatory. We'll see. Tomorrow morning, we start. 6 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. Quote, 6 a.m. Got it. Quote, in Midoriya, Gran Torino's voice stopped him at the door. I'm going to work you harder than you've ever been worked. Toshinori thought he was tough, but he had a stockpiled power quirk to fall back on. You don't. You'll need to be 10 times better just to keep up with heroes who have supernatural abilities. Quote, I understand. Quote, good. The old man's expression softened slightly. But if you can survive my training, you'll be unstoppable. Sleep well. You'll need it. Quote, Izuku left the apartment and found a nearby hotel. As he lay in bed that night, he thought about what lay ahead. Gran Torino was clearly more than he appeared. The casual display of speed earlier had been incredible. If the old man could move like that consistently, this internship would indeed be intense. Potentially the hardest training he'd ever experienced. But Izuku smiled. That's exactly what he needed. He'd conquered UA's entrance exam, survived a villain attack, won the sports festival. Now it was time to evolve further. To push past even his current limits. To become not just good, but exceptional. The week ahead would forge him into something greater. He was ready. Word count. 4,000. I'll continue with the remaining chapters 17 to 20 to complete your request. Here they are. Chapter 17. Gran Torino's Hell Week. 6 a.m. came too early. Izuku woke to his alarm and immediately prepared for training. He wore his hero costume and arrived at Gran Torino's apartment exactly on time. The old man was waiting outside, no longer looking senile. His eyes were sharp and assessing. Punctual. Good. Gran Torino gestured to an empty lot nearby. We'll train here. City ordinances be damned. Quote, shouldn't we use a proper training facility? Izuku asked. Training facilities are controlled environments. Real hero work happens in chaos. Gran Torino's expression became intense. Lesson 1 begins now. Try to touch me. Quote, before Izuku could respond, the old man vanished. One moment he was standing still, the next he was gone. Izuku's enhanced senses tracked him. Gran Torino had moved to the left at incredible speed. Izuku spun and struck at where he sensed the movement. His fist hit empty air. Gran Torino was already elsewhere. Too slow. The old man's voice came. From behind. A light tap hit Izuku's head. Again. For the next hour, Izuku tried desperately to land a single hit. His enhanced speed, which had overwhelmed opponents at the sports festival, proved insufficient. Gran Torino moved like he was teleporting, appearing and disappearing with bewildering frequency. Every time Izuku thought he'd predicted the pattern, Gran Torino would do something unexpected. The old man's combat experience was beyond anything Izuku had faced. Finally, exhausted and frustrated, Izuku collapsed. Had enough? Gran Torino asked. How? Izuku gasped. How are you moving that fast? My quirk is jet. I can shoot air from my feet for propulsion. The old man demonstrated, hovering briefly. But speed alone isn't enough. You need to understand three-dimensional combat. You're fighting on a flat plane when the entire environment is your battlefield. Quote, he pointed upward. Walls, ceilings, obstacles. A true fighter uses everything. Quote, the lesson continued. Gran Torino demonstrated how to use surroundings for mobility advantage, how to read an opponent's intent from body language, how to fight multiple enemies while conserving energy. It was brutal education. Every mistake earned a light hit. Every correct movement earned grudging approval. By midday, Izuku was covered in bruises despite his enhanced durability. Lunch, Gran Torino announced. They ate taiyaki from a nearby shop. Now tell me, what did you learn? That I'm not as fast as I thought, Izuku admitted. Wrong answer. Gran Torino bonked his head. Speed is relative. You're fast for your age and training. But you're fighting inefficiently. You move in straight lines. You telegraph attacks. You don't use your environment. Quote, so what should I do? Think in 3 dimensions. Your chains give you mobility advantage. Use them. The moment you limit yourself to ground-level fighting, you lose your greatest strength. Quote, the afternoon session focused on chain techniques. Gran Torino demonstrated how Izuku could use his chains not just as weapons, but as mobility tools. Swinging between buildings, creating impromptu ziplines, even using them to redirect his own momentum mid-movement. Your physical capabilities are extraordinary, Gran Torino said, but you're using them like a blunt instrument. Heroes need precision. Quote, he threw a small object, a taiyaki wrapper. Catch it without touching it. Quote, Izuku's chains whipped out. The wrapper fluttered away from the motion. Too much force, Gran Torino critiqued. Again. Quote, they practiced for hours, catching progressively smaller and more delicate objects using chains. It required incredible control. Too much force destroyed the object, too little failed to catch it. By evening, Izuku could snatch a tissue out of the air without tearing it. His chain control had improved dramatically. Better, Gran Torino acknowledged. But still not enough. Tomorrow will be harder. Quote, the week continued with relentless intensity. Each day brought new challenges that pushed Izuku's abilities to their limits. Day 2 focused on combat against multiple opponents. Gran Torino used projections and training dummies to simulate villain attacks from all directions. Izuku had to defend, counter, and neutralize threats while maintaining awareness of his surroundings. Heroes rarely fight one-on-one, Gran Torino lectured between beatings. You need to handle chaos. Quote, Day 3 introduced rescue scenarios. Gran Torino created situations where Izuku had to save civilians while fighting villains. It required split-second decision-making. Prioritize the rescue or eliminate the threat. How do you protect someone while under attack? The scenarios were impossibly difficult. Izuku failed repeatedly, but each failure taught him something valuable. Day 4 was psychological warfare. Gran Torino used recorded, villain statements and situations designed to shake Izuku's confidence. Hostage scenarios, moral dilemmas, situations with no good choices. Heroes face impossible decisions, Gran Torino said. You need to make the best choice, not the perfect one. Quote, Day 5 brought everything together. A comprehensive combat test combining speed, strategy, multiple opponents, rescue operations, and psychological pressure. Izuku failed spectacularly. Good, Gran Torino said as Izuku lay defeated. You're supposed to fail. The point is learning what failure feels like and getting back up anyway. Quote, by day 6, Izuku had absorbed countless lessons. His movement had become more fluid. His strategic thinking more sophisticated. His chain techniques more precise. He was evolving rapidly under Gran Torino's brutal tutelage. The final day arrived. Gran Torino announced a simple test. Hit me once, anywhere. You have 1 hour. Quote, it seemed straightforward, but Izuku knew it would be anything but. The fight began. This time, Izuku didn't charge recklessly. He used everything he'd learned. 3-dimensional thinking, environmental awareness, precision over power. He swung through the training area using chains, attacking from unexpected angles. When Gran Torino dodged, Izuku was already repositioning for the next strike. 30 minutes passed. No hits landed, but Izuku was getting closer. He could feel the patterns in Gran Torino's movements. The slight predictability that comes from decades of habit. 45 minutes. Izuku changed tactics. Instead of trying to hit directly, he created situations where Gran Torino had limited movement options. Using chains to restrict space. Creating threats that forced specific responses. 58 minutes. Izuku saw his opening. Gran Torino had just landed from a jump. For one fraction of a second, his movement options were limited by physics. Izuku's chain shot forward, not at Gran Torino directly, but at his only escape route. The old man was forced to dodge in a predictable direction, where Izuku's fist was already waiting. Contact. Light. Barely a tap. But contact. Time. Gran Torino called, grinning widely. You did it. Quote. Izuku collapsed in exhaustion and satisfaction. He'd actually hit Gran Torino. After a week of failures, he'd finally succeeded. You've improved significantly, Gran Torino said. Your strategic thinking has evolved. Your techniques have been refined. Most importantly, you've learned to think like a hero, not just fight like one. Quote. Thank you for teaching me, Izuku said sincerely. Don't thank me yet, this was just the foundation. Gran Torino pulled him to his feet. You have potential to be one of the greats. But potential means nothing without continued work. Quote. They spent the final evening discussing hero philosophy. Gran Torino shared stories from his career and All Might's training. The conversations revealed depth to heroism that UA didn't teach. Being a hero isn't about being the strongest, Gran Torino said. It's about being the one who doesn't quit when everyone else does. The one who stands up when it's easier to stay down. He looked at Izuku intently. You have that quality. Don't lose it as you get stronger. Quote. The week ended with Izuku returning to UA, transformed. His skills had been honed. His understanding deepened. His confidence tempered with humility. Gran Torino saw him off at the train station. Come back sometime. I'll beat more lessons into you. Quote. I will, Izuku promised. As the train carried him back to school, Izuku reflected on everything he'd learned. This internship had been exactly what he needed. Not just physical training, but mental and philosophical growth. He was becoming a true hero. Not just someone with abilities, but someone with the wisdom to use them correctly. The journey continued, and Izuku was ready for whatever came next. The train ride back to UA felt different than the journey to Gran Torino's place. Izuku sat in his seat, watching the scenery blur past, and reflected on how much had changed in just 1 week. His body felt simultaneously exhausted and energized. Every muscle carried the memory of Gran Torino's brutal training regimen. But it wasn't just physical changes. His mindset had evolved. He understood combat on a deeper level now. The three-dimensional thinking Gran Torino had hammered into him had fundamentally altered how he perceived fights. Every environment was a potential advantage. Every obstacle was a tool. His phone buzzed with messages from classmates. Uraraka asking how his internship went. Iida providing a detailed report of his own experience with his brother's agency. Even Todoroki sent a brief message saying his internship had been productive. Quote. Izuku responded to each one, keeping his answers vague. How could he explain that he'd spent a week being systematically dismantled and rebuilt by an elderly man who moved like lightning? When he arrived at UA on Monday morning, the campus was buzzing with energy. Students from all years were sharing internship stories. Some had exciting adventures, others had boring paperwork duty. Everyone had learned something. Class 1A gathered before homeroom, exchanging experiences. My internship was so cool. Kirishima said enthusiastically. I worked with Fourth Kind and we stopped a robbery. Real villain fighting. I assisted with rescue operations, Uraraka added. It was scary but amazing. Seeing pro heroes work up close really showed me how much I need to improve. Quote. My father's agency was intense, Todoroki said quietly. But educational. Quote. Bakugo was characteristically loud about his experience with Best Jeanist. That guy tried to make me act all proper and shit. As if I need some denim wearing nobody telling me how to be a hero. Language, Bakugo, Iida scolded automatically. When attention turned to Izuku, everyone leaned in with interest. The sports festival champion's internship choice had been Gran Torino, a name few recognized but those who did knew its significance. So how was it, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. You look different. Quote. It was intense, Izuku said carefully. Gran Torino is terrifying. But I learned more in 1 week than I thought possible. Quote. What kind of training did you do? Kirishima asked eagerly. Everything. Combat drills, rescue scenarios, strategic planning. Izuku decided not to mention the part where he'd been repeatedly thrown through walls. He's All Might's former teacher, so his standards are incredibly high. Quote. The class murmured with interest. All Might's teacher training the quirkless champion. That was a significant endorsement. Aizawa entered the classroom, ending the conversation. Enough chattering. Take your seats. We have important announcements. Quote. Once everyone was seated, their homeroom teacher's tired eyes swept across the class. First, your internships are over. You'll receive performance evaluations from your host agencies this week. Use that feedback to improve. Quote. He paused, and his expression became more serious. Second, we're approaching final exams. Both written and practical components. The practical exam will be particularly challenging this year. Quote. Groans rippled through the classroom. Finals meant studying, stress, and high-stakes testing. The practical exam will involve combat scenarios, Aizawa continued. You'll be tested on everything you've learned this semester. Combat ability, strategic thinking, rescue operations, teamwork. His smile was unsettling. And you'll be facing opponents specifically designed to challenge you. Quote. What kind of opponents? Yaoyorozu asked. You'll find out during the exam, Aizawa replied. But I suggest you train seriously. Failure means remedial summer courses. Success means a training camp where you'll push your abilities even further. Quote. The stakes were clear. Pass the exams in advance. Fail and fall behind. You have 2 weeks to prepare, Aizawa said. Use them wisely. Quote. The rest of the day's classes covered standard academic subjects. Hero Law, Mathematics, English with present mic, but everyone's minds were on the upcoming exams. During lunch, study groups began forming naturally. Yaoyorozu offered to tutor anyone struggling with academics. Bakugo surprisingly agreed to help with combat strategy, though he framed it as, making sure you extras don't embarrass our class. Quote. Izuku found himself coordinating a tactical study session. His analytical approach to hero work made him valuable for strategic planning. The practical exam will probably involve fighting, he explained to the gathered students. But it won't just be about power. UA tests everything. They'll want to see problem solving under pressure. Quote. So what should we focus on? Kaminari asked. Know your weaknesses, Izuku replied. The exam will target them specifically. If you rely too much on your quirk, expect situations where it's ineffective. If you struggle with close combat, expect enemies that force you into it. Quote. That's kind of scary, Uraraka said. It's practical, Todoroki interjected. Heroes face situations outside their comfort zones constantly. The exam will simulate that. Quote. Over the following days, Class 1A trained with renewed intensity. The sports festival had shown everyone their current level. Now they needed to exceed it. Izuku pushed himself harder than ever. Gran Torino's training had given him new techniques and perspectives. He needed to integrate them fully before the exam. He practiced three-dimensional mobility using his chains, swinging between buildings on the training grounds, creating impromptu ziplines, using momentum and physics to enhance his movement. Other students noticed his improved fluidity. Where before his movements had been efficient but straightforward, now they were almost artistic. He flowed through the environment like water finding the path of least resistance. Dude, you got way better during your internship, Kirishima observed during a sparring session. How'd you improve so much in 1 week? Gran Torino is a harsh teacher, Izuku replied. He doesn't accept anything less than excellence. Quote. Think he'd train me, if you can survive him, Izuku said with a slight smile. He's not gentle. Quote. Bakugo watched these training sessions from a distance, his expression unreadable. The explosive blonde had been unusually quiet since returning from his internship. Best Jeanist had apparently made an impression, though Bakugo would never admit it. One afternoon, Bakugo approached Izuku directly. Deku, we need to talk. Quote. They walked to an empty training area. Bakugo's hands were clenched into fists, but he wasn't radiating his usual aggressive energy. Instead, he seemed conflicted. What's up, Kachan? Izuku asked. Don't call me that, Bakugo muttered automatically. Then he took a breath. Best Jeanist said something during my internship. About how being the strongest isn't enough. That heroes need to inspire people, not just beat villains. Quote. Izuku waited silently, sensing Bakugo needed to work through this himself. He said I have the power to be a top hero, but my attitude holds me back. That people don't want a hero who looks down on them. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He compared me to you. Said you inspire people because you overcome obstacles instead of just smashing through them. Quote. Kachan, I'm not done, Bakugo interrupted. I've been thinking about the sports festival. About how you beat me. His voice dropped. You were right. I was so focused on proving I'm the strongest that I forgot why I wanted to be a hero in the first place. Quote. This was the most vulnerable Izuku had ever seen Bakugo. The explosive blonde who'd tormented him for years was actually reflecting on his flaws. So what are you going to do? Izuku asked. Get stronger, Bakugo replied immediately. But also, better. Not just at fighting, at everything. He finally met Izuku's gaze. And I'm going to surpass you. Not by tearing you down, but by building myself up. Quote, I wouldn't expect anything less, Izuku said with a genuine smile. They stood in awkward silence for a moment. Then Bakugo extended his hand. Don't think this means we're friends or anything, he said. But, rivals. Real ones. Not the one-sided shit from before. Quote, Izuku shook his hand. Rivals. Quote, it wasn't forgiveness for years of bullying. It wasn't a complete resolution of their complicated history. But it was a start. An acknowledgement that both had grown and would continue growing. As the exam date approached, the entire school became focused on preparation. Third years were particularly stressed since this was their final exam before graduation. Second years were determined to prove their advancement. And first years were eager to show how much they'd learned. All Might pulled Izuku aside one day after hero training. In his deflated form, he looked concerned. Young Midoriya, I heard about your internship with Gran Torino. How was it? Brutal but effective, Izuku replied honestly. He pushed me harder than anything at UA has. Quote, that's Gran Torino for you, All Might said with a nostalgic smile. He trained me the same way. Almost killed me several times, I think. His expression became serious, but I wanted to talk about the practical exam. Quote, what about it? The teachers will be your opponents, All Might revealed. Each student pair will face a pro hero. It's designed to show you the gap between students and professionals. Quote, Izuku's eyes widened. Fighting actual pro heroes, that was significantly more challenging than training robots. I wanted you to know in advance so you could prepare properly, All Might continued. You'll likely face a teacher whose abilities counter yours. That's how UA designs these tests. Quote, who will I be fighting? I don't know the specific matchups yet. But given your capabilities, they'll choose someone formidable. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Remember what I taught you. And what Gran Torino taught you. You have the skills to succeed. Trust in your training. Quote, the information changed Izuku's preparation strategy. Instead of general training, he began analyzing UA's teachers. Their quirks, their fighting styles, their potential weaknesses. Aizawa with his erasure quirk, useless against Izuku, but his capture weapon was dangerous. All Might would be overwhelming even in his weakened state. 13's black hole quirk could be deadly if not handled carefully. Present Mike's sound attacks could disorient. Each teacher presented unique challenges. Izuku created strategy documents for fighting each one, adapting his approach to counter their abilities. He also began helping classmates prepare. If they were fighting in pairs, coordination would be essential. The key is knowing your partner, Izuku explained during a group strategy session. If you're paired with someone whose quirk complements yours, develop combination attacks. If you're paired with someone different, figure out how to support each other. Quote, that makes sense, Juro said. But how do we know who we'll be paired with? We don't, Todoroki replied. So we should practice with multiple partners. Learn everyone's fighting style. Quote, the class took this advice seriously. Students who'd never trained together began sparring in various combinations. Discovering synergies. Learning to read each other's movements. Izuku found himself in demand as a training partner. His versatile fighting style adapted to anyone. With Bakugo, he provided a mobile target that forced the explosive blonde to think strategically. With Uraraka, he taught timing and positioning to maximize her zero-gravity advantage. With Todoroki, he demonstrated how to fight against combined elemental attacks. Even Yaoyorozu, who preferred strategic thinking over direct combat, benefited from his analytical approach. You see patterns I miss, she admitted after one session. How do you do it? Practice and observation, Izuku replied. I've been analyzing heroes and villains since I was a kid. You learn to recognize common patterns. Quote, the day before the exam, Aizawa made an announcement. Tomorrow will determine your summer plans. Pass, and you attend the training camp where you'll face challenges that will forge you into stronger heroes. Fail, and you spend summer in remedial courses. His tired eyes held an edge of challenge. I expect everyone to give their absolute best. Quote, that evening, Izuku sat in his room reviewing his notes. Dozens of pages analyzing teachers, strategies, and scenarios. He'd prepared as thoroughly as possible. His phone buzzed. A message from his mother wishing him good luck. Another from All Might with encouragement. One from Gran Torino that simply said, don't embarrass me, kid. Quote, Izuku smiled. He had people believing in him, supporting him. That alone was something the powerless child from a year ago couldn't have imagined. He lay in bed thinking about how far he'd come. From being told he could never be a hero to winning the sports festival. From being quirkless and weak to having abilities that rivaled supernatural powers. From being alone to having friends, mentors, and even rivals who pushed him forward. The journey wasn't over. Tomorrow's exam was just another step. Beyond that lay the training camp, future villain encounters, and eventually becoming a professional hero. But for tonight, Izuku allowed himself to feel confident. Not arrogant, he knew his limits. But confident that he'd prepared properly. That he had the skills and determination to succeed. Whatever challenges tomorrow brought, he would face them head on. That's what heroes did. That's what he would do. As sleep claimed him, one thought echoed in his mind. He wasn't the powerless child anymore. He was Izuku Midoriya, the phantom hero specter. And he was going to show UA exactly what that meant. Thank you.